Hey everyone, welcome to my channel. Feel free to become members if you so desire.
Welcome to Standing for Truth. I want to thank everybody for being here today. I am your host, Donnie, and tonight we are defending the truth of biblical creation. It is a privilege to have Joseph Hubbard here tonight again for an important presentation on the flood / post-flood boundary. Joe, thank you again for giving us your time for this important show.
There we go. There it is. Okay, this is where I am at the moment. Like you say, it's late at night. We've had a couple of goes out and have a little bit of a dig around for some fossils. Not too much at the moment because the tides haven't been quite right, because everything here is governed by the tides, right, being on a very small island. So next week is the week that we really hit the shore and get lots of filming done and get lots of digging done and lots of exploring, and it should be great fun. You can see some of the stuff we found here previously. On the left-hand side, you've got a nice dinosaur vertebrae, an iguanodon caudal vertebrae, that's a tail vertebrae. And then on the right hand side of the screen you can see one of the giant footprints from a large iguanodon that you find scattered all over the beaches around here. Exciting stuff, great stuff. Well, we haven't been able to really go and do much digging, like I say, so far on this trip, but I did visit a museum. There's an entire museum completely dedicated to dinosaurs here on the Isle of Wight, right? They are sort of, it is the dinosaur capital of the UK, if you like, if not Europe, perhaps. So they've really sort of done a lot of work here, done a lot of research here, and there's an entire museum dedicated to the dinosaurs of the island. And I wanted to go visit because I knew there had been some brand new discoveries since I'd been here last. Things like, I mean, this has been there for quite a while, but this is some of the evidence that you can actually see in the museum. This is a large fossil iguanodon from the Isle of Wight. Iguanodon was the first fossil dinosaur discovered. It wasn't the first to be named. That was Megalosaurus, but that is a whole different story, right? But have a look at there. This is set up, this is displayed how they found this giant iguanodon from the Weldon flood deposits. And yes, these are known as flood deposits. There's a clue in the name there. There you can see the head at the top. You can see the neck. Can you see how the neck is kind of arched round? It's arched back. In fact, there's the diagram sort of showing you a bit clearer. You can see the neck is sort of arched all the way back. You can see the tail is bent upwards. The legs are all sprawled out. There's absolutely no doubt about it. This is in the classic dead dino pose. And one thing we know about the dead dino pose, not only did it have to be buried very quickly in order to be preserved like this dinosaur drowned. The dead dino pose means it drowned. The evidence is very strong in its favor. These dinosaurs are found all over the world, including here in the Isle of Wight. This is a drowned dead dinosaur. Okay, have a look at this one. A brand new dinosaur find, Vectoria venata. There's some of the bones on display. Now, this comes from a very unusual location. It comes from a place called Shanklin. Now, that's where I'm staying on the Isle of Wight at the moment, right? A place called Shanklin. Great place. Great big cliffs, right? Lots of green sand. Very few dinosaur bones found here. But then they started finding a few of these very rare dinosaur bones coming out of the cliff. And they were quite surprised. Why? Well, look at what you find with them. Giant fossil oyster shells and all other manner of shells as well. Gastropods, your snail shells, your bivalve shells, your clam shells, right? Lots of deep sea shells. And they started to find these dinosaur bones with them. In fact, they called it a brand new species, Vectoria venata, and look at what they've actually said. This is the big technical thing, you know, is reported in the scientific journals. This was on the display in the museum. You can get in a little bit closer, have a look at what they're saying just here. The key point, these rocks of the area are known to have been formed in a marine environment, so dinosaurs shouldn't actually be found here. And look at what they say down there. This dinosaur was caught in a flood. It was caught up in a flood. It was washed down into the sea. It was mixed up with all of the seashells and clams and everything, and it got buried. And it had to be buried within 3 minutes, otherwise it would not be in the dead dino pose that it was found in. Oh, there's the picture from the museum. A dinosaur drowning in a flood. Ah, interesting. Well, you know, the evidence is really there when you look for it. You just need to know what you're looking for. Okay, our topic tonight. Where is the flood boundary? Where is the flood post-flood boundary? Where is the pre-flood flood boundary? Where are all these boundaries, right? Now, a few sort of words of disclaimer, if you like. This is a very, very controversial topic. It's a very deep topic. This is going to be slightly more technical. Ask your questions as we go. It's going to be in 2 parts, and we're going to have a question time at the end of each part, in between each part. There's the picture you just saw a sneak glimpse of. I wonder if you could tell what these are. I mean, we love asking this question. We get lots of different, answers, little soft cuddly toys, all sorts of things. What are these? Well, these are fake news. You need to be careful of fake news in today's world, right? It's a big thing that's out there. Here's some fake news. There are no fake news in what we're dealing with tonight. Although this is a massive topic, there is no chance we're going to get through it all, but we need to establish those principles so we can look and see what stuff is fake, what stuff is real, how can we actually move through it, how can we get to the end, can we actually even work out if there's a nice big line to say there's your flood and there's your non-flood. We need to try and work towards a model that we can work with wherever we go. I mean, this is really what we're going to be looking at. Okay, here I am in 2018 with John Mackay. John Mackay is in Australia. I'm in Australia. He took me out there to do some great research, to do some great ministry, and we're in a very famous location called Castleton. Lots of good gold from Castleton. In fact, we're actually standing above a gold mine, and no, I didn't find any gold to take away with me. The Chinese had been there and cleared it all out, right? Interesting, you can actually tell the difference between which gold mines were Chinese mines and which gold mines were the Irish mines. There's a clear difference in the way that they dig and the way that they excavate gold. In these cases, it was Chinese mines and there was no gold left that we could find, but we also went there for another reason. You get some fabulous fossils from here. I mean, just beautiful, great fossils of, these are graptolites, floating sea corals, right? And then on the way back, John made me stop off at another rather interesting location. This one here. Oh, you see all the layers upon layers upon layers, right? I was very interested. I took lots of photos of all around here because you see what I'm actually holding my phone up to try and take a photo of? Well, this is something that we point out to all of our, we take lots of field trips around here. Anybody who we take here now, anybody that John takes there, we point this important thing out. There's all of your layers and layers, lots and lots of layers. I mean, these are what you would call standard layers in geology. I mean, lots of layers. Your standard argument is that these are varves. One varve equals half a year, one season, right? 2 varves equals a year. There's lots of layers here. This should be a very, very big deposit, and a deposit that took a very, very long time to form. But look at what I was taking my photograph of. It's a wooden plank, a wooden sword plank. You see, there's no geologist, even though we've taken lots of geologists here who've instantly said, oh yes, this must have taken hundreds of years, if not hundreds of thousands of years to form. Anybody who knows anything about the area and the location knows that this is a very, very quick forming deposit. In fact, it's even got modern sawn timber in it. What are we looking at here? Have a look at John's hand. Can you see all the layers? Can you see the dark layers speckled throughout it? These dark layers are actually a clue because you can count up all of these layers and there are 6 of them, and then a gap. What are we talking about? Exodus 20:11. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. 6 days you shall labor and do all your work, but the 7th day is the Sabbath of the Lord your God. In it you shall do no work. What we're looking at here is a mine. We're looking at a mine that is scooping out water or using tools to like blast the rock out in the first place. And of course, you use lots of water to cool it down. And then it's scooping up the water, pumping all of the slurry mixture, the sediment and the water out and over the top of the hill. And it's running down, sideways down the hill, and it's making a layer upon layer upon layer. But the miners only worked for 6 days because they were honoring the commandment that the Bible says. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. 6 days you shall labor and do all your work, but the 7th day is the Lord's day. You can count these up in layers, then a gap, then layers, then a gap, then layers, then a gap, all in 6 and then a 7th layer, which was when all the mine tools were switched off, right? Everything was shut down, and so the water would just trickle out and it would bake hard in the sun. And then they'd go back in on the Monday and they'd carry on and build up more layers on top of that Sunday layer. This is a 6-day deposit. Monday to Sunday work, Monday to Saturday work, Sunday full shutdown. This deposit didn't take a very long time at all. In fact, it was formed in just a number of years, just a couple of years actually. Interesting. You see, one of the things that we find when we go to places like the Grand Canyon is that the claim is that it took millions of years of evolution, millions of years of deposition, millions of years of sedimentation to actually build the Grand Canyon up, slowly, bit by bit. Of course, you have to ask the question, well, where did all of this sediment actually come from in the first place to actually lay all this down? I mean, that's something that hardly ever gets considered when you're talking about layers and how the flood comes into it and how you have, slow sedimentation. Of course, this is what Scripture says, Exodus 20:11, for in 6 days the Lord made the heavens and the earth, the sea and all that is in them, and rested the 7th day. Therefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day, and hallowed it. Adam, 6,000 years. Noah, 4,300 years. Babel, 4,200 years. Abraham, 3,950 years. Moses, 3,500 years. Jesus, 2,000 years. I mean, it's a very different picture to something that we hear about in your secular geology textbook. It's, in a sense, completely at odds. Of course, Peter gives us a warning, there shall come in the last days scoffers walking after their own lusts, saying, where is the promise of his coming? For since the fathers fell asleep, all things continue as they were from the beginning of creation. You see, the underlying principle, and we've dealt with this many times on Standing for Truth, right? And you can go back and check all of our videos. The underlying principle with modern secular geology is this little phrase at the bottom here. All things continue as they were from the beginning of creation. Of course, Peter here is talking about the people who would say, look, there's no such thing as Jesus Christ coming back. He's never going to come back because he never came in the first place, right? All things going to carry on just as it always was. But it's an interesting little point to bear in mind because it's the very thing that underpins modern secular geology, uniformitarianism. It underpins the dating, it underpins the way that you understand the rocks form and everything else as well. For this they are willingly ignorant of, that by the word of God the heavens were of old, and the earth standing out of the water and in the water, whereby the world that then was, being overflowed with water, perished. Peter is talking about the creation of the world and Noah's flood. The earth standing out of the water as it came out of the water at the time of the creation, and then in the water, flooded again at the time of Noah's flood, whereby the world that then was, being overflowed with water, then perished. This they willingly forget. You see, when you're trying to deal with a flood versus post-flood versus where do we fit this model in, you need to make sure that you do have a fully biblical perspective. I mean, one of the most beautiful verses in the Bible, Philippians 2:5, right, is let this mind be in you that is also in Christ. When you're looking at the world around you, make sure you have Christ's mind in you. If you try and take a secular interpretation and fit it into the scripture, it will not work. If you try and take a scriptural or a biblical point and try and fit it into a secular pagan belief, it also won't work. Make sure you have this mind that is in Christ in you. You see, the world's philosophy says when time is the hero of the plot, God is out. The entirety of the secular agenda is an anti-God agenda. It's to remove God from people's thinking, and that started with Charles Lyell. And we need to consider this as we move forward. Okay, here's your standard geological model, the stratigraphic geological column, right? From all the way down in the Cambrian, all the way up to the Quaternary. Lots and lots of layers represented here in this standard geological column. Of course, the question that people then ask is, well, here's the geology, but where is the flood, post-flood boundary? Is it right up here at the top? Are all rocks that we see, are all deposits that we see formed in the flood? Is it a little bit lower? I mean, you have humans and stuff walking around in some of the Pleistocene deposits, so that doesn't seem quite right. So is it a little bit lower than that? Could it be between the Tertiary and the Quaternary? Is it even lower? Is it between the Cretaceous and the Tertiary? I mean, that's known as the KT boundary, right? That's when all the dinosaurs were supposed to go extinct 65 million years ago. Could it be even lower than that? And yes, there are some people who would claim it's even lower than that. Some people believe it's at the Permo-Triassic layer, in between the Permian and the Triassic, or somewhere between the Triassic and the Jurassic. One of the arguments for this is the fact that, well, how on earth could you get dinosaur footprints like the one we saw earlier and the ones that are all around the Isle of Wight, right? How could you get dinosaur footprints if it was a global flood? I mean, surely you need dry land for the dinosaurs to walk on, right? Now, I don't know if Mike Oard has discussed that problem with you on Standing for Truth, but he's got a really, what I believe is a very, very good explanation for this, and one that, and I appreciate Mike's work because he really does, rather than just saying, you know, okay, here we're going to try and go and destroy the theory of evolution, he actually says, no, let's start from the Bible and let's go out and try and build scientific models that fit with the Bible, based on the evidence that we see. And I have great respect for him in doing that. And so it's a really interesting hypothesis, the Beds hypothesis, which he uses. I recommend you go and find it out. But some people would indeed put the post-flood boundary all the way down at the Triassic. In fact, I know other people who would claim that the pre-flood boundary is all the way up at the Carboniferous. That's represented by the Mississippian and Pennsylvanian on this chart, because this is an American chart and the Americans couldn't possibly go with the British naming of things. Of course, that would mean that the flood was not very wide in its, impact, in a sense, because it only had a very thin little strip. So it's interesting, some of the ideas that come out of this. But did you notice one thing? Every single one of these suggestions all places the post-flood boundary somewhere on the geological column. Now, you'll find this with creationist organizations all around the world. One of the things that they'll do is they will basically take the geological column and say, right, let's try and fit this into flood geology. Sometimes it's very, very literal, as in, right, this is an accurate representation of the rocks, therefore we can say this stuff is flood, this stuff isn't. Other times it's more sort of interpreted, perhaps, where they'll take the standard geological model and say, well, let's actually translate this into something that's biblical. Let's say that this stuff is the pre-flood. Let's say that this stuff is the inundatory period of the flood, when the flood waters were coming onto the planet. This is at the peak of the flood. This is the abatement as the flood waters were running off of the earth. And this is all post-flood ice age or whatever. So it's sort of based loosely on the geologic column, but it has a lot more sort of a biblical emphasis, so to speak. But it still works in this column format, from the bottom all the way up to the top. Of course, a better question to ask than straight off, where does the flood post-flood boundary? A better question to ask would be, is this model actually reliable? Especially if we're going to base our entire flood model off of it, right? Okay, Diane Eager, one of the, he by no means a Christian or a creationist. In fact, he hated the fact that the creationists jumped on his work and used it for their own good, right? And he said, I don't give any creationist permission to use my work, This is what he actually had to say in his book, The New Catastrophism. Yes, after many, many years, nearly 200 years of uniformitarianism being the main thinking in geology, Diane Eager said, well, hang on a minute, something doesn't quite line up. Something doesn't quite make sense. And he wrote an entire book all about it. In fact, he wrote many books about it, but his most famous one was The New Catastrophism. Now, even though uniformitarianism as a sort of foundation still runs all the way throughout secular geology, there's very few geologists today who would identify as a uniformitarianist thinker. And part of that was due to Diane Eager, because he basically said, look, this really doesn't make sense. I mean, have a look at what he said about the geological record, or the geological column, rather. Nowhere in the world is the record, or even part of it, anywhere near complete. Even in the Grand Canyon of the Colorado River and the adjacent sections along the Little Colorado River, surely the finest record of geological history anywhere on Earth, there are huge breaks or huge gaps. In other words, nowhere on the planet can you actually see this geological column for real. It simply doesn't exist. And I had a geologist once put it to me like this. He said, you've got to kind of imagine that somebody's taken a book and ripped up lots of pages and spread it out all over the planet. So you've kind of got to go and pick up all the different pages and try and fit it together in the right order. But he said, oh, by the way, there's no page numbers. And somebody's also messed all the letters up in between as well, because the fossil record is by no means complete either. I mean, the National Geographic had a quote saying that the fossil record is like a reel of film where 999 frames out of 1,000 have been removed. I mean, would you get much of a film at the end of that? No, you wouldn't. So something doesn't quite make sense here with this geological column. Okay, moving on to question 2 rather. Where did this model actually come from? Excuse me. If we can find out how it was developed, it will give us a good idea as to the accuracy of it, or to the agenda actually behind the model. And also, if we're going to actually use this model to try and draw a line to say this is flood, post-flood, we need to ask the question, was this model developed with a global flood in mind? If it wasn't, what was it developed in mind with? Okay. Excuse me. Start with Steno, Nicholas Steno, 1600s. He was a believer in Genesis and Noah's flood. In fact, you've probably seen us do the presentation before with the shark teeth, right? At the time, the medieval world had been heavily influenced by the Romans, first and foremost, but the Romans themselves had been heavily influenced even further back with the Greeks. And the Greeks believed either in a pagan version of events or a pagan-inspired naturalistic version of events. And they believed that fossils were inorganic tricks by the gods. Of course, medieval Britain didn't believe in many gods, or medieval Europe rather, which is Britain as well. So they said that Satan had put these fossils, these shark teeth, into the rocks in order to trick them, right? Now, Steno was a believer in Genesis and Noah's flood. He's known as the founding father of paleontology and stratigraphy. He believed that the Bible could be trusted from the very beginning, therefore you could trust the world, right? Because it says in Romans that God has stamped his nature on the world, and if God's nature is good and believable, then so should the world be. He actually started paleontology, started this new branch of science purely out of his belief that you could trust the Bible, and he believed that these rocks had been formed by Noah's flood. And his argument was that, well, okay, the bottom layer formed there first. Strata is laid down horizontally. Layers are laid down horizontally. So you have suspended, because of sediments, right, particles, suspended sediment in water that settles down and balls up from top to bottom. Bottom layer formed first, Steno said, and therefore strata was laid down horizontally. And he argued that this all happened during Noah's flood. Move forward in history and you find the sort of late philosophers, people like Ray and Hooke, the early naturalists. This is sort of around the time of the French Revolution, or the early parts of the French Revolution, which really influenced, which really brought back the influence of the Greeks, especially the naturalistic version of Greek thinking. You'll find that both Ray and Hooke were doubters of the Genesis flood. John Ray and Robert Hooke, they doubted that the Bible was completely accurate. They claimed some ideas was that the flood was very, very still and very, very gentle, so there was no major deposits forming. Some argue that they went back eons of time before Genesis supposedly happened and everything else. And so they began to actually allow themselves to be influenced by earlier Greek thinking, particularly uniformitarianism. The idea that the present is the key to the past, the idea, as Peter said, that the world will always continue as it always has done, and always has done as it always will do. And you find the seeds of doubt began to be sowed into the modern geological thinking. And their argument, or one of their arguments that both of these men came to, was that if the bottom layer formed first, then surely the world is too old for the Bible to be completely true. We have to start taking other ideas and adding them to the Bible, because surely it would take a long time to build up layer over layer over layer. Jump forward to Charles Lyell, who really promoted uniformitarianism. His entire belief system, his entire aim, his entire agenda was simply to remove God out of people's thinking. He admitted it himself in many, many letters that ended up being published after his death. He said, "My aim is to free science from Moses." Moses, attributed with writing the first 5 books of the Bible. In there you find the creation of mankind, you find the fall of mankind, you find the judgment of mankind with with Noah's flood, you find the history of mankind with the Tower of Babel, and you find the law of God. These 5 things are the foundation to not only our thinking today, or the way we should be thinking today in terms of understanding the world, but also the foundation of Christianity. Get rid of those 5 things, Christianity comes falling down with it. Lyell claimed that if the bottom layer got there first, then the bottom animals were the oldest and the top animals were the youngest. And so he then argued that the rock layers were actually a record of the history of life. And over vast ages, this life continued to change and evolve and move forwards, which of course differs from the Bible, but his claim was that it would take millions of years to actually do this. He published all of this in a set of books called The Principle of Geology, and a young man took these principles of geology with him on a boat. This man, or he was young at the time at least, Charles Darwin. Charles Darwin was a promoter of evolutionary thinking. He didn't come up with it. The Greeks had come up with it millennia before. And the Greeks believed in a very racist version of evolution. They believed that they had evolved out of the slime, but they had evolved out of better quality slime than the Jews had. You can go and read it out there, right? He had been heavily influenced not only by the Greeks, but also by the French revolutionaries, which had filtered down into England, particularly with his grandfather, Erasmus Darwin, and he basically built off the back of Lyell's ideas. If the world really is millions of years old, then what we are looking at here is a sequence of events through history. He argued that the top creatures had evolved from the lower ones over millions of years. Therefore, not only is the Bible false about its age, not only is the Bible false about things like Noah's flood and its geological history, the Bible is totally false about every single part of it, particularly us being made in the image of God. Interesting. In fact, Darwin himself admitted that half of his evolutionary ideas came straight out of Lyell's brain, and Lyell was never given enough credit for it. Okay, you can start to see the progression of the geological column now. It started off with good intentions. It started off with, hey, Noah's flood formed all of these. But as soon as you start with, okay, horizontal layers, bottom building up to top, within just a few thinkers' time, you end up with the conclusion that the Bible is simply and totally false. Of course, this is what the Bible teaches. You can count up Adam from around 6,000 years ago to Noah, count Noah to Babel, Babel to Abraham, Abraham to Moses, Moses to Jesus. And you get a nice tidy figure of somewhere around the 6,000 year mark. However, if evolution is true, then the Bible is simply not true. You can't marry the two together with the Bible being completely accurate and evolution being true. Of course, get a biblical perspective. What is the gospel? All things started off being made by Jesus Christ. I mean, that's the good news. We're not here by accident, right? Of course, the good news becomes bad news when you realize we messed up, but then that's what makes the good news ever so good. Jesus Christ has died for us. But John 1:3, Colossians 1:16, Revelation 4:11, they all make the same point. Jesus Christ is the creator. All things were made not only by Jesus Christ, but for Jesus Christ. We have a conflict. If evolution is true, the Bible is not true, and that includes who Jesus Christ is. If evolution is true and the world just evolved over millions of years, then Jesus Christ is not the creator. If Jesus Christ is not the creator, then Jesus Christ is not God. If Jesus Christ is not God, not only are we in big trouble, he's also a liar. And he deserves absolutely none of our worship in the slightest. And guess what? We're still in our sin. So that's the point that Paul made. So make sure you're careful when actually allowing yourself to believe in things like evolution and the Bible. They simply don't go together. Okay, how do we actually reconcile all this from layers and the whole background of where the geological column came? And I mean, this is stuff that we need to deal with first before we can even ask the question, where is the flood, post-flood boundary? Of course, the question that leads off of the back of all of our discussion so far is, well, how could the Bible be true if the rocks are so old? All right, we've simply followed the logic, and it's been followed through history from the horizontal layers from Steno's day all the way up to Charles Lyell, to Charles Darwin, and the Bible not being true. All right, here's a nice geological picture. It's got lots of geological features on it. I took this picture myself in Australia when I was there in 2018. Of course, if you go by your standard geological column, the one that was first proposed by Steno, the one that was accepted by the philosophical thinkers in the 1700s, the ones that were really pushed by Lyell and Darwin, at the bottom you've got the older rocks, at the top you've got the younger rocks. This is a record of time according to secular reasoning. Oldest at the bottom, youngest at the top. Here's another example, similar kind of deposit. Bottom layer going one way, top layer going another way. Did this bottom layer get there before the layer above? Well, we've been doing a number of experiments, and this is going to be a little time spent on these experiments because it's not only fascinating, it also really gives us the important perspective that we need when talking about the flood, post-flood deposits. So let's have a look at some experiments. This is one of our strata flumes. This is, I think, the third one or the fourth one that we had tried. We've got a lot more now. You can see some of our volunteers, including young geology students, helping us out here. And basically what you have is water flowing down from one direction. In this case, it is flowing from right to left. It's flowing down the chute. And then in the top of the chute, we are dumping sediment. Mixed sands, quartz sands, mineral sands, a mixture of sands of different densities and different weights. And so let's see what happens as we move forward. There goes in all the sand, all the mixed sand. You can see it's a big cloud that's starting to form with all of the sediment. And then you can see that as the water is flowing sideways, in this case from right to left, what's happening? Layers are forming. But they're not forming top to bottom. They're not forming bottom to top. They're forming from right to left. There are the layers hitting. There they are sweeping over the top. They're being carried along by the water, and they are forming from right to left. And the layers continue to form, and they continue to form. And look at this wonderful geological structure that we're ended up with. Absolutely beautiful. I wonder if we've seen somewhere like that before. I mean, can you see the layers at the top, the flat layers? Can you see the slanted layers at the bottom? Now, this took about 20 minutes to go to form. Of course, we're dealing with a very small volume of water, but yet we end up with flat layers on the top and we end up with slanted layers underneath. But you watched it grow. This didn't grow from bottom to top. This grew from right to left. Okay, let's take you to Australia, in the outback near Alice Springs. Great place. It was beautiful. Loved it out there. Great friends, great geology, all you could really want, right? Absolutely stunning scenery and ripples. Oh yeah, there's no doubt about it. This deposit was formed by water. There were even their ripples left over, right? Jellyfish fossils are in the base of the cliffs. Horseshoe crab and arthropod trails. Huge, great big waves that you can see trapped in this once underwater, water-deposited sediment. And then there's your little trilobite trails, right? Great things, crab trails. And a rather interesting geological structure. Oh, do you see the flat horizontal layers at the top? Do you see the slanted layers underneath? Flat on the top, slanted underneath. Hey, we've seen this before somewhere. Yeah, in our strata machine. You see, the standard geology says that the bottom layer should get there first and the top layer should get there last. In fact, if you want to get into cross-bedding, one of the arguments is that, especially with unconformities, you had one rock layer that got washed off and then another deposited on top, but this is always over millions of years. It's always over a very slow, gradual formation. Now, the one on the left there formed in less than 20 minutes. With a small volume of water and a small volume of sediment. But it made the point extremely well, and it's an extremely important point. The one on the left did not form from bottom to top. The one on the left formed from right to left. It formed sideways. It formed as water flowing sideways carried the sediment and slurry and began to deposit it down. Just took a couple of hours in this one. This was the early one. Some of our later ones are dealing much bigger and with much more water. And when I was over in Australia, and I spent about 2 days working with a rocket scientist on actually designing these, and we actually ended up getting it so we could do it in front of a large audience. And it only took about 10 to 20 minutes, right? If you get it right, it can happen very fast. Of course, the one on the right claimed that it was 100 million years to actually form this deposit. There's another example. Flat rocks on the top, slanted rocks underneath. This is in the USA, by the way, and you can also see it at this rather famous location, the Grand Canyon, right? Coconina sandstone on the top. One of the things that John had told him when he was in university is his geology professor came in one day and said, sorry, chaps, the rocks in the Grand Canyon grow all sideways. And then he went off and never said anything else about it, but he got John thinking. What did he mean by this? You can go and visit the Grand Canyon. Turns out he's absolutely right. The rocks do get old sideways. They don't get old bottom to top. They're full of this cross-bedding. They're full of these layers that are all over the place that have to form flowing sideways. I mean, just think about it for a moment with rock layers, right? Only moving water actually erodes in the first place. I mean, to get these rock layers, you need sediment. Now, sediment doesn't just hang around in water waiting to settle. You've got to actually break that sediment up, right? Moving water actually erodes this and breaks these sediments down. Only moving water can actually carry mud and sand into position, and it moves sideways. It flows in one direction. See, rock layers go horizontally. The bottom layer does not get there first. Of course, then you can actually add it into your fossil dating problem. Here's your layers of rock, right? Represented like the Grand Canyon. Based on what we've just seen in our strata experiments, which fish was buried first, A or B? Now, if you go by the secular geological book, it says that that yellow line there where fish B is in was laid down first, because the bottom layer got there first, the top layer got there last. Therefore, that middle layer with fish B in it is the oldest. Therefore, fish A was formed last. Therefore, fish A is the youngest, fish B is the oldest, and fish B was buried first according to secular geology. But did you actually, did you actually get it right? According to what we observe in the world with the way that strata behaves, particularly in water, fish A was buried first, because the rock layers formed in this case from left to right. As water flowing sideways carried this slurry of sediment, it actually deposited stuff moving sideways, left to right. A was buried first, B was buried last. So then you can ask yourself, well, does this order, this fossil order, show the progressive history of life from worms at the bottom all the way to fish at the top? No, it simply doesn't. The worm fossil actually got there last, because rock layers form sideways. Now, this is a huge new concept, if you like, but it makes the point very well. Rock layers have got nothing to do with time, but everything to do with the process. Now, if you want to see more real-life evidence of this, you can not only go online, you can go to the Ask site on our website, Ask John Mackay. You can find the links to real research papers, including secular research papers, which talk about this point. It was first talked about in the 1800s by a guy who was working on Venice. I mean, Venice is slipping down into the sea because the rocks which Venice is built on, or it's hardly ever rocks, it's just really a slurry of sediment, is flowing sideways. and it's moving sideways slowly into the sea. That's why it's sinking, right? And he was working on the delta beds there, and it's really rather fascinating. And you can also go onto our YouTube channel and find some video, real life video of this strata machine in work. Interesting stuff. Okay, let's take you a little bit closer to my home anyway, rather than Australia. Let's go down to the sort of semi-south coast, sort of the southwest coast there. There's on the map, we're looking at that bridge which goes across the Severn Estuary, and we're going to this place, Aust Cliff. I've led many field trips here over the years. You can see me taking a photo of John there, and you can see some nice lines. See, geologists love lines and straight layers like that because they're much easier to draw on maps, right? But of course, could we have said that, oh, we get a nice line like that to put through it to say this is flood, this is post-flood? I mean, is this all flood? Is this all post-flood? How can we, are they all in nice straight lines like this? What are we dealing with here? Well, we get some great fossils out of Aust Cliff. You can see these wonderful little pecten shells, living fossils, by the way. There's no change in them in the slightest. And we take lots of families there to go digging. It's a great place to take out all of your frustration in the rocks if you want to bash it on a hammer. And there you can see the diagram looking at the geology. You've got the red mudstone at the bottom, you've got the green mudstone layer, you've got the shales and the limestone, and then the limestone and the shale. Yes, there is a difference between them. What does it say? The drowned desert. You see, the evidence of a global flood is out there, and it's often admitted even in the secular literature. Of course, they say that this was a much smaller desert. Of course, then you've got to ask, well, if we're dealing with fossils, if we're dealing with geological deposits, if we're dealing with, is this a flood deposit, as in, is this Noah's flood? How do we know whether a rock is actually flood deposited? I mean, this is clearly flood deposited. It was drowned in the flood, in a flood, right? It was a drowned flood deposit, and they are openly admitting that even from a secular point of view. But was this flood large enough to be Noah's flood? As in, was it global in extent? Or was this indeed, as they say, a flood, but a much smaller flood? Well, have a look at some rather interesting experiments and research we've been doing, because what we're looking at here is the geological map for these red beds. It's Triassic, by the way. Triassic refers to the 3 different red rocks that you can find there. And this cuts from up by that Severn Estuary all the way down past Bristol. I mean, this is where we're really looking. And have a look at this rather interesting cross-section. I mean, can you see, it looks a bit of a mess, but you've got these big loops, and then you've got another loop cutting through it, and then another loop cutting through it at the top. Lots and lots of different layers and lots of different loops, and these are supposed to take millions of years to form. Hundreds of millions of years to form, actually, in some of these cases. And it takes slow, gradual build-up, slow, gradual erosion, slow, gradual lifting and folding. If you actually want to get this. Okay, well, let's take you to Jurassic Ark. Let's take you to Mark 6 strata machine. This is the one I mentioned earlier, the one that we did a lot of experiments with. There's the group of people that we were demonstrating for. You can see me with the microphone. You can see Clem to the right. He's our rocket scientist who's working with us, holding a big pipe into a bathtub of slurry, a slurry mixture of sand, mineral sand, quartz sand, and water. There we are, fixing the machine, making sure that all the water can actually flow through okay, and there you can see the water flowing. In this case, it's flowing from this angle of the picture from left to right. The water is flowing down the machine, and it's carrying with it that slurry of sediment. And then let's step it up to an even bigger, even faster one. And look at what we're starting to actually see. If you raise up the water fast enough, if you have enough of it, the water will actually erode and deposit at the same time. It does it as it goes, because, well, water can travel different speeds when it hits friction, and so the water is traveling slower down the bottom than it is at the top, so it's eroding at the top and laying down at the bottom. And look at some of the structure you start to get. Absolutely beautiful structure, and hey, I wonder if you've seen something like that before. Absolutely beautiful structure, by the way, and it's very, very similar to our geology textbook. It's just on a smaller scale. But one of the great things about water is that it always behaves the same, whether you have a little amount or whether you have a lot of it, right? It behaves in the same patterns. It behaves in the same way. You don't need millions of years. You just need the right process. And it just so happens that the process that we observe in rivers, in lakes, in modern deposits and modern formations, as well as these experiments like this, is that sediments form sideways. You don't need millions of years in the slightest. Just 20 minutes it took to get all of these beautiful geological formations. Not time, but a process. Okay, one last example of this sideways strata thing, right? This is one of our big blocks of stone that we were digging out at Jurassic Ark in order to install a toilet, as it so happens. But it's all Jurassic sediment. It's Jurassic rock. You can see the big chip we took out there. We thought, well, this is interesting. Let's see how far we can go with this. We took a big chunk of rock, Jurassic rock. Can you see all of the layers? All of the different layers made up of all different types of sediments, some coarse sediments, some fine sediments, some dense, some not so dense, little different layers from different types of rock. Now, this is supposedly laid down over hundreds of thousands of years, slowly building up in different seasons. There's the layers close up. Different minerals mean different layers. There's a close-up even further of the original rock. Well, let's take this rock and let's smash it up. Let's completely and totally bash it up. Let's grind it back into the original sediment that it was, mix it all up, and then let's stick it through our strata machine. What we're trying to do is see if, well, if this is really slow, gradual deposition over millions of years, then it means that those different layers are the result of different seasons. However, if we mix it all up with the slurry and turn it back into the original sediment and push it through the strata machine, if it was indeed laid down by water traveling sideways, you should be able to make a rock sequence, a rock formation which matches the original. If it was indeed, as it is claimed to be, slow gradual processes over millions of years and different seasons, then it shouldn't match. It should just simply be a mess. There's Clem telling us that it's our third trial on this to make sure everything goes right and to make sure that we test it enough times. There's the deposit beginning to form as it grows. You can see it's forming from right to left. It's building up, and hey, it's starting to look quite similar to that original rock formation. There's the original rock. There's the reconstituted rock in only 20 minutes. Side by side, they're pretty much spot on. Hardly any difference there. The original, which supposedly took millions of years, couldn't be formed in just 20 minutes if you have flowing water, and it matches up very nicely. The point, not time, but process. We've been using this a lot now, and we use this in a lot of our talks, right? But it really is true. Rock formation has got nothing to do with time, everything to do with process. You need to have the right process. But pick the wrong process and you will get the wrong time result over and over again. Okay, the point, the geological column doesn't work. It's not only based on an anti-biblical, anti-Christian agenda, it's also based on the idea that the rocks on the bottom got there first and the rocks at the top got there last, and that's not how rocks behave. And we can show example after example of this, right? And we could be here all day. And like I said, this is a massive topic. We can't get through it all tonight. But we have to start with this point. If the bottom got there first and the top layer got there last, then the geological column, the stratigraphic geological column, would at least have some standing. But it doesn't. It's simply a dead end. The point, the geological column does not work. Therefore, any flood model that is based on the pagan geological column will be faulty in its thinking. Rocks form sideways, and so what we need is a model which actually works with this. So we can't simply just take a line and say, right, there's your flood, post-flood boundary. Because as Derek Eager also pointed out, it's very easy to tell where rocks start. It's almost impossible to work out where they finish, right? So it doesn't work. The geological column is a dead end, and any flood model that is based off the geological column is also a dead end. You need to make sure that you have a fully biblical perspective, as well as one that lines up with what we actually observe in the real world. For in 6 days the Lord made the heavens and the earth, the sea and all that is in them, and he rested the seventh day. there's a good place to start. It's a good place to start. It's a good place to move on. And it's also a good place to break. So I'm going to stop sharing for now. And let's have a few questions as to what we've already done before we move on to the bigger topic of, well, where actually is the flood post-flood boundary?
Awesome. I think that's a great idea. We've got a ton of relevant questions to the side. So, Joe, is it your, do you want us to just maybe get to a couple of these, few of these, and then
let's do a couple. Yeah, let's do a couple and talk through a few things, and then let's move on to part 2.
Okay. All right. Perfect. So the first one that came in here relevant to the topic is a question from Jackson Rowe. He asks, question on pre-flood boundary. Why are no footprints or fossils found before the flood? No mud in the 2,000 years before the flood for dino prints, etc.
Okay. If you put the pre-flood boundary where most creationists would put it, it would be at sort of the Precambrian Cambrian layer, right? And what you're looking at is most of the Precambrian rocks are not what we call sedimentary rocks. They are igneous rocks or metamorphic rocks. In other words, they're volcanic or have evolved some form of volcanic process. Now, you shouldn't be surprised on day 3 of creation, you'll find that the world was completely covered with water and God said, let the dry land appear. So you have 2 major things. The first thing is you have massive tectonic activity ripping up the Earth's surface and pushing it up out of the water, but you also get an incredible amount of erosion from that. And so you do get some sedimentary rocks as a result of that, but most of them would have simply been destroyed and washed away, right? Particularly destroyed during Noah's flood. So you'll find a lot of these volcanic rocks and stuff couldn't sustain footprints anyway, but then you'll find that there was nothing around to actually make footprints on day 3 of creation, right? That didn't come until day 5 and day 6. All right, then you have to picture a created world. We know that the created world was very good. Now, you and I view very good as a sort of moral kind of word, but it is, but it's so much more than that. You'll find that good meant that all animals were vegetarian. It states that clearly in Genesis chapter 1. You'll find that it meant that the weather was very good because Adam and Eve were both naked and they weren't burning to death from the sun and they weren't freezing to death from the cold, right? So the weather was very good. The world was very good in its entirety. Now, one thing that you need, and we've said it over and over again, in order to make a fossil, you need the right process. Now, the process has to be quick, the process has to trap and cover the creatures, and the process has to bury them without oxygen in the right mineral content in order to actually preserve them, depending on what type of preservation you want to do. You can have permineralization, where the minerals permeate the bone. You can have, a mold or a cast where the animal eventually rots away, and so on and so forth. Now, before the fall, there would have been no animal death. So therefore there was no potential for fossils to be made, nor was there anything to actually create a fossil, because even after the fall, where you did have animal death for sure, and then you have things like, well, what mechanism do you need to actually preserve it? I mean, if you go and find somewhere where you can preserve footprints, say a beach, right? A beach, you can make footprints. You walk down the beach, you leave your footprints behind. What happens in the next tide? It just simply washes those footprints over. Okay, what about a big mud patch? When you walk over it, the mud might be able to bake hard, and yeah, there's some hard footprints there, but unless another layer of rock comes and fills those footprints in, you will not preserve those footprints the next time that it gets wet, or the next time that it frosts and it cracks open or completely dries out. Those footprints will be destroyed. So if you want to create footprints, you need to actually have a mechanism to preserve it. Now, if you're dealing with the footprints like the ones down on the Isle of Wight, they were made for sure in soft sediment, soft muddy sediment. Soft sediment that was very likely laid down very recently. Now, one thing's for sure, those fossil footprints have to be preserved before the next tide washes them away. How do you do that? There's one of 2 ways. You either have the land being raised up out of the water fast enough to actually turn those rocks solid before they can be eroded away, or, and this is what usually happens, you have a tide comes in which is actually carrying an incredible amount of sediment, rolling the sediment forward, producing the layers sideways, as we see in the real world today, as we see in the experiments that we do. And as it's rolling forward, carrying that sediment gets laid down and traps those footprints before you have a chance to erode them away. Now, you will struggle to find any mechanism pre-flood other than the day 3 of creation that can actually preserve these footprints in such a way. And on day 3 of creation, there were no creatures left around to leave footprints, right? So that's why I suspect we don't find a lot of the pre-flood footprints. However, if you think about the pre-flood rocks that we see today, right, as that's one point, but the other point is the pre-flood rocks that we see today are all metamorphic and igneous, so there's no way to preserve rocks in them. If there was a case, in a rare case, that you had pre-flood animals leaving footprints that did happen to solidify to become rock, that would have been destroyed during Noah's flood, as the earth got ripped up and ripped apart and water washed over the planet and just completely destroyed it. So there's a few thoughts as to that.
As always, Joe, very thorough, very informative. I appreciate that answer. This one comes in from Sean Mock. I appreciate the question, Sean. He says, a question for your guest. Does the lower elevations carry thicker sediment layers, since debris tends to fall in the lower areas, similar to dirt in swimming pools? I've got the question up on screen as well.
Okay. You will find that when you have a thing like a swimming pool, like this is a classic example. You probably did it in your primary school thing. You get a glass of water, you put very dense, thicker rocks, right? Thicker sediments like pebbles and rocks. Then you put in a finer thing like sand. Then you put in mud and you shake up the glass and you let it all settle, right, into layers. And I always like to remind people that that's a wonderful analogy if the world was a glass of water, but it's not. Right? What you'll find you're doing there is you're creating a system where the rocks are all already hanging into place. Now, how did those sediment get there in the first place? Well, you put it there. So you've got to get the sediment there in the first place. How do you shake it all up? Well, you're shaking it up and then you're standing still, and you're then in still water allowing the sediments to actually settle. Well, if water brought the sediments in the first place, water doesn't suddenly just stop, right? It just doesn't suddenly stop still and let all the sediments slowly fall down and then begin to build up. So you'll find that the analogy is great, but it doesn't actually work well in the real world. You need to have a formation to actually, or a way of getting that sediment there and then actually building that sediment up, right? One of the interesting things that we've found is that it doesn't just mean that the heavier, larger rocks, the thicker layers will actually form to the bottom. It doesn't necessarily mean that when you have water flowing sideways, because one of the things we observe in the real world, and we've also seen with all of our strata experiments, is water can travel at different speeds with different layers and different currents, even on a small scale like our strata machines. So you have friction at the side, so the water will go slower, so the water in the middle is moving faster. You'll get layers in the water, you'll get different currents, and we know from the world around us, we can have one current going that way, another one going that way, another one going that way. It goes all over the place, right? And so these currents can travel at different speeds. Now, later, what we're going to show you is actually a deposit which has very, very, very large boulders mixed with very, very, very fine sediment, right? And there's no indication that those boulders got any chance to travel down to the thicker sediments. So we really don't see that in the real world, and we don't see that translated into the geological world as well. The only way you could come to that conclusion is if you believe that the layers at the bottom got there first and the layers on the top got there last, which is simply goes against what we actually observe. So again, a few thoughts on that.
Great answer, Joe. George, did you want to pick one of those questions out, brother?
Yeah, there was a question that came from Tyler West about wind-deposited sandstone. He claims that they can't happen underwater conditions, but I've got plenty of examples to show him if you like. So I can share my screen for a little while, and maybe Joe can sort of pitch in as I show the evidence.
Sure.
All right, just bear with me. You're listening there, Tyler West. There's one piece of evidence there, Tyler, where the recent tsunami in Japan, we observed large sand dunes forming quickly in deep water. And here's the Coconino sandstone in the Grand Canyon. You see those recumbent folds there? they can't happen under aeolian or wind conditions, Tyler. That can only happen under watery type, soft, moist condition. And here's another bit of empirical evidence that shows variables between water depth, sand wave height, and the water velocity. You can clearly see there the dunes and the sand waves can actually form under watery conditions under those particular variables. So I'll stop sharing, and maybe Joe, you can add anything you like to that explanation.
Okay, yeah. So what was the actual? Did you have the actual question there? Because was it just sort of generally relating to the formation of wind deposited sandstones? Is that what we're talking about?
He claimed. I thought I took it.
Well, I can just comment on wind deposited sandstones, because we have a lot of wind deposited sand today. A lot of it is lacking is something to glue it together. Now you'll find sandstone has predominantly two different things to glue it together. One of it is iron. The other one is a limey kind of mixture. So you can end up with kind of a limey sandstone, right? Now, if you're dealing with lime, you're dealing with something that is water-based. Whether it's a chemical limestone or whether it's a biological based limestone, like a fossiliferous limestone, right? So in both cases, that for sure needs to be laid down in water. Now, iron is also interesting because iron, in order to actually create the chemical reaction, which is essentially rust, which creates the glue to fix it together, you also need to have some kind of water. Now, can this happen in a sort of non-marine environment? Well, yes, it can, but if you have a non-marine environment which is very wet, you don't often get great big sand dunes, right? That's a desert. So there's something doesn't quite line up, first and foremost. Secondly, when you're dealing with a lot of the so-called wind deposited sandstone claims, things like the coconea sandstone, you mentioned the coconea sandstone, a lot of research has been done on that to show that there is a significant difference between the angles that these dunes and cross-bedding are at, between whether they've been laid down in water, whether they've been swept in by wind, right? So the angles that the cross-bedding will actually produce, if it's formed by wind, I think I'm correct in saying it's shallower than if it's laid down by water, but there's a very, very specific set of angles, set of degrees, which fits in. So you can clearly tell whether it's water-based or whether it's wind-based. And there's been a lot of research done by a very, very knowledgeable people, far more knowledgeable than I, when it comes to sandstone, on the coconea sandstone in the Grand Canyon. And the conclusion, the general consensus throughout everything is that it's definitely water deposited, not wind deposited. So there needs to, and there's other little sort of sneaky things as well, like if sediment is being carried along in water. In fact, we'll talk about this in the next section, because we're going over to Australia again, going to Uluru, right, as rock, and talking about the fact that, well, if something has been carried along in water, the sediment tends to be very sort of crisp and clear. Whether it's been blown about by wind, it kind of gets a film on it, a sort of a dusky film, where it's just been sort of scratched around by wind a lot more than if it's in water, because you've got that padding there with the water. Even though it's often smooth, in the wind it's certainly smooth, but it's kind of got a musky film on it. So there's little things like that you need to look at even under microscopes and stuff to determine whether it's wind or water deposited. So yeah.
Okay, thank you. The next question comes from a person. He's just NA. He calls himself. He says in angular. Oh, there it is. In angular unconformities, we have fault breccias and striations that cannot form in soft sediment features, and thus we know that they didn't instantly deposit at an angle.
Yeah, there are certainly cases where we can tell that certainly didn't deposit at an angle, because that is physically impossible. You can get, like you saw, there were certainly angles and stuff in our strata experiments that we were doing, but some of them are just simply too angular, right? And you'll find these fault breccias and striations and bent rocks and all this kind of stuff is often claimed as, well, this is something that has been deposited, and then very slowly over millions of years under lots of pressure you end up creating a bend or a break or so on and so forth. Okay, two major problems with that. Thank you very much. Cup of tea, cup of coffee. It's late here. The two problems is if you want to try and break solid rock, it simply doesn't work. It just cracks. You don't end up getting stuff nicely in that kind of formation. So you're left with two options. You either lay down the rocks normally and then you cause great uplift in order to bend them, or you have to actually melt the rock so that it becomes soft and then you kind of break and bend it to create these different formations, right? Now, if you want to melt the rock, you're actually going to metamorphose it. So you're going to turn it into a different rock entirely with a different chemical structure, right? Limestone to marble or so on and so forth, shale to slate, and then on to gneiss and so on and so forth. If you so that doesn't work either. So what you end up with is, yes, this laid down normally. It did not form these things during sedimentation, but it was bent, it was created, these faults and stuff were created very, very soon after initial deposition, as the land was moving about very rapidly, so that it hasn't had time to fully solidify, and then you end up with all of these different features, right? So you're absolutely right. There are some things like angular unconformities which cannot be explained during sedimentation, but they have to have happened very soon after sedimentation, otherwise you'd never get them in the first place, all right? So it has to happen soon after sedimentation, so the sediment is still soft enough to actually create these.
Yeah. So I appreciate that answer, Joe. Cool Jesus. So he says, can you clarify something with Joe? Is he arguing that the entire geologic column is fake, or is it just the dates?
Okay. Well, I obviously, as a creationist, believe that the dates are fake. And we did a program with Standing For Truth, and I've done other programs which you can go and find, where you look at the history of these dates, right? The source of these dates, if you like, the pagan origins. Okay, am I arguing that the entire geological column is fake? It depends what you mean by the geological column, right? As we've said, the whole geological column started off from this idea that the rock layers form from bottom to top. Now, that's the foundation of the geological column. And the problem is you simply can't see that in the real world. I mean, the geological column is fake in the sense that it doesn't exist anywhere on the Earth. Right? You have to go to 100 different places to actually get it all together. So the geological column as we see it in our textbooks simply doesn't exist anywhere on Earth. Right? You have to kind of mix and match and put it together from different places. So in that case, yes, I am arguing that the geological column is fake. Now, you will hear me use words like Cretaceous and Permian and Jurassic and Triassic and so on and so forth. Do I believe that those are fake? No. We see them very real. There's a Cretaceous deposit just down the road, right? Jurassic deposit a little bit further up. And also you've got to bear in mind that these names are named after the places where they were first discovered, or the place, what they're made up of, right? Like Cretaceous means the chalk rocks. Jurassic means the rocks like the ones in the Jura Mountains. Permian means the rocks like the ones in the Perm in Russia, right? So is the actual individual constituents of the geological column fake? No, of course not. It's very real. You can go and see it all everywhere, right? But the way that it's been put together has been put together based on pagan origins, which were abstract, or rather, if not just abstract, totally against a biblical set of thinking. So if you want to take the geological column in its entirety and say, let's stick this into a flood model, it simply doesn't work, because first and foremost, it doesn't exist anywhere on Earth straight like that. It's from lots of different places you have to fit together, right? And this is something even the secular scientists admit freely, but it doesn't exist in its entirety like that. Secondly, its entire structure is based on that rock layer got there first, the Cambrian is the oldest, the Quaternary is the youngest, and it all got built up slowly over millions of years, right? Even though it started with a Christian, with a creationist establishing that principle, it's now become so corrupted. The problem is we don't see rocks form like that in the world today. It just doesn't work. We see rocks forming sideways as sediment is flowing, as sediment is carrying stuff, as sediment is moving stuff sideways and depositing it down from left to right or right to left, depending on which way you're facing, right? The point is it's moving sideways, it's water flowing in one direction and actually depositing it. So it doesn't deposit from bottom to top, it deposits it from one side to the other. Now, once you start to do that, you realize that the geological column is becoming more and more of a dead end, particularly as for the last 200 years at least, it has been entirely interpreted solely on the basis of millions of years. So that's what you'll find the problem with the geological column is.
George, did you want to?
Yeah, well, this one's a really tough question, Joe. It comes from someone by the name of Sam Jenkins.
He's coming at you, Joe.
He says, have you tried introducing polystrate trees into the strata machine?
Yes. I haven't got the pictures right now, sorry, but yes. And guess what they produce? Upright polystrate trees. Yeah, no, you can put in things like we did matchsticks, right? But you can also just stick in like twigs and leaves and stuff like that. And it's amazing how many of them end up upright. In fact, you can actually see, and we'll talk about Jurassic Ark in the next segment, because you see the big log jams, right? And you'll find that when you introduce sticks and twigs to these strata machines, they will form all pointing in the same direction, or majority pointing in the same direction, a great big log jam with a few of them sticking upright. So it's spot on, really.
And a question from Sean Mack. He says, has the global flood pre/post-flood boundary impacted ice core samples like GIS-P1 and GIS-P2?
Okay, I would say no, because with ice core samples, you're dealing with something completely different. With ice core samples, again, biblical perspective, in the beginning, everything was very good. There was no ice because it was not cold. There were no erratic climates. You find the first reference to ice isn't until the time of Job, way after the flood. Now, we have implications here, because if there's ice and there's an ice age and you have ice cores, then how would that affect geology? Could there be deposits that were formed from the ice age? And yes, I did a presentation for Answers in Genesis a few months back all about the ice age, right? So yeah, there's implications for the ice age and ice cores and stuff for geology, but it's something completely different, and ice cores are something completely different than with the flood.
I appreciate that, Joe. Did you want me to do maybe one more question, then move to your
okay, let's do one more. Let's do one more quick question. If it's a very, very long answer, I might leave it to the end, but we'll do one more quick question and move on.
Okay, George. Which one did you want to go with? I mean, I've got one here from NA that just came in.
Jim P.
Okay.
Says, could the layers represent, in a way, different places rather than times? This is why we might not see humans fossilized with dinosaurs.
Yeah, it's certainly an interesting thing to think about, and I quite like the idea of sort of biome deposits, and that certainly seems to be the case in many places, right? Even though you have a universal carboniferous layer, for instance, that does go all over the world, the Jurassic layers certainly seem to be different biomes. So you can get Jurassic purely marine sediment, you can get Jurassic purely terrestrial sediment, but there'll always be little anomalies because there'll always be little mixed environments within them. All right, so you'll find fish buried next to trees, and your majority trees with a few fish, or you'll find majority fish with a few trees. So you'll find anomalies all the way through them, but it certainly does stand to reason that there would be some form of different biomes that would get caught up at different times, under different water traveling at different speeds, and so on and so forth. So yeah, I think biome. You see, you've got to kind of think of this as a multifaceted thing, right? This is a global occurrence. So first of all, you've got to get your geological formations right, and the way that geology forms right, and then you've got to also build into the factor the different biomes and stuff like this, and then currents moving at different speeds and currents going at different directions and so on and so forth. So it's a very, very complex picture, which is why I said there's no way we're going to get through everything tonight, right? So yeah.
All right, great response. As you know, we can answer questions all day and night. So that being said, Joe, why don't we hand it back to you for
all right.
And as you do that, Joe, actually, if you don't mind, I've got Sam Jenkins here discussing the upcoming Genesis movie that is coming along beautifully. And I'm just looking for the poster here. So anybody who's not yet aware, Experience Creation from the Beginning, Creation Research and Standing for Truth Ministries presents Genesis. So definitely check out the teaser trailer that we have uploaded on the channel as well. As I indicated, it is coming along beautifully, and I am pumped. I'm excited for everybody to see it. So that being said, slides up on screen.
Great stuff. Philippians 2, chapter 5, let this mind be in you that is also in Christ. We've said it many times. We'll say it many times in the future. Make sure you have Christ's mind as you're working through this issue. All right, how to recognize a flood deposit. What is a flood? First of all, a flood is water being where water shouldn't. If your kitchen tap bursts and it all goes over onto your floor, you've got a flood in your kitchen. Right? A flood is water being where water shouldn't. So what are we looking for when we find evidence of flooding? You need to look for evidence of fast flowing water. You need to find evidence of mixed environments, and you need to find evidence for modern flooding events. You can actually match them up quite nicely because water behaves like water, whether there's a little amount of it or whether there's a large amount of it. It behaves the same. So this is the kind of stuff that we're looking for, and we're looking for this flowing water and mixing up environments as it goes. Well, John's mentioned Jurassic Ark many times. In fact, I think we're not going to get through this whole topic tonight, and I think it would be good to use this today as a bit of a sort of foundation laying, but I think it would be well worth bringing John back in sometime fairly soon, I should expect, maybe even before Christmas if we can fit it in, and do sort of part 2 of this flood, post-flood boundary question, getting John on this as well, because he's really the mastermind behind a lot of these strata experiments. But let's take you down to Jurassic Ark in Australia. There's Australia, that's where Gympie is, and let's show you some of the things you can see at Jurassic Ark, because we take lots of people around, we take lots of kids around, lots of high schoolers around, even some big group of the public members around and scientists and all sorts of stuff, and they get to come up and dig fossils. This is what we're kind of talking about tonight, the fossils at Jurassic Ark, and seeing how they line up to our post-flood boundary discussion. You can find out more about Jurassic Ark at creationresearch.net. You know the emails and everything in the websites by now. We've got some great dinosaur track displays there. We take big groups around to talk to them about dinosaurs, and we already mentioned this early this evening about the drowned dinosaurs, so great evidence there. Plus we have some brand new technology, which means you can take a selfie with a dinosaur, so it's great fun as well, right? Great big 3D virtual reality dinosaurs flying over your head, as well as learn what is the process behind fossilization. Great fossils you can create, by the way, absolutely beautiful stuff. And the most important thing that you learn is that all things were made by Jesus, just as it says in Colossians 1:16. And you find the true history of mankind is that in the beginning everything was created very good, mankind messed up, and so have been going from good to bad to words ever since, and then you come to the flood, the judgment at the time of the flood, and that's when we start dealing with our flood rocks. Our Jurassic rocks, Jurassic, just like the rocks in the Jura Mountains. You can find that we've been found down on the original site, the original logs, right? We've been excavating stuff ever since. That dam has now been built up to be 3 times the size, actually. It's been dug out and built up in order to protect all of our wonderful flood deposits here, and we've now excavated a lot more than what you can see here. Jurassic, named after ones from the Jura Mountains. They are almost identical. They're certainly close enough in similarity to be able to classify as Jurassic rocks, and it was Alexander von Humboldt who first actually named them while he was traveling around and noticed all of these similarities. But you find one thing, it's got nothing to do with the millions of years, and there's plenty of evidence that these are simply not 150 million years old. Not just from all of the fossils, but also from the types of fossils that they actually are. Okay, what are we dealing with? We're dealing with trees, fossil logs. Notice that they have no branches. No branches at all. They have no roots either, or root stocks. They've been picked up, they've been ripped off, they've been completely stripped of all branches and everything, and they've been dumped in a great big pile. No roots, no branches, and they're buried with boulders as well. Very, very large boulders. Okay, we get the hose out, make sure we clean everything up, get everything nice and ready for people to see, and they can actually see the evidence for themselves. You see, the standard argument is that this is a fossil forest, where these trees lived, these trees died, and these trees got buried all in the same place. But we have plenty of forests around us that we can go and observe and see, and they simply don't look like this. This tree has been ripped up, it's had its roots ripped off, it's had its branches ripped off, and it's been buried very quickly. This is what we're looking at. There's a large pine log. Oh yes, these are so well preserved we even know what kind of tree it is. There's your log there, and have a look at what one of our geologists, Liam, is actually talking about. He's pointing down to one of the layers. There's the strata, the layers that the rocks are actually sitting in. There's the strata direction, and you see that the log is actually sitting up in the strata. It's protruding many layers of the strata. This is a polystrate, a polystrata, a many-layer tree. It's cutting up through many layers. I mean, Professor Diane Eager was the first person to really point this out and say, hey, this is a big of a problem here if you actually want to use this as millions of years, or use this in an argument which includes millions of years. There's the strata and the layers, the tree sticking up through it, no doubt about it. This strata was deposited in less time than a pine tree takes to rot. Otherwise, you wouldn't have a pine tree left to actually fossilize, right? So the strata has to deposit in less time than a pine tree actually takes to rot, and it has to be very quick. You find there are lots of smashed logs that have just been completely ripped up and destroyed, split in two, that are also polystrate. They stick up through many layers. Here's our helper Gary exposing one of our newest and biggest trees. You can see part of the rootstock at the bottom, the bulb of the tree, but no roots actually sticking out off of it. The tree roots have been completely torn off. You find great big boulders with trees. Now, what do boulders indicate? Well, there's one simple thing. Logs float, rocks don't. So if you find boulders buried right next to trees, the water actually has to be traveling fast enough to carry them both together. Some of these boulders are enormous, half a meter or 18 inches in diameter, in thickness, right? Boulders equal fast water. Okay, this, no doubt about it, is a fossil flood logjam. And it's a very big one at that. There's a modern log jam. You can see there's been a massive landslide. It's washed down the side of the hills, and it's actually washed all of these logs into the water. They've been stripped of their branches. They've been stripped of most of their roots, even though a little bit of the rootstock still stays, the bulb. The roots themselves have been stripped, and they are all floating in one direction. And the logs are becoming abraded as they float. So you get rounded ends, just like the ones we find in our fossil trees. There they are side by side, abraded ends. No doubt about it, these trees have been ripped up, they've had their branches stripped, they've been washed downstream, and they've actually had their ends abraded as they float. This is a flood dump. Okay, not only is it a flood dump, it's a fossil flood logjam. Identification of these, I already said pine trees, but we can go even more specific than that. These are southern conifers, or the Araucaria family. There's one of them growing in Australia at Jurassic Ark. In fact, we have a few varieties which can grow here in the UK. It's normally the South American ones rather than the Australian ones because they're a little bit more hardier, but they're preserved so well, we even know what kind of tree they are, and that tree still lives today. It's a living fossil. Hasn't changed in a bit, so one thing you know for sure is that as long as Araucaria trees have been around, these Araucaria trees have been doing exactly what God told them to do when he created them, which is reproduce after their own kind. Rocks buried next to logs. Logs float, rocks don't, and you find a brand new excavation which we did just a few weeks back with broken log sections. Rapid dump evidence, dumping them down on top of each other. Great evidence. So what you find when you find these buried next to rocks and boulders is that this gives you an indication of the velocity. How fast was the water flowing and which direction was the water flowing? Log orientation, predominantly southwest to northeast. Now, first year or early second year of university when I was doing geology, right, the first thing that it taught me was that you can see which way that water was flowing if you get these large elongated fossils all pointing in the same direction. And that's what we've got here. Log orientation, southwest, northeast, these have been flowing into position. southwest, northeast, all across of our deposit, northeast, southwest, there it is. Interesting. Big logs all pointing in the same direction, buried next to rocks. Very, very fast deposit indeed. Orientation, broken trees, abrading, mixed dumped, rocks, they all show that this was flood deposited. But what is this flood dump deposit's size? Could this be a flood? Could this be a flash flood? Could this be a volcanic eruption? Or is this Noah's flood? What are we actually looking at? Well, there's the size of the Jurassic flood log bed. I mean, that's doesn't really mean anything just like that. I mean, how big is that? Well, let's put it into perspective. There's the UK compared to Australia. Right? You can fit the entire volume of the UK 6 times into just Queensland alone, and Queensland isn't even the biggest state. So you find that this is a very, very big deposit. It is just simply enormous. You see, in order to get a deposit this big, with logs running all the way through it, all pointing the same direction, all having come from a water-based flood, and actually needing to have water to erode this away in the first place, this requires a flood of global proportions, because you need to erode that sediment in the first place. You need to take that sediment and that slurry of water onto the land. It needs to be enough to rip up the trees as well as carry the large boulders, and it needs to deposit all these rocks down. This requires a flood of global proportions to get this size of deposit. You see, when we're looking at rocks versus, whether it's a flood versus the flood, first of all, you have to know how to recognize which rocks have been formed by a flood. Then you need to have a look and see which rocks were formed in Noah's flood. So how can we tell the difference between small flood deposits and large flood deposits? What is the evidence we're looking for? And, what would we actually be looking for if we go out to see it? These are all things we need to consider. Here's some steps towards the solution, and these will be the steps towards this sort of discussion of our flood, post-flood boundary. How much water would it take to form this deposit? I mean, if this deposit is enormous, like the one at Jurassic Ark is, and requires a flood of global proportions to actually deposit it, it's pretty clear that this is going to be Noah's flood. What is the size of the deposit? Is it really, really huge, or is it a local deposit, a small deposit? Large-scale deposits that can be traced across continents gives you a good indication that it's global in its origin. A small-scale deposit that are simply just, part of a locality would indicate that it, yes, may well be a flood or some kind of catastrophe, but it is a local one. All right, let's take you to Uluru, or Ayers Rock as it used to be called. This is a photo that I took out of my plane window as we flew over it. There's me and John in 2018. Great geology, by the way, great fun. I got to climb Uluru just before it got shut down, and you can't go up and climb it anymore. So we were one of the last groups of people that summer to actually get up there. So great stuff. There's the view from the ground as we're driving over towards it. And there's the view again from the air. Can you notice the layers? They're all going across like that, from one side to the other. There's no doubt about it, these layers are going the wrong way. They should be, they've been tilted up at some point at a great, massive, great big uplift. There's the rock, there's the bedding. The Ayers Rock is about 340 meters tall. It's about 9 kilometers round, so it's a pretty big rock that's sticking up out of the sediment, right? And you can see the bedrock underneath and the ground surface with the desert sands, which the rock bed Ayers Rock Uluru sticks up out of. This is a very, very big layer, by the way. It's around 6,000 meters of arkose. Arkose, that's reconstituted granite. So granite is an igneous rock, and so you've had to have something powerful enough to grind up this granite, erode this granite into basically a great big slurry, and then deposit it down as this reconstituted granite, which we now call arkose. All right, what structure does Uluru have? Well, you can actually just begin to see those great big giant layers running down across Uluru. There's those layers, there they are there, the main vertical beds running across Uluru. But you'll also find that there are actually cross beds running the opposite way in a sense. crossbeds that run throughout Uluru. There they are there. Uluru itself is made up of layers which are going the opposite way to the large layers. This is what we call crossbedding, and you saw crossbedding earlier in our strata experiments. Interesting. Okay, what is that actually made up of? Reconstituted granite. Lots of little bits of basalt in there as well. All sorts of little jagged bits, granite, basalt, feldspar, quartz, iron, mica, a great mixture of different things. Oh, and by the way, the fact that you have feldspar in there would suggest that it's not actually that old at all, because feldspar decays over time, and one of the ideas is that Ayers Rock is at least 600 million years old. You simply wouldn't actually have it anymore. See, something containing granite, basalt, eroded, moved, and dumped it all down into a great big basin. According to the secular geologists, somewhere between 550 to 600 million years ago. The basin was filled. Apparently, by 350 million years ago, this was hard. And then slowly, over 200 millions of years, you end up with slow erosion, creating Ayers Rock, Uluru, sticking up out of the desert. All right, let's have a look at a better explanation. You see, Twydale, one of the geologists who really study Ayers Rock, noticed a problem. This has all been clearly formed by water erosion in the middle of a desert. We've got a problem here. Okay, let's have a look. Granite and basalt eroded, for sure, which requires, by the way, a vast amount of water to actually erode granite. It's a pretty hard rock. And then you'll find that this current actually moved this sediment and dumped it down into a basin for sure. Definitely a basin. And that basin was filled, and that basin was cemented. It was then uplifted. Massive tectonic activity, shoving the rock up. And then as the water drains off at the end of the flood, you end up with a vast amount of erosion. The arkose is lifted, the layers are tilted, the rock is eroded by water as the flood retreated. Hence you get Ayers Rock in all of its beauty. But for sure, it was a large-scale water-based deposit, and it was a large-scale water-based erosional system as well. Now you can see this in the nearby Olgas. There they are over there. There's the Olgas, there's Uluru, it's about 30 kilometres apart. We went down there to go and see them as well. Not too far apart, another similar structure sticking up out of the rock, right, out of the base of this sand. Beautiful place. Okay, what structure has it got? Well, there it is there. You can see the layers, similar to Uluru. There's the north. There's the way that the layers are running. You'll also find there are crossbeds running the other way, so you've got nice direction with your crossbedding as well, all flowing in one direction. And you'll also find that it's slanted. It's been shoved up as well. Let's go head down into that gully there, because we got up close to that gully and look at what we started to find. What's it actually made up of? Hey, that's a hefty boulder right there, pressed right up to other not quite so hefty boulders, pressed up to fine sediment, fine sands. We took a whole field trip out there. It was great fun. Great big boulders which have been cemented together with smaller boulders which are all cemented together with very fine sediment. Some of these boulders were absolutely enormous. And the point, rocks don't float. If you want to get these big boulders here, you have to have extremely fast-moving water indeed. Boulders of granite and basalt mixed with mud and sand all blown in together. Both of these, both the Olgas and Uluru, are catastrophic dumps. They were created by fast-flowing water. They've been cemented and eroded in a wet environment before Central Australia dried out, and they both require vast amounts of erosion at both ends. You need massive amount of erosion to actually erode the granite to be able to reconstitute it. And if you want to create all these wonderful rocks and like a massive, great big rock like Uluru sticking up out of the desert sand, you need a massive amount of erosion at the end of its formation as well. Both of these require global volumes of water. Therefore, it's a global flood. Easy, right? We're getting onto a global flood here. Well, let's consider the carboniferous deposits. Northumberland, UK, I've probably used this example on Standing for Truth before. It was one we uncovered back in February. Nice polystrate tree. Poly meaning many, straight referring to strata or layers. It's a tree which is protruding up through many layers. There it is in its context. This is supposed to be 318 million years old. Of course, if you want a biblical perspective, look what we found in it. A lovely fossil thorn. And I'm sure we've done thorns with Standing for Truth before, with one of our presentations fairly recently. Great big beautiful fossil thorns, and they make a point, no pun intended. Could this be 318 million years old? Now, according to the Bible, this is not 318 million years old, because thorns are the result of Adam's sin. Therefore, thorns came onto the planet after man sinned. Therefore, these could not possibly be 380 million years old. They're actually less than 10,000 years old, according to the Bible. Now, that makes me unpopular with a lot of modern secular geologists, but never mind. Northumberland, Polystrate trees. Take you down to Australia, to Newcastle, Polystrate trees. Vertical fossil pine trees. Araucaria, another beautiful Polystrate fossil tree, back down in that same location. Of course, you have to ask the question, would you be allowed to ask, was this formed during Noah's flood in a secular conference or a secular geological conference or anything like that? Well, no, not really. Nova Scotia, Canada, vertical fossil tree. There's the black coal, there's the fossil tree. You find them all around the world like this, with the coal at the base and the fossil tree up above. Victoria, Australia, one of the largest coal mines in Australia. Huge, great big coal mine where you find these, again, vertical fossil trees sticking up out of it. I mean, look at the thickness of that coal. It's remarkable. All right, how do you get coal? Here's your standard diagram. You have trees. You have vegetation growing in a swamp-like environment, which over time produces peat. Give it some pressure, give it some heat. Over time, it begins to turn into bitumen or subbituminous coal, bitumen coal, and then finally the fine, high-grade coal at the end, which you put in your steam train. There's your other diagram. Again, a swamp with plants. Over time, sediment and rock. The vegetation turns to peat. And eventually, after 400 million years, you end up mining for coal. Good quality coal that you can burn in your engines. It started off as a swamp and requires millions of years to actually produce coal. Of course, now we know that that's not exactly right because you can create coal in just a matter of days. You need the right, wait for it, process. You can simply get it. But look at the point. Millions of years ago, swampy water, growing in a swamp. And the argument is that growing in a swamp, you increase heat and pressure, and you get finer and finer coal. And there's your large coal mine. I mean, that's a huge amount of coal, that's a huge amount of plant material, and that is a pretty large swamp. Of course, there's one problem. What do we actually find in this coal deposit? We find trees like this. We find more trees in our coal deposit like this. What kind of trees do we find? Well, here's a list of some of them. You have the brown pine, the Norfolk Island pine, you have the Huron pine, the celery top pine, lots and lots of conifers, right? Conifers do not grow in swamps. Not one of these species can actually survive in a swamp, so you've instantly thrown your entire idea of how coal forms into jeopardy, because if it started off as a swamp, these plants do not grow in a swamp. What else do we find in this coal deposit? More trees. Different types of trees, different types of plants, lots of non-conifers, things like the silky oak and the beech trees. Some of these, by the way, are non-swamp. Some of these have some swamp tolerance, but they're not usually found in swamp. Hang on a minute, you've got a mixture here. Some swampy and completely non-swampy plants mixed together in what was supposed to start off as a swamp. You've got evidence of mixed environments, different biomes, different ecosystems actually being mixed together here. How long have we known about this? For a very, very long time, since 1927, where they've stated that the Araucarians are not bog plants, and the only reasonable explanation for their presence in coal deposits is their having been waterborne from some more or less distant site. He's saying that they have been swept in by water. They've been swept in by a flood. Take you back to Newcastle in Australia, to the black coal deposits and these wonderful Polystrate trees here. Great polystrate tree, by the way. Araucaria, same again, non-swampy plants. This is supposed to be 255 million years at the sort of Permian level. It used to be Carboniferous, now it's regarded as Permian. Some people still regard it as Triassic, so it's all over the place. But it for sure is a vertical fossil pine tree. Beautiful vertical fossil pine tree with great fossil leaves at the base. I mean, this was supposed to be a tree that lived there, died there, and got buried there. But you've got a big problem because at the base of the plant, not only does it have no roots, it doesn't even have any soil to grow in. And at the base of it, you have some fabulous fossil leaves, great fossil leaves. Fossil leaves of, well, these are Neopterus in this case, seed ferns, great fossil leaves, some seed ferns, marvelous fossil leaves, but no pine needles from the Araucaria tree and no soil for it to actually grow in. This tree did not live and die and get buried there. This tree has been swept into place, and it has been known about for a very long time. They've written about this deposit, and they've said it has clearly been washed in with plants. Now, well, black and brown coal are found in huge flood-formed deposits all around the globe. This polystrate tree, once again, would you be allowed to ask, was this formed during Noah's flood? Even though the evidence clearly shows that it was a massive worldwide watery catastrophe that formed all of the Carboniferous through Permian deposits, they're all similar, they're all the same all around the world, and they all have these polystrate trees with rather enormous coal deposits, which clearly were not swamped. For a starter, this is far too big. Secondly, it's a mixed flood environment. In the 600th year of Noah's life, in the second month on the 17th day of the month, that same day all the fountains of the great deep were broken up, says Scripture, and the windows of heaven were opened, and the rain was upon the earth for 40 days and for 40 nights. Okay, so how do these form? These large polystrate trees, here's one from Tennessee, right? We can find them all over the world. Stuff in the UK, stuff in Tennessee, stuff all over the world. Beautiful, great big fossil trees, right? With a shark in them. I mean, what was a shark doing in a swamp for starters, and what was it doing with non-swampy plants? You've got a shark with non-swampy plants, which was supposedly forming in a swamp, but there's no evidence of this. This is mixed environments. They've been swept together for sure. Take it to Spencer, Tennessee, USA. John took me here a couple of years back. Beautiful place. Vertical fossil trees. Fossil tree in Tennessee, sitting on top of, oh, look at that, coal. Same as it was down in Northumberland, same as it was over in Australia. No roots, but coal at the base, and some rather beautiful fossils. Tassel ferns, things like these little, oh, what's this? Marine brachiopods, sea creatures, great shells, and a rather spectacular horseshoe crab. And then look at what John took me over to go and have a dig through, and we found some arthropod trails. Beautiful trails of sea creatures, great big trails of sea creatures, and some beautiful little pine cones there. Beautiful ferns, and then John found amphibian footprints. You might just be able to see some of them there. Wonderful amphibian footprints. Okay, what have we got? Land plants, seashells, sea animals, and amphibious animals all mixed together in a coal seam. Something doesn't make sense here from an environment perspective. This is a flood. It's water where water shouldn't be. These creatures shouldn't all be together, but they've all been swept in together with land plants and dumped down quickly. It for sure is a flood deposit. And then some beautiful thorns. You see our Neopterus plant? You see all the thorny bits sticking out the side? Little thorny parts? Not 310 million years old at all, but less than 10,000 according to Scripture. Let's take you to the UK, do some more research. Geology of Manchester area by Agar and Broadhurst. Beautiful tree. That's, by the way, the one that was published on the front cover. That's how we found it. It was in a bit of a state, so we cleaned it up. Great big clean up. But look what they say. The tree was apparently overwhelmed by flooding. Okay, where's the evidence for that? I mean, they say it's a flood deposit. Where's the evidence? Well, there's the coal. The bark has turned to coal for sure. Great big coal pressed up against it. Get down and start cleaning and scrubbing it up, and look at what we find. A second tree at the base of this first tree. And it too has coal pressed up against the side. So its bark, it's a separate tree. Can you see the tree down at the base there? It's one tree sitting on top of another tree. Now, you don't find them growing like that. This definitely didn't grow there, die there, and get buried there like that. This is definitely a flood deposit. Okay, what's the size of the Carboniferous Pennsylvanian coal bed? Remember our clue? If we work out how big these are, we can get an idea of whether this is a global flood deposit or whether it is a local flood deposit. Professor Diane Eager again. Carboniferous extends in essentially the same form from Texas to the Dantes coal basin in the north of the Caspian Sea in the USSR, or modern-day Russia. There's Texas, there's the Caspian Sea. This amounts to some 170 degrees of longitude, and closing up the Atlantic by a mere 40 degrees does not really help at all that much in explaining this remarkable phenomena. Flood deposits, but even more remarkable, we found them down in Australia since Diane Eager wrote his book. Carboniferous deposits, these flood deposits are worldwide for sure. They are flood deposits and they are worldwide. A absolutely massive deposit. Okay, let's use another example. Baldnor, Isle of Wight, just down the road from where I am. I've collected here many, many times before. Great big cliffs, by the way, great clay cliffs. And have a look at what I found the last time I was here. A rather beautiful fossil jaw. Oh, it was all buried up in the muck and the mud, so we had to excavate it carefully and bag it all up and make sure it was all kept together and all labelled so we could take it back and reconstruct it. And this was me halfway through the reconstruction process, right? Gluing it and fixing it all back together. There's the finished article. A Paleotherium jaw. Absolutely beautiful, by the way, now in our museum collection. Notice what it's buried next to. Seashells. A land mammal buried next to sea creatures. This, again, is a flood deposit. There's no doubt about it. It's all mixed together. And have a look at some of the layers that you see. Absolutely crammed full of seashells. Beautiful deposit after deposit as they've all been washed in. Seashell layer after seashell layer. It's a flood deposit, no doubt about it. And it's a catastrophic flood dump for sure. And it's mixed environments. It has all the hallmarks of a flood deposit. But which flood? Which catastrophe? All right, let's start with this question. How big is the deposit? Well, there you can see a geological map of the Isle of Wight. Baldnor, by the way, is up near Hampstead, so that's up on the north west side of the island. Can you see the Bembridge limestone and marls? Now, the Bembridge limestone and marls are found only on the north side of the island, but they're found both in the east and the west. Now, this is the baseline deposit, which these Ice Age we call, or these sort of these smaller Hempstead Baldnor deposits are actually in. But if you can see over in the north west, the Hempstead marls, that little sort of darker brown patch, that's where these fossils are coming out of. Oh, it's definitely a catastrophic flood dump, but look at that. It's pretty small. I mean, the Bembridge marls have about 25 square miles in total. Well, that's certainly not worldwide, right? That's pretty small. The Hempstead marl's even smaller. It's only 3 square miles. And if you actually have a look at the topographic map of the Isle of Wight, you'll notice that there is a lot of higher elevation on the south side of the island, and on the north side of the island, particularly in the northwest, you have very low elevation. There is a basin here, a shallow basin which has been filled relatively recently in a rather large catastrophic event, but certainly not something that is worldwide. This is not Noah's flood. In fact, we can tell it is a glacial deposit. It's what we would refer to as an Ice Age deposit. This is definitely not Noah's flood. It's definitely post-flood. See, some of the evidence we can look for, and this is when I say there's no way we can go through it all tonight, because we could go into each one of these in great detail, right? When you're looking for evidence of whether something is a flood deposit or a post-flood deposit, what you're looking for are things like the size of the deposit. You're looking for the type of deposit that it is. You're looking for evidence of animals that have been adapted for erratic climates. Remember, before the flood, there were no erratic climates. Everything was very good and mirror of the beginning. And although the world was fallen, there hadn't been a major catastrophic flood in order to mess up all of the climate, right? To have the first major climate change. So you'll find that animals that are adapted for things like cold or extreme heat are a post-flood creature. So when you find the woolly mammoths, they for sure were formed after the flood. You can have a look as to whether something is large or whether it is only localized in deposition. And also you can have a look for post-flood human interaction. An example of that would be this place here. This is on the Norfolk coast. This is where I grew up. Great big glacial deposits with a great big bed of peat at the bottom, with the chalk actually pressed up so that it's been shoved up over the top of it. Beautiful, great big deposits. Lots of great fossils come out of the freshwater riverbed there, which is a sort of a peat formation, including hand axes. Human interaction in an environment. Again, definitely, for sure, post-flood. Okay, so these are some of the things that you're looking for when you're looking for flood versus post-flood. Again, I know it's a big thing to kind of wrap your head around, this whole geological column issue. So I simply don't believe you can just draw a line and say this is where it is. I think you need to actually carefully balance it piece by piece. The closest I think we could come to it is sort of the end of the Cretaceous, kind of beginning of the Tertiary, but even that doesn't work on every single level or universally around the globe. And that's why I say you can't just draw a line like this, because it just simply doesn't work. What you actually need to do is evaluate stuff on a one-by-one basis and work out how it actually fits into a flood or a post-flood deposit. Now, this is sort of coming up towards the end, so I'm going to stop sharing. And like I say, it's an enormous topic. We've gone through absolutely masses of different stuff. It's sort of been well over 2 hours already, so it's now sort of 1 o'clock in the morning for me. But let's see if we can take a few questions and see how we're going. But I would suggest coming back fairly soon with John as well to have another go at this.
Absolutely. That was a fantastic presentation, both part 1 and 2. Joe, we've got a great audience with a ton of great feedback and compliments. People saying that this is just a ton of great information, and it's such an important topic. So I'm glad that we're touching on this in great detail. What we can do is get through a few more questions, but since we are at the 2-hour mark, Joe, did you want a quick intermission? I know you've been drinking tea and coffee.
I've been drinking lots of tea and coffee. Well, I'm sure that George will fill in for me if I just nip off for a minute or two. So I may appreciate that.
Of course,
and then, we'll take a few questions, I don't know, sort of 15, 20 minutes, something like that. And then I think we should call it a night. But I will be back very shortly.
You take your time, Joe. I appreciate it. So we'll go on a quick intermission here. And as Joe's gone, I want to thank everybody in the chat. This is day 2 of our Defending Genesis event. Last night, at 6 EST, we had Michael J. Oard for a presentation on the Grand Canyon. And then we had an audience question and answer for over an hour. It was really interactive. We touched on a ton of great topics, and there really was, in my opinion, and I think George as well, some irrefutable evidence for a worldwide flood presented. So that was day 1. This is day 2, the flood / post-flood boundary. This has been a fantastic presentation. I'm definitely going to be rewatching this. And again, we're having some awesome audience interaction. That's why we like doing these events and conferences and interviews live, because these topics are so important. We want to get your guys' feedback. We want to get your challenges. We want these presentations and conferences to be informative, comprehensive, and we want to leave no stone unturned as well. So the event continues tomorrow, day 3, which is the final day. We have John Mackay and Dr. Diane Eager, who will be here for a presentation on how design requires a designer. So that's going to be a lot of fun as well. And again, we're going to have an audience question and answer for that one as well. So make sure you're here. That is going to kick off at the same time, 6 o'clock EST. and we'll go for an hour and a half to 2 hours. So that being said, Joe, glad to have you back, brother.
I'm back.
A well-deserved break there. You're a champ. You got great endurance. So why don't we take about 15 to 20 minutes of questions, and then we'll call it a night. I know it's late for you over there. So
can we cover that question on the ductile behavior of rock that NA presented? Because I remember we covered this in our oil exploration video. So I'd like to share something. So feel free, Joe, to jump in whenever you like. This is something we did months ago now. Okay, so there's a citation there from, I think it's from Columbia University.
George, George, if I could, what I'll do is read out the question. Is this the question from NA?
Yeah, if you like, yes.
Yeah, I'll read the question, and then you can give your input, and then we can have Joe give his input. That way we know, and the audience knows what we're discussing here. So NA, he put forth a question. He says, someone ask the speaker how he explains ductile deformation observed in bilaterally symmetric fossils used as proof for folding of strata as a product of slow bending and heating of rock. I just read that word for word, so that's his question.
Yeah, okay. Well, this is part of the answer. You can see there that in the case of granite, it behaves in a ductile behavior in strata around about 10 to 20 kilometers depth. That's the geothermal gradient in the Earth that's used by most geophysicists. But these are two papers that I actually cited in our oil exploration video. There were two studies done, one in China, one in Japan, which would show at what temperature this ductile behavior occurs in. This is for shale, okay? So you can see in the first paper, it's around about 4.5 kilometers depth. And in the second instance, it's around about 4.5 to 7 kilometers. So one of the things I'd like to just point out is with the oil exploration, we find oil at about 2,000 meters depth, which means that at least 2.5 kilometers of, because the area would have been uplifted, there would have been at least 2.5 kilometers of erosion that occurred. Now, using the secular rates of erosion, that equates to about 40 million years. However, even if you look at secular papers that talk about erosion, they even state that the entire Earth's landscape should erode down to sea level in 10 to 12 million years. So something doesn't make sense. The only explanation that I can think of is that shale layer was soft when it was bent in place to provide a cap for the oil and the fossil fuels that are under it. So if you'd like to add anything to that, Joe?
Yeah, the point of erosion is a very good one, because one of the issues that is quite a big serious issue is with our current observed rates of erosion, and there's evidence that it was even faster in the past if you take a secular kind of time view. Why have we got any rock left? Right? It has to happen. Your deposition has got to happen faster than it actually takes to erode away. It's one of the problems we bring up with Sandstone, right? And we get criticism saying, well, of course it's not going to be a slow regular deposition of 0.002 millimeters per year. And our point is, well, yes, it's got to be faster than that to begin with, because it's got to be faster than the rate of erosion. But what does the fossil evidence actually show you? It was all laid down in one layer, in one deposit, all flowing forward in the same direction. So yes, you can trace up these fossils and these symmetric fossils as it goes, but if you want to say this is over a vast period of time of, especially I think a lot of time ductile deformation is with like the glaciers, at the front of glaciers, right? Now I've had a lot of work with glacial kind of ridging, if you like, where it's kind of pushed it and shoved it up over in Norfolk. There's a lot of this, and you find it produces two main things. The first one is that you get a large ridge of pebbles and stones and boulders and all sorts of stuff, right? It's not a no fold in it at all. It's just a big conglomerate mess. Or you get, in the case of the picture I showed actually a few minutes ago, where you have the chalk, which has become shunted, thrusted up over in a massive, great big block that's been shoved up over the glacial deposits. What you don't see in any of this kind of stuff is this bending, slow, bend or fold or anything like this. So I'd agree with you there, George, that it needs to be done while it's still soft. And these are all still in their perfect formation, so they're not sort of they haven't been partially metamorphosed or anything. So yeah, I'd agree with you, especially with the shales and stuff. It has to be done while it's still soft.
I'm just writing something to someone else, but go ahead, Donnie. Yeah. You can ask another question if you like.
Sure. So I've got this question. There's one word here that I am probably going to completely butcher. So I'm going to put it in the live chat and put it up on screen here. This one comes in from Jackson Rowe. I appreciate the question. He says, why are carboniferous
lepidodendrons?
Lepidodendrons. There we go. I'll say that 10 times fast and you'll be good. Lepidodendrons not found with modern conifers in these log jams made by the flood.
Carboniferous lepidodendrons not found with modern conifers in these log jams made by the flood. Okay, in a lot of time, you'll find that there is mixing. So especially in the case of some of these big coal deposits, you'll find lepidodendron fossils or lycopod fossils mixed up with oricarias and so on and so forth. But one of the big reasons I suspect you get differences because you find them all throughout the different layers, carboniferous all the way up through to the Jurassic and stuff, right? One of the big reasons that I think you're looking at is what we mentioned earlier when it comes to different biomes. Right? Lepidodendrons seem to require a different environment to what you get your large pine trees and conifers. Now, you certainly do get some mixing, and there's cases of this in places like Newcastle in Australia and up in Nova Scotia and places like this, right, where you get evidences of mixing on a small scale. But if you have these enormous kind of forests which are being ripped up and kind of dumped down, you're going to keep all of the similar biomes in one place. You're going to keep all the similar biomes in one current. They're going to look the same because they've all been ripped up, they've been stripped and so on and so forth. But that's, I suspect, is the answer that you're looking, or the answer to the question there is the fact that you're dealing with different biomes in different places. And we already spoke about the fact that this can't be a swamp because a lot of it is full of oricaria, where you'll find the same coal in different places. It's the same coal, but it's full of lepidodendrons, which is also it could be argued to be a swampy. They need it to be wet, but again, swampy tends to imply stagnant, and you need to be a very specialized tree to actually cope with that. And lepidodendrons certainly didn't seem to be that. They're the modern club mosses, and the modern club mosses are about that big, and the lepidodendrons were massive, great big trees, right? So you've definitely got change there, but it's devolution, it's not evolution. So I think what we're looking at here are different biomes, different ecosystems, different environments, which are being buried in their sort of different areas.
Another great answer, Joe. You really are an encyclopedia of information. So, George, did you want to try and say that word too, George?
Sorry, I didn't get that. Sorry.
No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead, brother. Did you want to?
Oh, no, this is probably a good question to end on because we could go for another hour.
Of course.
Joe, what evidences are there for the fountains of the deep? A question by Sean Mack.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Some people, sort of historically, the fountains of the Great Deep have been viewed as sort of subterranean water breaking up and blasting these big geyser type things out into the air. Now, there certainly seems to be an implication of this when you read Scripture, fountains of the Great Deep bursting forward, and so on and so forth, right? Subterranean water which is flooding out over the Earth's surface. Now, there is definitely subterranean water. There's no doubt about that. Then there's a lot of it under there, right? And so it also talks about God turning off the fountains of the Great Deep and so on and so forth. So I suspect that this came into play in some way. this subterranean water flooding out over the Earth's surface. And like I say, there's still plenty of subterranean water there as well. However, what a lot of modern creation geologists are doing, and I agree to them up to a certain point, actually, with a lot of this. There's a phrase out there called catastrophic plate tectonics. Now, John Mackay can remember when they switched from your sort of standard idea into what is known as now plate tectonics, which says that Earth's crust is moving apart, or they move sideways as opposed to moving up and down, right? Catastrophic plate tectonics kind of does a mixture of the both, but what it basically says is that you have major tectonic activity which actually forces the land down and forces the seafloor up. And what you do get there, massive, great big flooding over all of the continents. And that seems to explain it very, very nicely. It also gives a lot of good explanation to the kind of the speed of the flood and the effects of the flood and the destructive effects of the flood as well. And so you'll find that if you go on to Institute of Creation Research, had a guy, Dr. John Bumgardner, who did some great work. So if you check out ICR's page and search for catastrophic plate tectonic CPT or something like that, you'll find a lot of very, very technical geophysical information on there as well. So there's plenty of evidence, even just in the sense that there's subterranean water for sure. But I quite like this idea of catastrophic plate tectonics of the Earth's, basically the sea, the waters that are already on Earth, being the waters that covered the Earth in the flood. We know that the Earth was created covered with water. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth was without form and void, and darkness covered the face of the deep. And the Spirit of God hovered above the face of the waters. So the earth was covered in water. Day 3 caused the water to gather together into one place and let the dry land appear. So you have the implication of one land mass and one water mass. And then during the Noah's flood, the fountains of the great deep can also simply imply the water that's already on the Earth's surface, basically flooding over the land as a result of this tectonic activity going on. So, check out ICR. There's some good stuff on there about plate tectonics and the like.
Oh, thank you.
We've come down here to do a bit of research, to dig up some fossils, to have a little bit of a break as well, and to try and get some plans together, because at some point next year we want to hold a big retreat. Right, a big retreat which people like yourself can come on. You can camp, you can stay in a lodge, you can stay in this big place. We have devotions in the morning, we have lots of Bible scripture studies, and we also have presentations, but more importantly, you get to actually come out and help dig up a dinosaur, right? It'll either be down here in the Isle of Wight or somewhere along the Dorset coast, so pray much for the project. But obviously, if you're in the UK and you fancy coming along, or if you're not in the UK and you have enough money to come along, you'll make sure you sign up to our UK newsletter, because you'll find out details about that. Or go over and subscribe to our YouTube channel, Creation Research, or like our Facebook page, and you'll see on the screen here one of our weekly broadcasts that go out every Friday at 9 p.m. UK time. So that's sort of 3 p.m. USA Central Time, or that's sort of 6 o'clock in the morning or so, 7 o'clock in the morning if you're in Brisbane, which is what it is for John. But with all of the COVID stuff, and certainly with Australia being locked down, we've kind of had to resign ourselves to the fact that John probably isn't going to get to see me in person, at least for a little while longer. So that's why we started Creation Conversations. And yes, thanks to Sam, who I'm sure is in the comments and watching along with us this evening, who's a regular on our program now, but he's actually taken this Creation Conversations and turned it into a proper podcast, so you can listen to it online, you can download it, you can do all sorts of stuff. So go and check that out on your favorite podcast streaming service. Okay, another little update. Creation Research has produced a lot of programs on climate change and global warming. It's our most requested issue to deal with when we're traveling around in churches and doing lectures and speaking like we're doing this evening. And we've produced 4 programs on it so far, including our latest one, Fire and Ice, which is an adventure documentary filmed live in the UK, in Iceland, and in Australia. well worth a watch if you haven't seen that already. But one thing we've not really done very much is the political side of things. Now, we had a big political thing going on here in the UK a few weeks back, COP26, right? The Global Leaders Summit over climate change. So we went up to COP, we filmed a lot of the protesters, we got a lot of great footage, we're interviewing a lot of people. There was an exclusive trailer up on our Creation Research YouTube page, so go and find that. The documentary will be coming soon, and there'll be more details over how you can see that a little bit later. But head over to our YouTube channel, like and subscribe, have a watch of some of the content over there, including the latest trailer for global warning, the agenda behind the climate crisis.
Welcome to Standing For Truth. I'm your host, Donnie. And here we are, day 3 for Defending Genesis. It is a privilege to have John Mackay, the creation guy, and Dr. Diane Eager for this important show, focusing on how design requires a designer. Thank you, John and Diane, for being here for today's important show.
My pleasure.
Awesome. I'm excited. I'm excited for this. And also, George, thank you for being here as well. Brother, how you doing today?
Very good, thank you. And now that I know Diane's email, I'm going to bombard her with all my sick jokes.
That's all right. I used to work in a biomedical department. I can cope with sick jokes.
Beautiful.
Well, laughter is the best medicine. So I always say George is keeping us all healthy. So that being said, Diane, John, I want to hand it over to you for a brief introduction and also introduction into the topic. Again, thank you so much for giving us your time for today's show.
Well, it's great to be here. And I don't know if you can hear it, but it's just started pouring, tropical pouring on the roof of our office here. So I hope it doesn't interfere with things, internet or anything like that. But here's what Diane and I are going to do for the first 20 minutes or so. We're going to sort of chit-chat backwards and forwards. We're going to use a few PowerPoints. We're going to interact, right? So at the end of that, we'll make a couple of points, good for discussion. Then we'll hand back to George. If his sick jokes have sort of gone to hospital, and we'll have Donnie in on too. I'm sure we can allow Donnie to take part in it. Now, you are either in Canada or the USA, maybe in Australia, watching us today. And there's no doubt about it, the machine you're watching us on, whether it's your laptop or your computer or whether it's your TV out in the lounge room, right, is definitely something you paid for because it involved intelligent design. If it happened by accident, you wouldn't pay anything for it at all. You just hang around waiting for one to happen. So there's the clearest basic principle that's involved in this discussion. But let's get more to the point. I have here 2 fossils, right? I've got everything's backwards down here in Australia. So there's one of my trilobites, a Phacops trilobite, but it's a rolled one. You can see it's shiny. I've even had to scratch the indentations in it so you could see where the segments were. It was so black and shiny. And there's the eyes, right? Now, here's another one of my Phacopses. All right, so there we are, both front-on views there. I wonder if you can tell me which one's the fake, because one of them's true, one of them's false. It's sort of like the end of the Antiques Roadshow, you know, which one's the most valuable, which one's the least, which one's real, which one's an imitation. Well, if you were here today, you would find out that this one actually is pretty heavy. This one, not so heavy. But if you're like me and you have dozens of this one, you actually can cut it in 2. And this one turns out to be purely plaster. This is the fake. But you see, the reality is, just like the television, I had to pay money for this because someone I didn't see, someone I don't know, someone who was existing before my fake actually made this fake happen. There is intelligence involved in this because I'll guarantee half of you wouldn't know how to make a fake not a triceratops. I couldn't be holding that one up. A fake Phacops. That's a good combination of words. You might know you use plaster. You might know you use a cast, but you wouldn't know where to get a cast from. In fact, you wouldn't have one of these real ones. Yes, requires a lot of air mile tickets to go to the place where these are dug up. And then if you break it open, you'll find the reason for it being so heavy is it's absolutely stuffed full of minerals, not just plaster. So the reality is, if that's what the evolutionist says, the result of millions of years of chance random processes, but yet this one is the result of intelligent design, and there is no apparent difference on the outside, how would you or I tell the difference? Because Donnie and George firmly believe that God created the heavens and the earth. Someone we didn't see, someone we never watched, someone who's smarter than anything he ever did, actually brought it into existence. There was an intelligence, there was a design, intelligent designer, and actually, to be blunt, now that I've been a Christian for many years, one of the characteristics of Christianity is it says things like, if it's not true that Jesus rose from the dead, Christianity is a waste of time. And Christians are, of all people, most deluded. That's what its statement is concerning itself. So what you find is this issue of how do you tell the truth from error, how do you tell the fake from the real, is absolutely vital, particularly when you read through your New Testament, not just the Old Testament, where you find the account of creation, your New Testament, the Apostle Paul, learned Pharisee, lawyer, religious lawyer, trained in ancient history under the famous historian Gamaliel. He's the one who writes in Romans chapter 1, the evidence is so clear, and the subject is creation. The evidence is so clear, everybody can see it, everybody can understand it, and everybody has no excuse. So question, the Bible says all things were created. How would you recognize the evidence of the creation? How would you recognize the design and the designer? Because the biblical record says you can. Well, let's start off today. I'm going to get my tech man in here, young Ben. I'll have to yell for him. Hey, Ben, you want to come here and start this over, mate? You see, I'm an old fossil here, and I can't press all the buttons he can, particularly when we're on a different machine today. Here he comes. It's good to have intelligence on 2 feet, particularly 21st century intelligence. Okay, he's just squashing one screen off to the other. There we go. No, he's not yet. Not enough intelligence here, man.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Can we do that? Are we on?
The second it pops up, I can put it up on screen. As he's doing that, I'll
share screen. There we are. Good. That's it. We're nearly there, George. Nearly there. Donnie.
There we are.
Okay, so that's good. All right, are we ready to go there? Give him a clap, folks. He's done well. We've not done this program on this machine before, so that's great. All right, you will see there a design slide for creation research. Now, I'm very proud of that slide because I actually did that. No, I may not be good at all this high-tech stuff at the other end, but I learned to type. In my day, we never ever, I mean, if you were the boss, you had a secretary and she did shorthand. That's how long I've been doing this. And then they finally gave me a dictaphone and you gave it to your secretary. And then they gave me one of those phones that types things up. And you have to correct it, of course. And then I learned how to do PowerPoints. And I created that slide. You see, I was there. I was there when it was done. And every one of the rest of you acknowledges that that could not happen by itself. You will see our website, creationresearch.net. And the reason you pay for a website is it doesn't happen by itself. It's the result of intelligent design. Of course, you know we run Jurassic Ark. And as a simple illustration, because we're going to go through each step, me, Diane, etc., and sort of enhance the definitions and force you to a very useful point where you can talk to anyone, or any of you who are skeptics will be actually put in a corner and forced to think about it. Do you like the banner? Our artist designed that. That's lovely. Do you like the gates to Jurassic Ark? It didn't happen by itself. When you have a look at Jurassic Ark, you can come and visit us. We have the world's first and only sundial made out of a petrified tree, because it's the fossils that came into existence first at Jurassic Ark, which we found, and we turned the whole thing into 10 hectares, 22 acres of outdoor museum, including gardens of trees. You can walk from Adam to Australia with very nicely planted, designed gardens. Why gardens? Why not big illustrations of animals or a zoo? Because we found a huge fossil tree deposit. So we have illustrated the whole history of the world from Adam to Australia in gardens. That's what it means. That's a created garden. It wasn't there once upon a time, 20 years ago or so, when we found the logs. It wasn't there. Now it is. All of those plants were put in place by choice, not by chance. Now, I'm sure some of them will bloom and the wind will blow things away, blow their seeds down, and you may end up with some rather chancy trees in other places. Wind and waves might put them, but that garden specifically was put in place by choice, not by chance. We have specialized kinds of gardens. I mean, there's our tree fern gardens. They are beautiful. And here's my favorite. Do you like the orchids? Now, over here in Australia, I'm sorry about you Canadians. I've looked for orchids in Canada. My first find was in Ontario. I've even found orchids in Alaska. Crummy little things, mostly living below the ground because it's so cold in wintertime. Ours, you just nail them to a tree and leave them there. They grow beautifully because it's so tropical where I live. Jurassic Ark Orchid Kind Garden. Now, none of you believe that typing, that heading, Jurassic Ark Orchid Kind, that didn't happen by itself. The letters, you had to learn them off by heart at school so that you can even interpret that. So a brain was needed to put it together, and a brain is even needed to recognize that none of that happened by accident. In fact, when you go one step further, the plant order here has a purpose unrelated to its survival. You see, there are orchids growing at Jurassic Ark naturally in the trees, but they're not in a specific orchid kind garden. What was our purpose? You see, purpose is always outside of position. When you have a look at this, we are designing these gardens to illustrate the fact that God, who existed before the world, God who is not a part of the world, and God who is smarter than the world ever could hope to be, actually made these, and he made them to reproduce after their own kind. Now, if you are reading a book and in chapter 1, it says something 10 times, what you'll find is the author wants you to take note. God made each. It's intelligently designed. It didn't happen by itself. The 21st century version of that is that nothing got here by accident. But you want to illustrate it's got a purpose? Well, you put all the orchids together. You put all the tree ferns together. You are arranging them in a way they would not arrange themselves out there in nature. There is a purpose and a plan above and beyond just what you call natural. Oh, look, here's a homeschooling group, a mum and some kids who came to our orchid section. Right at the time, the Stanopeas, named after Mr. Stanhope. This is the world's only orchid that actually flowers through the roots. None of the other orchids do. The evolutionists can't figure out how the orchids could get to do this. It's so weird. In fact, I'll be honest, the funniest book I ever read was on how plants evolved sex. I mean, it was just hilarious because none of their theories worked. I mean, this orchid hangs upside down. So if you're going to be a bee that fertilizes this, you have to hang upside down. So how on earth do you get the pollen out? Oh, but that's another subject. But what you discover is that the actual plant has design features that are way beyond any need to survive. Why does it need to be yellow? Some of them are red. I've got white ones. I've got purple ones. It's very evident the color has nothing to do with the bees at all. And the fragrance, oh, it is just glorious. Has it got anything to do with the pollination by the bees? Well, basically, you only get one sort of bee going to this, even though hundreds of bees will be attracted towards the smell. So obviously, there's a fair bit of redundancy in here. Do you realize that things like beauty are usually not anywhere necessary for survival, reproduction, etc.? So the evolutionist idea that chance has enabled only the things that are necessary for survival of the fittest turns out to be rubbish. Many of these are so delicate that survival of the fittest is hardly the right term. In fact, there's another thing that's going on here, and it deals with, well, there's our old mate Fred. Fred was a retired builder who fell in love with creation research, and there is our basic garden at the bottom, down just over the hill at the back of the slide there is a huge fossil deposit. And in 2006, Fred made us a sign. Okay, do you want to have a look what the sign says? It says living fossil forest. Well, that was put up in faith because we didn't have a forest there at the time. But it was going to be a place where all the plants that we dug up, all the plants that we found in the Jurassic Ark dig site would actually be planted and grow to maturity. 2006. You know one thing? When you look at that sign, nobody believed it happened by itself. So a creation is actually anything that can't happen by itself. Evolution is anything that can happen by itself. Oh, and you know what else? That sign has got information on it, but only because Fred had a brain. I mean, come on, let's be serious. Wherever you look at something that's got information, it refers to a brain that put it on there to inform you of fact. Now, you go and look up mathematical books on what is information, and you'll struggle to come to grips with all of their fancy definitions. But if you just ask me what information is, you pick up the book and give it to me, right? We all know what it is. Whether you've got a simple definition or a complicated definition, you can recognize information because it doesn't happen by itself. Okay, when you go to our garden, there's what it was in 2008. It's quite a while since Fred put the sign up. We still are struggling. Why? Because 2008, 2009, 2010 were years of drought. So we very carefully got the garden ready. We mulched it. We were doing all the basic formation. We were putting the information into the ground that would enable the plants to go. Hence, by the time we got to the end of the drought, and then the rain started to come in 2011, wow, look, we got some nice big trees there. And we have some information about Charles Darwin. And as time goes by, we have put a lot of work. Work, information, design are all related to each other. If anything happens by chance, you won't have to pay for it. I mean, how much did you pay for your last accident? You didn't pay for the accident. You paid to put the information that the accident took out. You paid to put it back in again. Oh, look at that lovely spray effect. And the garden is growing and growing. It's becoming more and more recognizable. And by 2017, we have a living fossil garden. Living fossil, that's a deliberate term, an information bite that we want to get across to you. By the time you get up to, well, there it is a couple of years later. Look at Jurassic Ark now. The gardens are starting to be well and truly organized. And in fact, the point that we made with our first garden is simply this. We planted all the trees that are dug up in the Jurassic beds at Jurassic Ark. We called them living fossils because Charles Darwin did. Oh, you see, there's some information that a mind, e.g. mind, grabbed out of the origin of species and put it there along with the picture. Now, you'll find that we are communicating. Now, I'm the creator of that bit of informational sign there. Now, I don't expect you to worship me, but the fact is, if I was being a tradie who put this together, you would worship me by paying me for my time, right? So this whole issue is about how much worth the object made actually is. Of course, if evolution is true, you don't have to give any worship at all to the creator because it all happened by accident. By the time you get down to 2021, hey, that's now, I took this picture this year. We have our Adam to Australia gardens. Oh, look at those trees. Man alive, you don't need millions of years to make a tropical rainforest. You don't need vast tens of thousands of years to make an age-old forest. That time is just absolute fudge figure. But you see, that forest grew because of very unnatural selection. Yes, if we left it the way it was, then you'd never get palm trees growing by themselves because the ground is so dry. The palm trees would be naturally selected elsewhere. But unnatural selection, a characteristic of creation, produces beauty where otherwise beauty wouldn't be. And in fact, we have some artists paint these murals for us. Now, they've got no words on them, but they do have information. You see, you know very well that Rembrandt just didn't sit down and look at a bit of canvas and beautiful works that he was going to produce actually happen. Do you realize paint does not organize itself into pictures? That was painted by a lady I'll introduce soon. She existed before the artwork. She's not a part of the artwork. Oh, you might recognize her style. What's it about? You see, we have living fossil creatures, not just the plants, but creatures at Jurassic Ark in a big display. I'll show you one. There's my fossil coelacanth. When you look at her mural, there's a coelacanth at the bottom. I've got a lovely fossil turtle. Yep, there it is on the left-hand side. I've got a beautiful nautilus shell that I dug up out near Aramac in central Queensland. But this one is the most popular because that's where the term living fossil was first applied on a big scale. Back in 1938, just before Christmas Day, they caught that fish off the coast of Madagascar. In the textbooks, the coelacanth had been regarded as a four-legged fish that was on its way to turning into authors of textbooks who'd write such rubbish. It was evidence of evolution. Now we know it has not changed. It is essentially the same kind today as it's always been. Oh, who did the artwork? There she is. Pray for her. I've just been talking to her this morning, and she's got a sort of a flu at the moment. It's not COVID. She's in England, so she's feeling poorly today, as the Brits would say. But what it means is that Anne Squire's creation always means a mind, her mind. Now, do you realise information is about what the mind puts into something? I know we skip this today because in our world, information itself just happens by accident. Even though you pay for the camera with a digital mind, you know, where you store information, it doesn't happen by itself. You paid X dollars worthship to the workmanship, the worker who actually put it together. All right, come and visit us at Jurassic Ark. I'd encourage you. There's our tree, of course, and you will now see a full dam, 60,000 Aussie dollars plus our labour to put those sheds beside the beautiful dam. 60,000. Why do we pay 60,000? Because the sheds didn't happen by themselves. Ever so simple. And evolution is something that can happen by itself. Creation is something that always requires a pre-existent mind. Do you know why our mind can do that? Now, we are the creators of that object, either because we raked up the money from our supporters, or we employed the guys, or we got in with hammer and chisel and all those sort of things, and we built it ourselves. You see, the Bible's got a very important teaching. The God who created said he was going to make man in his image. That means we are reflections. If he's a creator, we are creative. So we can recognize a creation because we are creators. You may not be as good as God is because he could sort of stand in the garden and say, up corn. Now, you can't do that. He could stand there and say, okay, I'm going to finish this universe in just 6 days. Most of you haven't made your bed today. So you've got time as a problem. God had no time. That's how powerful he is. But we can recognize a creation. The world was created from nothing. Do you realize that's creation type 1? And then he took dust and he made man. That's creation type 2. That's the one that we're not bad at. So all of Jurassic Ark is designed to actually show that thing. There are plenty of opinions and theories that disagree with the Bible about creation and the flood, but the facts never do. Now, I'm going to put a screen up here for the moment. I'm going to then yell for my assistant to come and change the screen back because I just have to talk to you for a minute and sort of do a little bit of an interview with Diane. Now, ponder it. That's our newest book at the printers right at the moment. Are you available there, Mr. Ben? You need to come and swap us over. Let's hope he is. Otherwise, you're going to be stuck on this slide. Where are you, Ben?
Actually, I can do it from my end as well, John.
Yeah.
John, I can do it from my end as well. I can remove the slide if you want.
I've got to get off. So I'll send someone to find him. Would someone go and find Ben? Yeah, that's the trouble with helpers. You just can't get them when you need them. Okay, switch it off at my end, but can you then see me? Yep.
Yes. Yeah, we can see you and Diane.
All right. Now, did you do any thinking? Because Diane's going to come up soon. Now, this is a story we've just released for kids. It's a wonderful story about a star, about a kid who grows up on a farm in Nazareth or just outside of Nazareth. And in those days, you may not realize that they grew their crops according to star calendars. So he's been very used to, from knee-high to a grasshopper, to growing up counting stars and deciding when to plant the wheat and things like that. And all of a sudden he notices there's another star. Haven't you ever realized that if the wise men could see the star, other people had to see the star too? And he and his sister then set out on a journey to find out what it means. And they have a lot of fun time in an Israel ruled by nasty Romans and with mangy dogs and things like that around the streets. I know the Jews didn't have dogs. They were anathema to them, but the Romans loved even eating the dogs. So you'll enjoy this, but the point is simple. Even that cover didn't happen by itself. The artwork, the beautiful blue colors, etc. The book was put together at the printers. It didn't happen by itself. Now, Diane, if you want to come on, there you are. You
Yes,
and
I'm
I
here.
are going to have a bit of a yarn, correct?
Yes,
We're
yes,
gonna
we
follow-
are actually. Yeah, yes, I've got quite a long yarn here. But we don't have all day. But
Yep.
there we are. There's quite a long yarn.
And we're going to follow a thread about the whole program because you're
Yes,
into
yes, we
knitting
can.
and sewing and quilting and all that. And they illustrate some of the points we need to get across before we begin to get deeper and deeper and deeper. Go ahead, take it over, Diane.
Yes, yes. Well, this is yarn. It's actually made of wool, which you get off a sheep, but it didn't come off the sheep like this. There's quite a lot of design and plan and purpose went into getting it from the sheep to getting it like this. But then after I got it, I made it into this. And I don't know whether you can recognize it. This is a knitted hat. Now, you didn't see me knit this. And if someone looked at this hat and heard me claim that I knitted this, they might say, oh, well, I don't believe that. She's clumsy clot and she wouldn't be able to knit. And that would be a rational excuse for not believing that I knitted this. But if someone said, oh, no, hats knit themselves, right? It's just wool, which is a natural substance that we know. And these colours, you can see different colours in it. They're just chemicals, and we know what they are. And this shape, well, that's just geometry. So, and the fact that it doesn't burst when I stretch it, well, that's because the wool has a certain tensile strength. So, you know, it's all just maths and physics and chemistry. That doesn't explain how it got here. It might explain why it has the characteristics that it has, why it is these colours, why it has this particular tensile strength, and why it has this shape. But what's the real key to why it has this shape, why it has this pattern, and why it's functional, why I can put it on my head? And there you are. It's a useful thing. It's a hat, because I live in a cold part of Australia, and we have to go out in the cold, and so we need woolly hats to keep our heads warm. What's the key to going from this to this? Right? It's partly this page of print, right? That is the pattern that tells me how to convert what is just one long string of wool into something that has shape and colour and strength, and is therefore a purposeful object that has a useful function. Now, I could have also knitted this same shape out of this stuff here. Now, this is cotton, which comes from a plant, but the plant didn't grow it like this. Right? It wasn't like that when it was extracted off the cotton plant. Now, we grow cotton in Australia. We also grow wool. And I've been to both a sheep farm where they and seen them take wool off a sheep. I've been out to the cotton place where they grow cotton, and I've been to the cotton mill. And there's an awful lot of intelligent design and plan and purpose, and some huge, very cleverly designed machinery that eventually turn what are basically balls of fluff into useful stuff like this, that I could knit another hat like this, but it would be made out of cotton. So if we try and relate that to life, as it were, yes, we can explain life in terms of what it's made of, how it functions, and how it's put together, right? The patterns. So we see maths, we see physics, we see chemistry, all of those things in life. But they do not explain how those things came to be in the first place. And in fact, even the skeptics will admit that you need information and plan and purpose for life. Now, I do have some slides for this, so we're just going to have to bear with me while I get that screen to work. So I might need a bit of direction from you guys.
Yeah, definitely.
Yes.
Diane, so on your screen, it should be the fourth button. It should say
yes, I can
share.
see that. It says share. Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
So once you click that.
Okay, share slides. Yes.
And
no, it doesn't. Oh, from my computer. Yes.
yeah, you can choose either your entire screen or just the slides. Once you make the choice, something at the bottom right-hand corner should highlight in blue. It should say share, and then you'll be able to.
No, it's telling me we currently support Google Slides, PowerPoint, and PDF. All right. So what does it want me to do there? Does it want me to actually upload a file? Or
no?
No. All right.
After you clicked share, did you click the share screen and then a separate window popped up that has?
All right. Share screen. Yes. Here we go.
Just click on any part of that screen, Diane, and then
right. Yes.
It'll
all right.
come up blue.
Yes.
And where it says your entire screen, underneath it, it'll be kind of like a George, how do you explain it? Like a mini screen that you just click on, and then the share button should
turn blue.
Should turn blue. It'll highlight. You'll be able to click it.
Okay. It says share, yes, but it's only a pale blue. So what do I want? Oh, I want entire screen or window. Which one?
Entire screen.
Entire screen, yes.
And then click the mini screen that's right underneath it, and then it should go from pale blue to it should highlight blue for you.
Doing that now.
Oh yeah, here it is. We got it.
You got it, right. Now what do I do to get my slides onto that screen?
Right there. So now your screen's being shared, so you can click your PowerPoint and there you go. We can see your slides. So now anything you do on your screen in your PowerPoint, we'll be able to see. But I don't think you can see us anymore.
Oh, that's all right. So can you see those words?
Yes. Information in cells.
Information in cells. That's right. Yes, there is a lot of information in every one of our cells. So when all living things are made out of cells, and people and plants and animals and even John's trilobites once were alive. So they were made out of millions and millions of cells. And even the skeptics will admit that you need a lot of information, even just to make one cell, because they believe that life originated just from one cell. And back in 1999, this fellow, Paul Davies, who's considered to be a great intellect, made this comment: how did stupid atoms spontaneously write their own software? And where did the very peculiar form of information needed to get the first cell up and running come from? Now, 21 or 22 years later, we still don't have an answer to that. People have been trying to do that for over 100 years, actually, and they still get stuck. And so we need to look at why they get stuck. So let's go back to some cells. Here are some cells. You can see there are some nice green plant cells. Plant cells really are green because they're full of green stuff, and they have thick cell walls. So they're quite easy to see when you look at them under a microscope. Animal and human cells aren't quite so easy. So these purple ones, and our cells aren't actually purple. We're not purple, but they have very thin cell membranes around them, and all of the little subcellular machinery is not very colourful. So you have to deliberately make it colourful in order to see it. But certainly, even at this magnification, and that's not the highest magnification you can go, you can see that there is some structure there, right? Those dark purple blue blobs are actually the nuclei of the cells, and then the surrounding area, which is a sort of granular lighter purple, is what's called the cytoplasm, right? And together that makes up a cell. Now, the nucleus is particularly information important in terms of information, because that's where the information for each cell is stored. So how does a cell know whether it has to be a plant cell or an animal cell or a human cell? And within the body of a plant or an animal or a human being, we've got lots and lots of different types of cells. So we all know about genetic code these days. It gets lots of publicity. We all know about DNA. And it's basically a store of information, and masses of information that stores all the information we need to build and make some sort of living thing function. And it's called genetic code for a good reason. It's made out of chemicals, but the chemicals are put together in a way that can actually encode information. It can actually store information just like any other sort of code. Now, that's a whole area we could go into, but we won't go into the detail. Now, that has to be very cleverly packaged up because there's lots and lots and lots of it. It has to be all wound up and tightly put together and stored in the innermost part of the cell, in the nucleus. And a cell is not just a sort of random bag of chemicals. It's very, very highly organized. In fact, it works like a very, very big, complex factory that makes very, very large and complex components. So the nucleus stores the DNA and it stays there. The rest of the cell is called the cytoplasm, and that's where all the cellular machinery is called. And machinery is a good term for it. You may have heard of a modern science called nanotechnology. Well, this is nanotechnology par excellence. It's just absolutely brilliant, right down at the molecular level. You have amazing pieces of machinery right down at that very tiny microscopic level. So let's have a look at what is needed in order to transfer that information into some cellular substance. Now, you may know that one of the most important substances in our body is protein. We have protein in our skin, in our muscles, in our bones. And so cells spend a lot of time making proteins. So how do we make proteins to get them right? Because the proteins in a muscle cell will be different to the proteins that are made by a skin cell or a hair cell or some other cell in the body. So we have to go to our archive of information, which is the DNA with that classic double helix, which has almost become a sort of icon of our modern age. And we don't take the DNA out into the cell. We actually make a working copy. It's a bit like if you have a big building site, you don't take the architect's original drawings down to the building site where they might get stamped on or get creosote dropped on them or concrete or something like that. You take a working copy. So the cell makes a working copy. It's called RNA. It is similar to DNA. And it can carry the same information, slightly different chemicals, but it does carry the same information. Now, it cannot make any proteins by itself. All it can do is take the information to a component in the big cellular factory called the ribosome, which is a protein-making factory. And it consists of a whole heap of proteins and RNA. Now, keep that in mind. We'll come back to that. So what happens is that the working copy is inserted into the protein-making factory, and the information is literally read by this piece of cellular machinery, and the protein is assembled. Now, we're just starting to understand how this process actually works, because you've got so many molecules involved that all have to work together. And we've worked out how this can happen, but it required a supercomputer in order to analyze all of the movements and all of the chemical reactions that were going on in a clever sequence in order to just make one string or one part of a protein. Now, we won't go into the biochemistry of all of that. But remember, I said the ribosome consists of a whole lot of RNA and proteins. And this is the problem that Paul Davies and all of his friends who believe that life just got here by chance random processes and somehow this information magically appeared, right? This is what's going on in your cells all the time, right? Information on DNA is transferred to RNA. That's a process called transcription, and it actually requires proteins in order to do it. The DNA actually has to be unwound, and then you have various other proteins that read it, assemble the RNA components. Once you've got your RNA, all right, you've transferred the information, that has to be then used to make the protein. That process is called translation, and it requires even more proteins and more RNA, that ribosome. Huge mixture of proteins and RNA. Now, proteins are used, as I said, to actually copy and maintain DNA. DNA is under constant surveillance to make sure that it doesn't get knocked around and the information get lost. If you want to make another cell, the whole lot has to be copied. Right? So we're back to the DNA. And again, we have another step that requires proteins. Now, can you see we're going to go round and round and round this circle? It doesn't start anywhere. You won't get anything in life until you have all of these components in place. And that's the problem that the people who believe in the origin of life by chance random processes get stuck. It doesn't matter where you start. Some of them like to start with RNA. Some of them like to start with proteins. Some of them even think, well, maybe we can start with DNA. But no, all of the components have to be there. And they have to work in the right place. You can't just have any proteins around. They have to be the right kind of proteins, and they have to interact with each other and with all of these other components. And we still haven't solved that problem if you want to explain it by chance random processes. But if there is an intelligent person, an intelligent mind on the job, who can see all the components, who can make all the components and put them together, then it all makes sense. So if we just finish the slideshow now and go back to, can we finish the slideshow now and go back to...
the main screen, yeah.
Yes, all right. If I stop the screen, are we back to... yes, there we are. I can see everyone. Right. So can you see the dilemma?
Yes, yes.
And
I'm muted, John.
Living things in terms of what they're made of and how they work together. But if you want to start it going back to just stupid atoms, you have not explained where the software came from, unless there is a mind who is outside that matter and that energy. There's a lot of energy involved as well. So that's why origin of life stories usually start with volcanoes or what they call black smokers on the bottom of the sea, which is sort of, hot air. Darwin went for a warm little pool, but that wasn't quite enough. Even that would have some energy involved. So do we have any? John, you look like you're about to ask a question.
Oh, John, you're on mute. John, I think you're muted. You might have to have Ben.
How's that? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, sounds
that's
great.
good. I know where the mute button is. That's great. Just a reminder that we presented this whole program at Griffith University, much to the angst of many of the administrators who did not like the fact that we were talking about a world was created and yet it had a problem called sin. I had to laugh because they hated us actually using their hall, but they couldn't do anything about it because the students wanted us to do it. So we did it under their license. But they hated the concept of man as a sinner, even though creation was a bugbear to them. Man as a sinner was an even bigger bugbear. They said man is naturally good. You can watch the whole lecture in here, by the way, and you probably will even see the fact that they've chained with metal chain, they chained their projector to the wall so the students wouldn't steal it. I have to laugh at the self-contradictory evidence of these evolutionists. So that is available as an MP4 creation, the final proof. You can get that. You can even stream it these days as an MP3 as well. And there's still a few hard copies left. It's called Creation, the Final Proof, and you'll see a much younger version of me. Okay, I'm going to give you one hands-on, one sort of, show and tell type illustration. Can you recognize a match? Okay, we've got our bit of wood at this end. We've got a nice bit of red stuff at that end. And of course, it does have a function. You actually can light it. Of course, you want to blow it out before anything else catches on fire. But making things catch on fire is its purpose. But think carefully about what Diane has said. And then let's deal just a little bit with the concept of irreducible complexity. Now, there's nothing complex about this at all. It's not alive. So any definition of creation you have has to go beyond the living. It has to go to things that, well, this didn't happen by chance. Somebody took a tree and they sliced it into little pieces that you could hold in your hand. Then they dipped it into some phosphorus mixture, which just happens to ignite when you heat it up a little bit. And then you put some sticks or a barbecue together and you used it to transfer your information about heat and all those things and start the barbecue. So this is very, very simple. But nevertheless, nobody believes it happened by accident. Our famous brand in Australia is the Redhead brand, and you actually pay for it because it was created. It didn't happen by itself. It's also responsible for all the bushfires in California, by the way, because some entrepreneur actually said, well, look at those Aussie gum trees. They're full of eucalyptus oil. They burn real well. Let's plant them and make cheap matchsticks. Well, they never did that, but they certainly burn down California every now and then for that precise reason. The wood burns really well. But think about it. When you're talking about complexity, it goes way beyond just the creation of the match. To make the match work, you need oxygen in the air. No oxygen in the air, it's not going to work. To make the match work, you need somebody who needs the match, who needs to have the brains to actually pick out which tree can be used. To make the match work, you have to have a planet of a certain size. Why? Because the gum tree seeds actually fall down. If gravity wasn't there, the gum tree seeds could go everywhere plus whatever. In fact, the gum trees may float off themselves. So as you begin to look at creation, you find that, as Diane said, you don't get anything unless you've got everything. Unless you've got everything present, nothing is the end result. And that includes the mind to make use of it. Now, I'm going to ask Donnie to switch my screen back on, and we're going to actually finish this section by really giving you a challenge we gave to Richard Dawkins, and you can get that on our streaming as well. Okay, are we back on screen, Donnie?
Yes,
yep,
we are.
Very good. Okay, that's where we left it. No need to go any further, Ben. That's where we left it. You will find that Starboy is a created cover. But there's something I want you to ponder, just that introduction, because I'm going to put a sign up here. That's if the screen will work. It won't go any further. I need to go there, Ben. Thank you. Okay. Now, while you're reading that, I wonder if you can recognize the design elements, because most of us are so used to using design, we never even see it. I mean, let's do the simple things. You know, that didn't happen by itself. I typed that up just before the program. And we do need a young man with science background and skill in geology and the ability to preach and teach and wants to see people Christ. Oh, hang on. That's another ad that I've got to bring up later. This one's got different information. Now, how come those words mean something different? Recognizing design. Why does C look like C? How come you think it's a C at your end and I know it's a C at my end? Why does it mean C? I thought it's just a bit of black stuff. Do you realize that even the letters have the information given to them? There is no natural meaning in the letter C. The meaning comes from outside, whether it's a matchstick or whether it's a letter, an alphabet. In fact, this one here, we want you to pray for a young man who would come and join the ministry. He knows the word of God, he knows the works of God, and he wants to win people for the Creator, not for just winning an argument. But P, why does P mean P? Why does R mean O when it's only got one extra line in it? You'll find that these are all created things, and in a creation, the meaning always comes from the outside. It is not natural. It is unnatural. Are you catching on? We're following a theme here. You see, there is where we started. If you go to www.creationresearch.net, look at our Q&A site. Dr. Diane Eager looks after much of that. Or you can actually find out about getting those videos, MP4s, MP3s, etc. So when you have a look at this, what is it? It's just a grey screen. Is there any information there? And most people would say no. But actually, if you took a picture of it on your camera and then unloaded the digital information, you would be surprised at how much information is in the color grey. It requires a memory to store that, even on your computer. So you'll find without information, nothing exists, whether it's length, breadth, height, or whatever, and it's always come from outside. So let's go back to our famous debate we had with Richard Dawkins and the killer as far as he's concerned and we're concerned. There's my trilobite again. There's a close-up of its eyeball. Yes, we've been collecting trilobites for 40 years. We have thousands of them. See the eye there? Oh, trilobite eyes are fascinating because they're full of lenses in this case. Can you see the little lenses? And the trilobites, those lenses are made of calcite, so they're still actually there. So you can get right up close like that. I took that picture. Can you see the little lenses? You coat them with a nice light powder and you can photograph everything. Then you can pull the lens out and you can actually see it. Oh, that's sideways through the lens. Okay, now if you've got good eyes, you will notice that the trilobite has a compound eye, many, many lenses, but each lens is also compounded of 2 or more elements. Go up a bit closer. There's the front lens. These are made of calcite, by the way, calcium carbonate, the same chemical that you'd put in chalk. Now, chalk can't see anything, but you can certainly see through these things if you're a trilobite. And not only that, the front lens has orientated calcite. Now, some of you may know calcite as dog's tooth spar. It's very crystalline. It can be very beautiful. But in the case of this lens, the crystals just haven't grown in any direction. They've grown along the C-axis at exactly the angle you need the light to come in and be focused. And there's a back part to the lens. Now, because some of you are saying, I can't hardly see that, because it is hard to see clear stuff, even with a black background illuminated just a bit. So here's the diagram. Okay. Now, somebody designed that. I think it was Dr. Diane Eager who did that diagram. Maybe it was Steve Cardno, our artist. Either way, it doesn't matter. This is what happens. The light comes in from one direction, and then it bends as it gets into calcite. Some of you know that light has that property of changing speed and changing direction when it enters a different medium from a vacuum, and then it changes direction again on the other side. But if that's what calcite, if that's the only construction of the trilobite lens, can you notice one thing? On the right-hand side, the rays of light don't interact at one point. It can't focus. So if the whole lens was made of one piece of calcite, it would never work. Here's what it is made of. That's what you could actually see on the actual calcite lens that we photographed. What you'll find, of course, is that this lens, a double lens with a specially curved surface in the middle, actually produces a picture. It focuses the light. Comparing it again to the lens that's made without a correction, the one at the top is solid calcite. Sure, we can take calcite, and we've learned to carve it ages ago because we use it in very optical machines. We make lenses out of calcite, so we know how it behaves. We know how it focuses or doesn't focus things. See the bottom one? We've got a compound lens where your back one actually is a different surface. Notice it focuses the light and the top one doesn't. Go one step further. Ask, what can calcite do naturally? Because this is the whole issue. You want to recognize design, then design is the result of unnatural processes. Design is something that can't happen by itself. You will find that evolution is all about things that can happen by themselves. So what can calcite do? We're in a cave. Calcite grows naturally into, well, they look like lovely, beautiful stalactites, but you ought to know there's no two the same. They're random. They are the results of the properties of calcite in water and CO2. They can even grow crystals, but there's no new information in the crystal. The information that makes the crystal is already in the calcium carbonate atoms, the molecules. The structure that's in there comes as a result of the interaction. In fact, we've known for ages that if you take a slab of calcite and split it, it will always split into those little rhombo-type shapes. And then what's interesting, some of you may know that even Isaac Newton knew that his theory of light was totally wrong because calcite splits the light into two. Now, that wouldn't happen if light was only made of waves. Something was wrong. Even Newton suspected there were particles in light, but he couldn't say so. His main theory said the opposite. You see, when you get to our calcite crystal, you will see it splits in the same way, even in the eyeball. It's made of calcite that has all the properties of natural calcite, but there's something different. There is more information added to the calcite. Okay, can you see the fog that we've put on the bottom part of the lens? The light comes in the front, hits the back part of the lens, and is totally focused. Now, we aren't the first to discover this. It was mathematically predicted hundreds of years ago what calcite can do and what calcite can't do. Calcite never grows like that crystalline. I mean, you can get the top bit. No, it's pretty hard to get a beautifully curved surface to calcite, even if there's one block. To get a second block with no space. You see where I've got that bowl at the bottom there? You see, we can make calcite lenses. We've been doing it for ages in microscopes and photography and that. But if ever we put two calcite lenses together, we create ourselves a problem. Even if we sort of push it up and we glue it on and we screw it on, whatever, we cannot eliminate the space between those two lenses. Implication, light comes in one end, changes speed as it hits the calcite, changes speed again as it gets to the little space, changes speed a third time as it gets into that bowl at the back, never focuses at all. Do you realize a creation is anything that can't happen by itself? And we know every property of calcite, and calcite does not do double lenses at all. A creation is anything that can happen by itself, and an evolution is anything that can't happen by itself. When you have a look at what a creation is, the end product has properties which do not come from the stuff it's made of. I mean, why does letter C mean C? It doesn't come from the black ink. It doesn't come from the screen. It comes because a mind invented it and passed it on to me, and you know enough to recognize C is intended. So a creation, it does not have the properties of the stuff it comes from, nor any derived naturally properties are in it. In fact, if you want to give you a definition, and this is the point we made in that video we did at Griffith University, whenever the information in a product is greater than the information in the parts, the information in the lens is greater than the information in 2 bits of calcite, it was created. Whenever the information in the product divided by the information in the parts is greater than 1, somebody has created it. Whenever IP, the product, minus the information in the parts is greater than 0, you have a creation. How do you think the big casinos figure out when you're cheating? You get results that do not happen naturally. That's how they know. The information in the end result, what you gambled on, is greater than any potential result that you could get from the parts. This is true of our creation, and it's true of ex nihilo creation. You start off with nothing, you end up with a human being. The information in the human being is way greater than the information in nothing. When you start off as a human being and you take chalk and you make a chalkboard, or you make a piece of chalk, the information in the piece of chalk, rather, is way greater than the information in the chalk itself. When you have a look, this is true of the creation of non-living things, or like a match, or of living creations, and we haven't done too well yet at making life from nothing ourselves. So you and I need to acknowledge that God's word is true from the very beginning. It tells you there is a pre-existent God, a mind, a word. He works with words all the time, and it's always stamped in the result of his creation. I had to laugh. I was watching a program, the Antiques Roadshow. I'm pretty sure you get it over there in Canada, if not in the USA. And there was one of their commentators who was commenting on a big picture and its value. And he said, look, it doesn't have a signature, but it's still worth a fortune. And the guy said, why? He said, because the signature is the paint style that the author has used. I recognize his signature in the paint. And every one of you can recognize the handiwork of God, and you have no excuse. That's why Jurassic Ark and that needs young men who want to come and share the program with us. We need people who want to subscribe on our newsletter, and we'd encourage you to actually order your copy as soon as it's available overseas. It'll only be available in Australia for this Christmas, as well as in England. I hope that's been helpful to you, George. Turn off the screen and we can throw it open to questions and take it where it goes.
Very good. Donnie, can I share a little display I've got set up? Adds to what Diane was talking about, but only from an engineering point of view, because I'm an engineer, Diane, so I'm going to show you something that I find amazing when I see some of these things in nature.
And as you get that ready, I just wanted to point out fantastic slides and presentations, Diane and John. I think you nailed it. God tells us right in Genesis that everything was created very good. And you both demonstrated that this is exactly the way things had to have been right from the start. I mean, the incredible complexity of life and design could not have been built up from inadequacy to precision. And there's been lots of great feedback and comments from the chat as well. So I just wanted to thank you for such thorough presentations and so much great information. So, and George, you are on screen there, brother.
Well, these are little birds. Notice the weaving that they do. No one really taught them how to do this, because the parents build these nests one year, the young leave, and then obviously they build their own nests later on. But look at that structure. Who taught that little bird to build that structure? And of course, anyone who knows anything about mud, this bird has to decide on adding, not only collecting the right kind of dirt and adding the right moisture content to it, because if you add too much moisture, that nest would just drop, nothing happens. So you've got to add the right amount of moisture to make sure that nest is cohesive and structurally sound, so the birds can actually lay their eggs and grow their family. And of course, the following year, those little babies, they come back and they build their own nest. Now, who taught them how to do that? Obviously, they weren't around for the parents to teach them. So somehow that information was already in place into their genome to allow them to do that. So I find that's amazing. And this, of course, you talk about Diane's hat, but look at that. Who taught that little critter to do that? And look at that. They're weaving that grass. Unbelievable. And that's just a little bit that I wanted to share of the amazing feats that are already programmed in these little critters that are just everywhere in nature. And I've just shown you a couple of examples of a couple of different species of birds. And there are many others that I could have cited, but yeah.
George, you make something interesting.
That's great, George, yes.
Yeah. We do have an article on the web. I'm pretty sure that Diana can tell you where it is in a moment. But if you interfere with that information transfer in the bird, I mean, there was a lot of experiments when LSD was in of what does LSD do to creatures. If you do spiders on LSD or amphetamines, you get the craziest webs that are absolutely functionless. Or you can see the birds and they'll stagger around and they won't do the right thing as far as their mates are concerned. So you can destroy the information, you can corrupt the information, but it never improves anything. So therefore, it's a great illustration of God pre-thinking. I mean, what does this bird need to do to attract a mate? And so it didn't get its own color. The color is given to it. That meant the other bird has a mind. I need to find something with a blue tail. It knows what it's looking for. It wasn't trained to say, that's a female, right? None of us go to boys' school, girls' school. There's something built into us that could not make things work unless it was. So great point, George.
Yeah, yes, that's very good, George. Yes.
We're always looking for, say, the knockout punch. Okay, I don't know whether there is one, but you look at the a monarch butterfly, it goes from a caterpillar to a butterfly. And I'll just cite a couple of things that happen to this little creature. The caterpillar goes from 12 legs to 6 legs. It goes from a 13-segment body to a 10-segment body. It goes from 6 simple eyes to 2 compound plus 2 simple eyes. No sex organs to having sex organs. Chewing jaws to coiled sucking tube. No wings to 2 pairs of wings. How does that happen in a gradual segmental evolutionary process? I can't figure that out. Yeah. No evolutionary biologist has ever explained that to me.
Yes. Well, even your point about the next generation of baby birds knowing how to build a nest, it's hardwired into their brains. And there's a lot of really interesting research into birds and their brains and what they can and can't do. And we used to call people bird brains if we thought they were stupid, because birds do actually have a physically small brain. We are now understanding how brilliantly that brain is designed and how it is hardwired to do all of these clever things, so that the next generation of baby birds know how to build a nest when they grow up. They know how to look after each other, and they know how to look after their next lot of offspring. And so if someone calls you a bird brain, it's no longer an insult. Birds are highly intelligent. Their brains are just different to the way ours function.
And Diane, they can navigate without a compass and a map.
Indeed, yes. Yeah. Over thousands of miles that we require a whole lot of satellites and computers and GPS and all sorts of other things, and even then we get it wrong.
Amazing point.
Very good point, George. I'm glad you brought that one up.
Yeah, I read an article recently, and the title of the article says, "Barn owls make mental maps of their surroundings while they are flying." How amazing is that?
Yeah, we have to build drones to do that, and even they fail.
Yeah.
Barn owls beat drones every time.
And apparently, with lots of time, random deleterious mutations, and a lot of storytelling and imagination, this can all come about by chance for no reason at all. So, it's the evidence for creation and design is overwhelming and amazing. We see so much evidence for forward thinking in nature, in the information systems that make up life, as you were demonstrating, Dr. Eager, that this forward thinking points us back to the forward thinker. I find it amazing.
And Donnie, that cell that Diane showed really is analogous to a factory with numerous nano machines, if you like. What are they called? The belts in the factory that move one bit of information or one product to another section, and that's how can anyone think that just happened naturally?
Well, actually, there is a brilliant piece of machinery in the cell that does convey things around the cell, and there's a whole amazing system of long tubes, and there's this one particular molecule that will literally walk along a road that is made out of like a railway track rather than a road, that's made out of individual molecules which the cell will make and then unmake behind it. Now, you may remember some cartoons of creatures sort of building their own railway track and then in front of them in order for the train to run on. It's a bit like that. It's truly amazing. And that's just one small aspect of how that whole cell works. There is a whole burgeoning science now called biomimetics, where engineers are deliberately studying living things to see how they work, and then trying to copy it. And the copies are always inferior in terms of the substance they're made out of or the complexity of how they work. So the more we do biomimetics, the more we actually look at living things and then try and build copies, the less excuse we have for denying the fact that there is a creator.
Yeah, now I'm sure a lot of us don't think too much about Prince Charles and his views, but in the Hallmarks of Design by Professor Stuart Burgess, he was quoted as saying, "Why should modern science rule out special creation?" I think that's about the only thing I can agree with Prince Charles on.
Well, let's so many good points, George, Diane, and John. Let's get to some of these questions, because we do have some really good questions here that have to do with defending Genesis, which is exactly what we've been doing for the last 3 days. So we've got a great audience, some great questions. Why don't we go to this first question? And this is a typical argument that I'm sure Diane and John, you're both very familiar with. They use this to attack evidence for special creation. And so these evolutionists, they look to what they say are vestigial organs or vestigial structures, remnants of ancient past common ancestors. A couple examples they point to are the tailbone or the coccyx and the appendix, just to name two. The question is, what would be the best way to approach these arguments, and how can we respond?
Okay, I'll do first. Diane can then do the biology of some of them. One of the things that I'd encourage all of you who are watching to learn is actually to evaluate the nature of an argument. So is it just a logical story? Because I hate to tell you this, but all theory is logical. Otherwise, you wouldn't suggest it. All fiction is logical, right? Otherwise, you'd never get away with writing in Agatha Christie. Nothing in Agatha Christie ever happened in the way it's portrayed. So even lies have to be logical, or you wouldn't tell them. You expect people to believe you. So don't look at something just because it's logical. If it's logical, of course, it means there was a mind existing and the end result is full of information, false or true, but therefore even a lie is a creation. And what you'll find is this stuff about vestigial organs, it's one of the things that God used to actually get into my head that this stuff is false. Illustration, I became a Christian through reading a science book by an atheist, right? And he had written a whole book on biology, which involved, vestigial organs. And he threw himself apart when he brought up a chapter on why there is no God. Now, I don't know about you, but I grew up thinking science is on this side, religion is on that side. But here was a guy, an atheist, trying to mix the two. And he said, there is no evidence of a God. And then he went on to say, okay, the Bible is a whole heap of rubbish. Now, the trouble is with the argument, there is no evidence for God, is it sounds logical until you realize one thing. It's an argument about non-existence. And it's hard enough in science to prove something does exist. It's impossible to prove something doesn't exist. And all of a sudden, as a student of philosophy, it fell apart in my head what the rest of his book was, because I threw my mind back and he said, okay, the evidence for evolution is that the appendix does nothing. Now, the trouble is we're way beyond 1970 when they found the first of 127 uses for the appendix. It's just that their statement was based on ignorance. It was a creative statement because it comes out of nothing. It was a creation ex nihilo statement. It has no basis at all. It was invented. So always check arguments. Of course, the Bible is a book that does not claim to be self-existence. It claims that in the beginning, God said. He spoke, he created, and even in Genesis chapter 5, it says, this is the book about him. We have a written source from an eyewitness. So analyze the nature of the evidence you're talking about. Now, Diane, what evidence do we have for vestigial organs, if any, and can they see it on our website?
Yes, we actually have two questions specifically on that. If you go to the Q&A site or the Ask site, you can get to that through our main website. Just go to the front page. There is a button that's called Q&A. Just press that. It will take you to the Ask John Mackay website and just put in vestigial organs. And there is one specifically on the so-called tailbone or the coccyx. Now, the reason for that being named as a vestigial organ is because of a theory which has been well and truly debunked, that as animals grow in their embryonic state, they actually pass through a series of evolutionary stages. Therefore, animal embryos that have tails have a spinal cord with a curved bit at the back, which eventually becomes a tail. If you look at an early human embryo, it has a spine with a curved bit at one end that looks like a tail. If you continue to see the development, eventually what looks like a tail becomes incorporated into the pelvis and is surrounded by the muscles and that form the pelvis and the legs. So in fact, that was a statement that was made out of ignorance. Now, if you just throw out that idea that embryonic development reflects evolution, and it was debunked in the very lifetime of the man who invented it, that's another story in itself, and think of, well, if you're going to be building a human body, you're not going to put all of the bits there together at once, the same as when you're building a building. Now, in order to build a human body, you have to put in the head and you have to put in the spine because all of the other things sort of hang off the spine. And so for a little while, it does look like you've got a long spine with a tail on the end. But eventually, the pelvis will grow around that and the legs will grow off it and it will disappear into the body. So it was never a tail. It was just that it could be seen because the other parts of the body hadn't developed yet. So that was an argument out of ignorance because we didn't really understand embryonic development. Now, the other one, the appendix, that is definitely an argument out of ignorance. And in fact, the whole concept of vestigial organs is an argument out of pure ignorance. It actually goes back to the turn of the 20th century, so sort of 120 years ago. People looked at the human body and they found bits of tissue and they didn't know what they did. But by that time, they had the theory of evolution firmly in their minds. And so that was a way of saying, oh, well, that must be a leftover from evolution. Now, that is actually a very bad, unscientific attitude to looking at things. If you find something that you don't know the function of, the scientific approach is to do some more research and find out. Now, it may be that we don't have the technology to find out yet. And in fact, that's what happened with this long list of vestigial organs, which included things that were absolutely vital to our function, like the pituitary gland and the various other endocrine organs, because they produce such minute amounts of chemicals, that's what hormones are, that we couldn't measure them back in 1901, but eventually we could measure them, so we worked out what they did. Now, the same with the appendix, people looked at it, and because it's a common organ that gets diseased, people thought, oh, well, it must be useless. Well, just because an organ gets diseased doesn't mean it's useless. That's just an example of our body going downhill. We now have looked at the appendix. We have learned a lot about how the digestive system works and about the immune system in the digestive system. And the immune system is very important in the digestive system because it determines which bugs can live in your digestive system. Now, you may have heard of the microbiome. That's quite a trendy concept at the moment. That's the microorganisms that actually live on the inside surfaces of some of your body parts, like the nose and the throat and the digestive system. Now, your immune system has to determine, right, which ones we're going to live in peace with and which ones we are not going to live with in peace and that have to be dealt with and ousted. And so when you look at the appendix under a microscope, it has a whole lot of immune type cells there. And that was the first clue that we got that this actually has a function. And so from then on, people actually got down, did some research, and they've found quite a lot of functions now. So back a few decades ago, even in the 50s and 60s, there used to be an operation called incidental appendicectomy, which means if the surgeon was operating on your abdomen for some other reason and decided, oh, well, while we're in here, we'll just whip out the appendix because it's a useless thing. And they would do that. And they could charge a little bit extra because that was bigger operation than leaving it there and just doing what they originally intended to. Now, they stopped doing that when they realized, no, this is actually a useful organ. Yes, it sometimes gets diseased, but then some other things get diseased as well. That is not a reason to take it out unless it really is disease. So they don't do that anymore. So again, the theory of evolution is no help to science, because writing things off as vestigial organs that have no function is just saying, I'm too ignorant to know what that does. That's an unscientific approach. And in some cases, it was even dangerous in terms of if someone has had to have an operation on their abdomen and you did something that actually was a hazard by taking another piece of their body out. So it's a useless theory in terms of science. It's a useless theory in terms of medicine as well. And so never write anything off as useless. Just remember, we're not God. We don't know everything. And the scientific approach is do some more research and find out. And you might be amazed what you find out.
Well, it's
Amen. Well said. Well said, Diane.
It's a common jump to an argument, something like the junk DNA, where, you know, hey, here's proof of evolution. You know, like now they're finding so many uses for junk DNA.
Well, they've moved from the vestigial organs argument, because they now know they can only hang on to maybe a couple, as Dr. Eager, you're pointing out that, 50 to 100 years ago, they had a list of, over 100 so-called vestigial organs, which we now know there's nothing vestigial about them. They're essential for the health of our bodies. Now they're applying that to the genome, right? Vestigial genes. And now they're failing there as well. Now we're finding out these supposed vestigial genes are necessary to sustain healthy life processes in the cell. So I completely agree with every word you said, Diane.
John, I know you've done a lot of work on polystrate fossils, but there are quite a few skeptics out there that claim that there are no vertical fossil. Apart from vertical fossil trees, there are no other fossils that are found as polystrates. Is this true? And I know of quite a few of them, but I'm sure you can expand on that.
I certainly can, because when you ask how do we define a polystrate, P-O-L-Y, as in many, straight as in strata. So when you look at the rocks, you see layers in it. And our friend, Professor Derek Ager, who's dead now, who was the most evolutionist thinker, but a guy who said, I don't want creationists to use any of my research because I know what they'll do with it, because it was so supportive of rapid deposition and of polystrate fossils of all sorts. Let me tell you his definition. If you look at a strata and you say, well, there's a layer that's very obvious, but inside that layer, you'll find micro layers, microlaminae or strata. The particles are always in layers. And so his definition was, if anything's bigger than the grain size in the layer, it's polystrate. It's covering many layers. You've seen the fishes, fossil fishes from say, Green River. There's a famous band there called the 18-inch or the half-meter layer, which has got thousands and thousands of fishes in, and even the ones that have been squashed are thicker than the laminae they're in. Many of them will protrude through the laminae. Now, the laminae are the ultra-fine clay particles, and if you find the fish is going across 10 or 20 of those, then by definition, it's polystrate. So those of you who are skeptical out there, go and buy yourself some Green River fishes, the expensive ones, right? They're quite big ones, and evaluate it for yourself. You'll also find that shellfish, like there's some marvelous examples when I dig up, say, ammonites, and the ammonites will be, say, that big. Well, it doesn't matter which way you lay them. They're that thick and that tall. They will be polystrate. Even with gravel, they'll be polystrate. So you don't need to talk about trees. Basically, by definition, every fossil, as Professor Derek Ager said, even in his books on the fossil record or on the geologic column or on the new catastrophism, concedes that we need to be more honest. In fact, he went on to say the early creationists were the honest geologists. The current evolutionists are not really dealing with the facts that are out there. So polystrate, anything that crosses multiple layers. And we have, if you want to see them in Australia, come on, George, come up to Queensland, come and see Jurassic Ark. We have polystrate fossils, whether they're tiny plants, whether they're shells. We've even found one big bunya nut, which is polystrate, as well as the mega-sized trees. So we've got plenty of them, but you can see them everywhere around the planet. So get your definitions right, you evolutionists.
Correct, John. And the thing the thing I like about the Green River Formation is those fossils are complete. So if you've got all these valves that have fossilized these fish and other animals, why are they lasting more than 6 months or 12 months? Because they are very, very thin layers.
They certainly are. And even if the fish fell to the deep bottom of an oxygen poor sea, what you'll find is what the fish farmers find. The fish farmers find that even in cold water, where fish bodies don't disintegrate, you'll find that within a day or two, there's actually a fungus in the deepest, darkest, coldest water that comes along and cleans the bottom of their tanks up, right? Yep. The fish disappears, whether it's in shallow water, whether it's in deep water, whether it's in light, or whether it's in dark. There are scavengers that God has built into the scene to remove dead tissue, animal, plant, etc. And it is very effective. So unless it's covered up real quick, e.g. Green River, e.g. Jurassic Ark trees, they will simply not be there. So your point's absolutely spot on, George. And polystrate of any description, micro or macro, tells you rapid deposition.
Yeah, amen. Well said. Well said. And it's such good evidence for the YEC model. And I haven't seen really any good sufficient responses from the older side. And last time Joe and Sam were on here giving their presentation, I think a week or two ago now, we spent a great deal of time refuting the so-called counters that the old earthers provide. And we turned that into a clip, and it's available on the channel for people to see. So if I could go to this next question, looking in the side chat, we got a bunch. And this one is good because as we are defending Genesis, and John and Dr. Eager, I know you have a couple articles on this topic on your website. And the question is, it has to do with dinosaurs. Did dinosaurs go onto the ark? And what happened to them, since we obviously don't see dinosaurs today?
Good question, but it's one you need to define your term. So dinosaurs is a relatively modern term. Noah would not have said, oh, look, tooth-eyed triceratops is coming towards the ark, right? What you find is dinosaurs, 1841, invented by the man who used to call them dragons, right? Now, dragons is a term that goes way back, and Diane can talk about its current use in places like China in a moment, but you'll find that Noah would not have even used the term dinosaurs. He may have been familiar with the word dragons because that goes way back in ancient history, or its equivalent, way back to Babylon, etc. So it's been around for a long time. But when you have a look at dinosaurs and you ponder, even if Noah built an ark in which the cubit was not just the distance from fingertip to elbow, but twice that, a royal cubit, the ark would still have probably only received the animals that God sent it, e.g., 2 of every kind, 7 of some, and probably most of them babies. 2 reasons for that. Who's going to send 2 adult rabbits on unless you want 400 to get off? So that's not going to happen. So God would have actually sent babies of most varieties, I'm pretty sure, including the dinosaurs. And we have casts of baby dinosaurs, and they're only this big, right? When they hatched out, they were unbelievably tiny. So it would not have been a problem. And what's happened to them? The same as the dodo bird. I mean, in the case of the dodo bird, we ate every last one out of existence. There are so many creatures. The things that kids learn at school today is which creature is going to die out next. They do not learn from climate change theory. Oh, the ice is melting. The polar bear's got nowhere to hide. He's going to die out. They should be saying, well, what a wonderful opportunity for seals to evolve. But you never study evolution under real circumstances because it's simply not happening. Degeneration is. And in the case of extinction, you'll find there's probably 5 causes of extinction, and they're probably all happening at once. So you can go to our Q&A site, go to our main website, creationresearch.net, click Q&A, look up extinction. It'll deal with things like after Noah's flood, the Bible mentions ice coming in the days of Job. It mentions winter coming in the days even of Noah. And the interesting thing about reptiles is they actually change sex, or they have the sex determined by the environment. Here in Australia, if it's too cold, you'll only get male crocodiles. Crocodiles, sauruses, same as in the dinosaurs. If it's too hot, you'll only get females. So their sex is determined by the environmental climate. And there's many other features that would have done away with many creatures, because after Noah's flood, hot, cold, winter, summer, snow, harvest, etc., the changes come in. The first climate change is dated to Noah's flood, not just the Industrial Revolution. So it would have also been a big factor whether people killed them or not. And I suspect the dragon stories, oh, by the way, take over, Diane, you've got living experience of the use of the word dragon in scientific terms.
Yes, if you go to just the general scientific literature about, we've found this new dinosaur, and a lot of them have been found in China, and they are given names like Mi Long, and that term there, or Dialong, and it means dragon in Chinese. And a few years ago, I worked at a time at Sydney University, and we had some visiting Chinese scientists there, and I got to talk to them. And when they were when they found out I was interested in fossil bones as well as living bones, which is what we were studying, one of them said, "Oh, I live in the province that has the most dragon bones." Now, this was just a general chatty type academic talk, or just in our own office. So she didn't use any technical scientific terms, even though she used them. But that's what they think of them. So in the scientific literature, they are formally named something dragon, and just in their general everyday talk, they refer to them as dragon bones. They know what they are. So that term dragon is not something that belongs to fairy tales. It does relate to actual observations out in the real world and language that's been there for thousands of years. So don't let anyone bluff you that dragons aren't real. They are, but and they've been formally named by scientists.
Well, I have to just mention this particular person in the chat who's provided us a $50 super chat. John, he says, my first introduction to John Mackay was a video of him explaining the truth to Richard Dawkins. Thank John Mackay and SFT for all your valued teaching about God's creation. There you go.
Amen.
People are listening to you.
Thank you.
Well, that's good. Remind them they can get all of our DVDs streamed now as MP3s, MP4s available as well. And if you want to see all that stuff again, just go to creationresearch.net, search shop, and look up streaming, or you can get it too on Joseph's website, who was on last week out of England, but the same content.
Yeah, and pray
Amen.
for Richard Dawkins that the truth might actually penetrate and he might believe it.
Yeah.
Amen. Amen. And actually, here's another ministry donation that came in from Alec Cox. I appreciate it. And just a lot of support as well from a lot of people in the chat. I appreciate it. We got 50 people right now really enjoying this. So Alex says, I'll just read it word for word. He says, ask about circadian rhythm is not a mistake. They tried a 10-day week. It did not work. God gave us the 7-day week for a purpose. Any thoughts, Diane, John?
Okay, Diane, you can talk about the circadian rhythm. I'll talk a bit about history first. You will find that...
all right, so circadian rhythm just means that our body functions do respond to the environment around us. So we have a daily circadian rhythm that responds to the light and dark and the changes in temperature. We also have some longer biorhythms that respond to the seasons and to various other environmental cues. And it does seem that we work best in a pattern of 6 days of active working and a day of rest. Just over the history, it does seem that people just work best that way. Now, you're right about a couple of societies trying a 10-day week. Actually, the ancient Egyptians tried that as well, but then their whole their whole economy ran on slave labor. So it's probably not a good experiment for us to try. But certainly the Russians, Communist Russia or Soviet Russia, and Sri Lanka, for a little while did try a 10-day week. After all, it sort of fits nicely into the decimal system. But even Napoleon, who imposed the decimal system on most of Europe, didn't even try that. And it failed. People were just exhausted and stressed. And so it has been found that over the centuries, just by sheer experience, our body does seem to work like that. And it's to do with the way the different biorhythms, the short-term ones and the long-term ones, work together with the changing seasons. So I don't know whether that helps, but certainly you're right. The history has shown that departing from that just does not work. And it's interesting in our society now, where even though we have a 7-day week in terms of names, people are just expected to work in sort of random fashions. We no longer have a community day of rest. Sunday is just as busy a day as any other day in the week. People work 10-day fortnights and have, yes, they might have a couple of days of rest, but it's lost that sense of the whole society staying in that rhythm. And you've only got to look at the levels of stress and anxiety and depression and all of those other things that are just keep on going up and up and up as our society turns away from that regular rhythm of 6 days of work, 6 days of activity, and 1 day of rest. Do you have anything to add to that, John?
Yeah. Historically, of course, you can correlate it purely to Genesis chapter 1, Genesis chapter 2, Exodus chapter 20, where it says, for in 6 days the Lord made the heavens and the earth, and on the seventh day you'll rest. Therefore, 6 days, you will work, and the seventh day you will rest. There's no doubt about historically in Western society particularly, and if you like your English history, look up Alfred the Great, the guy who became the first Christian king and authorized the first authorized version of the Bible. The first thing he translated into Anglo-Saxon, Old English, etc., was Exodus chapter 20. So he implemented the concept of the 6 days of work, the seventh day rest, as a national meaning up to the border of Scotland. We Scots didn't even get a look in at that time, but you'll find that his aim was a united kingdom, which you now have, and it was controlled up until recently by this plan of 6 days of creation related to our 6 days of work and the seventh day of rest. And my prediction is now that we have 10 days on and 4 days off for policemen and for nurses, you watch the number of suicides, you watch the number of stress-related injuries, you watch the number of families who simply can't cope with that because it's not related to the natural rhythm, if you want to use those terms, that God seems to have placed even into our bodies. You can get away with it for a little while, but in reality, it will kill the society because it's too stressful. So your medical field deals with that sort of thing, Diane, but misplacing the creation calendar is the cause of so much of the stress. So back to you, George.
Correct me if I'm wrong, John. Didn't they have like a cultivation system where I think every 7th year, or come to the 7th year, they would give that particular field a rest? They rotated their crops.
The Jewish people, their first lesson in what's called the Sabbath was when they left Egypt, and of course they're totally sick and tired of eating dry grain and wandering through the deserts. They complain they're running out of food, and so God says, all right, I'll provide. I will give you manna, I will give you meat, and you're only going to go and collect it for 6 days. On the 7th day it won't be there, so you get twice as much. Now, pretty lenient sort of rules, because he said, if you don't go and collect it, you'll just go hungry on the 7th day. Now, when they got used to that, he upped the ante a bit and said, if you don't go and collect twice as much on the 6th day and you go out on the 7th, then the wages of sin is death, because I've turned this into a command. And then by the time you get to the setting up of Israel as a nation, the law has become a state law, and God expected the whole system to fit into that. And he started to say, well, here's how it applies to the land. you will work it for 6 years, and on the 7th year, you will give it a rest. Now, I've been a vegetable grower for a long time, and here in Australia, where we have harsh conditions, we have good years, we have bad years, it is very useful to your plants to at least give it 1 year's rest in 7. Out here, we've learned to give it 1 year's rest in 4. It does even better. Right? So resting your land is a concept that comes straight out of the Bible and has been applied through history, and it works. So please don't tell anybody tell me out there this is all religious fiddle faddle. No, it actually works. Amen. So that's probably the thing we can say on that, George.
Yeah.
Amen. Amen. Well said. Well, as you know, John and Diane, many Bible compromisers, they kind of ignore all the information you're providing here, such fascinating information, and they will push what is called the gap theory. Is this biblical and even scientific?
Well, coming from a non-Christian background and becoming a Christian through reading the Bible, I was shocked when I heard that Christians actually believed this, because I'd read the Bible from cover to cover, knew more about the Bible than most people did before I even went to church, right? And when I found that Christians said, well, there's a gap between verse 1 and verse 2, I thought they were off their mind, because I read it again and I couldn't find any gap in Genesis. And then, of course, in geology, and in our day when we went through, our university was tied up to Oxford, to Cambridge, etc. So we had to do a bit of history of geological thinking, because many of our terms, like Cambrian, are related to concepts like where Cambria is, right? But the basic division was primary, secondary, tertiary, and quaternary. Quaternary we still use, and those 4 divisions were related to a biblical attitude. Primary creation, secondary Noah's flood, tertiary from the flood up till recently, and the 4th period, the one we are in basically now, or just up to when we started studying geology. So you will find that our whole mindset was actually biblical. So when you look at this whole issue, the challenge here is, are you actually as a Christian behaving biblically? And in the case of the gap theory, I hate to tell it to you, but if there's anybody out there who thinks it's got something going for it, let me tell you, being a Scotsman by background, it was the Scots who came up with the idea, well, the geologists have millions of years, hundreds of thousands of years. What can we do with it? We know it can't be after Adam. So they put it between verse 1 and verse 2, and they had no other reason, not a biblical reason, not a scientific reason, just an acceptance of a vast age for the earth from the French, then into the English, then through Charles Lyell and some of the others, until it became embedded as fact. And the theologians said, the scientists know it's a fact, so we must reread the Bible. There's your problem. It doesn't matter what your theory is. If you didn't start with the Bible to see other things, you will most probably be wrong. Don't start with what the world says to read the Bible. Start with what the Bible says, and you'll find it says in 6 days, God created the heavens and the earth, and he didn't take time off on day 1 for you to have a rest between a couple of ants, right? Yeah. I always smiled. I actually did it one day to find out how many ands in Hebrew or English there are in the Bible. I was using the good old King James Bible, and there's 131 ands. And you say, so what? Well, one of our workers was a linguist, and he said, and means there's no full stop. I did this, and I did that, and I did it. And means there's no breath, and means there's no poise, because otherwise the Hebrews would have written it differently. But I did this, and I did that, and I did something else, and I did the next, and I did, and it doesn't stop till Genesis chapter 2 and verse 4. That's where God is resting, right? So there is no break at all. Forget the gap theory. It's one of the worst compromises you could actually involve yourself in. Why? Because it's based on fossils. Fossils are dead, and death is the key to Genesis. God's world was very good. No sin, no death. All death, death of animals, death of man, no sin, no death. So there was no fossil record full of dead things for you to try and reinterpret Genesis on. So my advice, go to creationresearch.net, click Q&A, look up gap theory, or if you don't want to do that, just forget it. It's trash.
Amen. I could not agree more. Well said. George?
Yeah.
Why don't I'll give you the honors. We are coming up at the 2-hour mark. And I mean, we've still got over 50 people here. This has been a great broadcast. I want to respect your time, Diane and John. So George, how about you? I'll give you the honors. Pick out one last question. I know we've got enough questions to keep us busy for the next 10 hours, but let's choose one last one and then we'll wind things down. I appreciate again, John and Diane, your time. So
okay, well,
go ahead, George.
This one's a good one. It's about blood groups. How did AB 0 or sorry 0 or O and RH blood groups come from Adam and Eve? What blood group were they?
Diane, yours totally.
Actually, we have a specific question on that on the Ask site. So if people want to go to that, they will get all the details, but very, very quickly. A and B refer to a couple of chemicals which are on our red blood cells. On the outside of the cells, we have all sorts of chemicals that signal to other cells and also change the surface properties of the cells. So A and B are two different chemicals that we found on our red blood cells. O refers to the fact that you don't have either an A or a B, and AB means that you've got both of those on your red blood cells. So it looks like O is actually a loss. So straight away, we can decrease the number of blood groups we've got there. To explain the genetics, you actually do need to see a diagram. So I would encourage you, go to our Ask site and actually look up blood groups, and the diagram will show you how the blood groups are inherited. But basically, you have two genes for the ABO system blood groups. The A and the B are both dominant in that if you have one of those genes, you will be that group, even if your other gene is an O. And so O is just a loss of those chemicals. So it's an indication of the world going downhill. As we commonly say in creation research, the real history of the world is from good to bad to worse. We are lots of change, but it's all downhill. Now, the RH system is a different system. Again, RH positive and negative, you either have this chemical or you don't. It's a sort of either or thing. And again, the RH positive is dominant over the negative. So if your blood is RH negative, you have two genes for that negative. So again, that is a loss. That's a problem because it does cause some incompatibility in mothers who have babies with a different RH group, because we have to remember that women have babies who inherit their father's genes as well as their mother's genes. So if they inherit, so they can have different blood groups to their mothers, and sometimes there is an incompatibility there. So again, it's a good indication of design. These chemicals did not arise randomly. They were there all the time, and we've lost some of them in the intervening millennia since the beginning. And in order to understand the way they're inherited, it makes much more sense if you go and have a look at our diagram on Ask John Mackay and just click on blood groups. And there's a couple of questions there that will help you.
Well said. Great answer. And I just put, I believe it's that article. I just put it in the live chat for people to check out. Okay, perfect. And then also I want to let everybody know, if you go to our YouTube channel or the Standing For Truth Ministries website, under events, you'll find a video we all did with Joe, John, and Diane, titled "The Creation Research Team on Standing for Truth: Out of Adam, the Real Racial History of Man." So that one was a ton of fun. A lot of good information there. Anybody who has not yet seen it, please check that out, where we do touch on this question a little bit more too, actually.
We are happy to answer the questions that haven't been dealt with as well at some other time. So don't give up and do come back.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Well, George, John, and Diane, thank you so much. This was an awesome show. So much good information. I want to hand it to everybody here on the panel for some final thoughts, final words. Why don't we start with George? George, thanks again for being here. You've been a busy boy. You've been here the last 3 days. Monday, we had Mike Oard here. We did a discussion on the Grand Canyon plus a Q&A. Last night we had Joseph Hubbard. We did a presentation on the flood / post-flood boundary. Again, an audience Q&A. And today we had Dr. Eager and John Mackay here for this awesome presentation and Q&A on design. So thank you so much again, Diane and John. And George, some final thoughts, final words, and thank you, George.
Yeah, I'll just share a disturbing conversation I had with my cousin, who's also a doctor. He told me at my age I should be starting to think about the hereafter. I thought, where's he going with this? So I said to him, I already do. I said, every time I walk into another room, I ask myself, now, what am I hereafter? On that note.
Is that your final words? Of course, George,
yeah.
Final words are a joke.
I'll just add, I've known John now for a little bit over a year, but it feels like I've known him for all my life. No kidding.
That's awesome, George. I appreciate it. And it really does feel like that. Amen. John Mackay, thank you again. And any final words, final thoughts?
Well, since George is trying to be funny, let's help you. When Eve and Adam had got into trouble, Adam said, I should be the man who wears the plants in this family.
That's going to be a tough one to top, George. I think John's got you.
No, you're right. No, you're right.
I'm using that one tonight at the dinner table. That's good. Thank you, John. And Dr. Eager, thank you so much for being here and giving us your time. Some final words, final thoughts.
That's a pleasure. Just look around you and delight in the wonderful design that you can see, like those bird's nests that George shared with us, and the birds themselves, and all of the wonderful things that have been made. Delight in the design, because that's why design is considered to be important. People delight in it. They like to see things that are well designed, but most importantly, look to the designer. That's the real purpose of this. Yes, we can analyze the design, but we talk about this because we want you to know the designer, the Lord Jesus Christ.
Welcome to Standing for Truth. I want to thank everybody for being here tonight. Now, tonight we are defending the truth of biblical creation, and it is a privilege to have Michael J. Oard back with us here for an important presentation on the Grand Canyon. As usual, we will also be having an audience question and answer. So therefore, please tag me with your questions. Mike, thank you again for giving us your time for tonight's show.
You're welcome.
I appreciate that. And George, my award-winning co-host, thank you for being here as well.
I keep watching through the window for the postman to see that award. I still can't see it in my mailbox, by the way, Donnie.
It'll be there any moment at this point, George.
Mike, I hope you have better luck, mate.
Better luck?
Yeah, I hope you have better luck than me.
Well, I appreciate you being here, George, and Mike as well. For the audience sake, as everybody knows, we got kind of a 3-day event here, all focusing on Genesis, the flood. Tomorrow we have another presentation from Joseph Hubbard on the post-flood boundary, and then John Mackay on Wednesday for a presentation on design. So we got a lot of new people here. Mike's been here several times before. All his previous presentations and shows with us are linked in the description box. I want to give him a brief introduction for anybody who might not be familiar with Mike. Mike Oard has an MS degree in atmospheric science from the University of Washington. After 30 years as a meteorologist with the U.S. National Weather Service, he retired and now is fully devoted to research on the compelling evidence for Noah's flood and the post-flood ice age. He has done considerable study on the woolly mammoths in light of Noah's flood and the ice age. Actually, I've got his book here, Frozen in Time, behind me. I highly recommend it. Please check that out. Mike has published several research papers in his field in journals of the American Meteorological Society. His creationist research has been published in technical books, layman's books, and children's books, as well as in many creationist journals. He also lectures on these subjects and serves on the board of directors of the Creation Research Society in the U.S. You can also find more about Mike on the CMI website, where you can find this information and many of his articles, including technical articles. So that being said, again, Mike, thanks so much for being here. And George, unless you had a couple words of introduction, we'll kind of get right into it.
Yeah, okay. I'll start off by saying, may the Spirit of God open your eyes to the light, your ears to the truth, and your heart to his Son, the Lord Jesus Christ. Now, Mike, just to let you know that Donnie pays me $1,000 an hour, but make sure the second hour goes past the second hour, otherwise I don't get the extra 1,000.
Hey, George.
I like that, George. Laughter is the best medicine. Great way to start this off. So we've got a great chat. Again, guys, please make sure you're tagging me at Standing for Truth with your questions. We will be having an audience Q&A as soon as we're done with the presentation. So, Mike, I'm going to put your slides up on screen. I see it now. What is the origin of the Grand Canyon? So I want to hand it over to you. And the floor is yours, Mike.
Okay. Well, as the title says, what is the origin of the Grand Canyon? This will not be dealing with sediments that form the walls of the Grand Canyon and some of the aspects of the flood we learned from that. This is on how did the canyon form? Well, I'm going to talk about three main aspects. The origin of the Grand Canyon is a uniformitarian mystery. And we have, creation scientists have two hypotheses called the dam breach hypothesis, and I believe it has fatal problems, more than one, by the way. And a better explanation is late flood channelized erosion. So let's start off with a view of the Grand Canyon. There it is. You see a view of the inner gorge with the igneous and metamorphic rocks down below. And then you find about 4,000 to 5,000 feet of horizontal sedimentary rocks on top of that, and a flat surface on at the very top. Now, there's several aspects of the walls of the Grand. I guess I'm going to speak a little bit about the walls. You can trace most of these formations for several hundred miles, sometimes a couple thousands of miles, like the bottom tapetes for sandstone, this layer right down in here. You can trace that over half of North America. Now, the secular scientists claim that these sediments were deposited in 250 million years by slow processes over millions of years. Well, slow processes we see today going on, uniformitarianism, you'd have small formations that change to other sediments vertically and horizontally rapidly. And you don't. You find even thicknesses of this sedimentary rocks for hundreds and sometimes thousands of miles away from here. And now in 250 million years, this should have been eroded, completely eroded, probably about 25 times because erosion on a million-year time scale is so fast. You should see canyons and valleys all through the walls of the Grand Canyon if erosion was that fast, but you don't. You know, this has the appearance of one sedimentary layer being deposited on top of another sedimentary layer in rapid succession over large areas, exactly what we expect from Noah's flood. And this top flat surface here, you can all see my cursor? My cursor shows up fine?
Yes. Yep.
That's a planation surface. It represents the erosion of about 1,200 feet of 12,000 feet of sedimentary rock that was on top and eroded off the whole area before Grand Canyon formed, forming a planation surface. Anyway, planation surfaces can be placed within the recessional stage of the flood as the waters are running off at high speeds. First as wide currents that took a lot of sedimentary rocks away from it, leaving flat planation surfaces behind. Now, the upshot of this is nature today, we don't observe flat surfaces being formed. We observe them being dissected. That's the point. It's against what we see according to present processes. One of many aspects of geology I find that go against the idea of uniformitarianism. So let's jump into the topic. Can secular scientists explain the origin of this canyon right here? 1,000 cubic miles of material, rock, was eroded from this. And first of all, some secular scientists say the Grand Canyon is such an important area that the paradigm that can explain it would be probably the truth. So, a guy named Peterson et al. Said this about it. The famous landscape of the Grand Canyon lies along the front lines of competing scientific and non-scientific, in other words, creationist views of Earth's antiquity and evolution. Of course, he considers it what we believe non-scientific. But actually, if he would think about it, Grand Canyon originated in the past. You can't repeat it. You can't observe it. So it's not science either. So it's really a historical concept. So it's the history of one worldview versus the history of another. History of the biblical worldview and the history of the secular view that tries to explain everything, and I mean everything, including atoms and elements, without God. So it's like this. Is the Grand Canyon carved by a lot of time and just a little water? That's the secular uniformitarian view. Or was it carved by a lot of water and a little time? You see, neither one of these is more scientific or non-scientific than the other. What can we glean from a study of Grand Canyon that can tell us which view is more correct? Well, in order to do that, the past, geological history must be approached in a forensic manner. In other words, you study the observations of the present, and based on what you believe about the past, you bring up clues to see whether your paradigm is correct or not. That's what we can do. But the past is not science. So let's kind of orientate ourselves where we're at. We're in the Southwest United States. We're on the Colorado Plateau. Here it is, about 135,000 square miles in this area right in here. It's composed of uplifted ridges that have been eroded and then sunken valleys and basins. Not a lot of faulting. It's not like the Basin and Range here, which is composed of numerous fault mountains. So it's composed of eroded domes in a number of places, like right up in here. This is the San Rafael Swell in the northwest Colorado Plateau. I'm going to show a diagram of that pretty soon. That's a dome that lifted up, bowed up like that, and it got all eroded all through the middle of the dome, but left the edges dipping away from the dome, left hanging. And from that, we can determine by trigonometry how much erosion occurred over the San Rafael Swell right up in here. And here's the Grand Canyon down in here in the southwest or western part of the Colorado Plateau. I'm going to show a better picture of this. Here's the Colorado River coming like this through Marble Canyon, down like this, and suddenly it goes from heading south to heading west through the Kaibab Plateau here, the high Kaibab Plateau. And then it enters and several other plateaus and passes through them, and then exits this area at the Grand Wash Cliffs right in here, which is a big fault along the edge of the Colorado Plateau. So this is the Grand Canyon area. This is the little Colorado River Valley. This is low. The blues are low areas. And same with the reds and greens. You can see it's color-coded. The green, this color green is low, but other shades of green are higher elevations. So, and here's a smaller version of it. Here's the Grand Canyon here. Here's Powell Reservoir. And here's Lee's Ferry, where you can drive down to and float it from here. I've floated it twice, by the way. You go through marble platform right in here, through these plateaus, heading south, and then it crosses right in here, across the East Kaibab upwarp. Now, it's important to understand the geography and topography here. This is the first plateau that the Grand Canyon cuts through. And it cuts through at intermediate altitudes. Like it's about 9,200 feet above sea level, about right in here. And it slopes down to the south to the Coconino Plateau. And so it's cut right in here at 7,200 feet above sea level and 8,200 feet. It slopes down right in here. But the low areas across this first plateau are here, the big arrows, about 6,400 feet, and up here about 5,700 feet above sea level. So those are the low areas of that East Kaibab upwarp. And then you might notice that the Grand Canyon, it doesn't go down the topographic slope down like this way right here and come in like that. It hugs the same altitude along the southwest part of the East Kaibab Plateau. It doesn't go down the topographic slope at all, which is another mystery. First mystery is, why did it cut through at intermediate altitudes on this high plateau? And secondly, why did it not go down the topographic slope, but instead hug the edge of the southwest East Kaibab Plateau at the same altitude? You can see the color don't change in here. Then it starts heading west and then south, and then turns like this and enters Lake Mead at the Grand Wash Cliffs. Now this fault here is about 5,000 feet, where the part on the right went up versus the part that went down on the left. So that's the Grand Canyon area. It's about 220 river miles long, about 200 air miles long. So that's the origin we're trying to talk about. What originated that mile-deep canyon? Well, I'm just going to quote some secular scientists. Here's William Rainey in a book on the Grand Canyon. Let's see. Carving Grand Canyon, Evidence of Theories and Mysteries. Can secular scientists explain it readily? Well, after about 150 years, they're no further along than they were 150 years ago. And I'm just going to add a few quotes to this. Oddly enough, the Grand Canyon is located in a place where it seemingly shouldn't be. Some 20 miles east of Grand Canyon Village, the Colorado River turns sharply 90 degrees from a southerly course to a western one and into the heart of the uplifted Kaibab Plateau. It appears to cut right through this uplifted wall of rock, which lies 3,000 feet above the adjacent marble platform to the east. Why did it do that? Why do rivers cut through mountain ranges and plateaus as if the river did the carving? Well, that's one of the assumptions, that the river did the carving, but in the process, it's very difficult to have the river go up and then down. We know that doesn't happen, so you have to think of other exotic ways you can form a canyon in a mountain ranges. And the secular scientists have four main hypotheses out. But let's get some more quotes. Oh no, here's the hypotheses. the uniformitarian speculations, the antecedent river. The river came first. The mountains just uplifted, and the river just stayed stationary, eroding through that mountain range at the same rate it's uplifting, which is a very special condition. Then there's stream piracy, where a stream on one side of the mountain range or plateau erodes faster and erodes so far into it through the ridge it steals the drainage of the water drainage from the other side of the mountain range. That's probably the most popular idea out now. Then superimposed stream, where stream forms at the very top of a bunch of sediments, and they all get eroded all around, but the stream cuts down with time, millions of years. They all in the same spot, not deflected at all, while everything gets eroded all around it. Now, that's a very special hypothesis, which not too many people believe in now. And then there's a spillover hypothesis that lakes formed on the east of the Kaibab Plateau and broke through. So those are the uniformitarian speculations. And here is a plaque seen at the Yakima River water gap. See, the Grand Canyon is essentially a water gap, and there's thousands of water gaps where rivers go through ridges and mountains. In this case, the Yakima River goes through 6 lava ridges up in central Washington. And here you can see the stream comes first. Antecedent means before, and the mountains just rise up, and the stream isn't even deflected, or you don't form a lake or nothing, and it just cuts on through as if at the same rate as the mountains rise. And here's the stream piracy idea. You have 2 parallel streams, and then with time you erode the stream valleys like this, but there's a ridge between them, and then one branch of the stream cuts through there and steals the stream from the other side. It's called stream piracy. That's another theory. So the problem with these uniformitarian ideas is that Grand Canyon was carved at intermediate altitudes. In these theories, whether you're talking about a spillover hypothesis, and we're assuming the same topography, and that's a good assumption because the Butte Fault goes along here, and that was in existence before the Grand Canyon was carved. So this East Kaibab upwarp was there before the canyon cut through it. And like I said, it was cut at intermediate altitudes. Why would that be? When it should, if it was a spillover, it should have especially gone through this low area to the north, 5,700 feet versus where it did in here, and carved down like this there. It did not. So that's some of the major problems with secular ideas. But we have even more quotes. A guy named Price wrote an introduction to Grand Canyon geology. He said, well, the principles of erosion, like so much of geology, are simple. The detailed history of the Colorado River and its canyons remains elusive and difficult to grasp. And Rainey says again, the canyon's birth is shrouded in hazy mystery. After 150 years of research, still hazy mystery, cloaked in intrigue and filled with enigmatic puzzles. And although the Grand Canyon is one of the world's most recognizable landscapes, it is remarkable how little is known about the details of its origin. Do you think maybe that the secular scientists, assuming uniformitarianism, are on the wrong track? Indeed, I believe they are, as I'll show later. And here's a recent quote. These two uniformitarian geologists wrote a recent paper in Earth Science Reviews, of which they tried to figure this out, the origin of the Grand Canyon. And they assumed that the Colorado River flowed and went down a big sinkhole way down deep into the limestone, and then found a cave or produced a cave and piped through the Kaibab Plateau 100 miles. That's a very difficult theory to accomplish. But anyway, they start off on page 2 with this quote right here. They're going to quote Dutton, who was one of the earlier researchers on this problem of the Grand Canyon. They say the course of the Colorado River and its tributaries are remarkably independent of topography and structural control. In other words, they don't go down normal valleys. They go through mountains, come out. They do all kinds of things as if it totally independent of the ridges and the geological structures. With mountains discordant to the course of the stream, or as stated by Dutton, they run in a majority of cases against the inclination of the topographic slope. See, they don't go down the slope. A lot of times go parallel. They cut through mountains and plateaus. Now, rivers don't normally do that. By the way, there's thousands of these water gaps across the earth. And I might add that these all formed in the late Cenozoic, or practically all, indicating that the flood post-flood boundary is in the late Cenozoic. I have 35 reasons why that's the case, from geology, climatology, geomorphology, and tectonics and organic sediments. They cut through mountains and plateaus. They enter cliffs, and then they emerge from them. They enter lifts of monoclines. They cross faults from the up thrown to the down thrown side, meaning the faults, they don't recognize faults. They ignore them. They run obliquely up or down the structural slopes, and then they course along the strike. That's a valley. That's the case where they're normal along the strike. That's what Dutton had to say. They quoted him. In other words, the Grand Canyon, if the river carved it somehow, goes against physics, geophysics, geology. It just doesn't follow the terrain. There's a lot of mysteries to the origin of the Grand Canyon from a secular point of view. And you can get a lot more quotes from experts that have studied it. And essentially, they haven't progressed any further in 150 years. And I'm believing that it's because of their paradigm of uniformitarianism. So, how do we explain it from a biblical worldview? Well, actually, we're sophisticated enough that we have 2 hypotheses out. There's the post-flood dam breach hypothesis, similar to the secular idea of spillover. This postulates that at the end of the flood, we had lakes backed up behind the East Kaibab Plateau. And then with time, they broke through the East Kaibab Plateau, forming Grand Canyon. They broke through, they breached. Or late flood channelized erosion, meaning as the floodwaters were draining, first as wide currents becoming more narrow, the narrow currents speeding up, going from with a lot of water going through a more narrow area, carving canyons, valleys, water gaps by the thousands from the top down during the late flood, the last aspect of the flood. And so it carves the canyon. Of course, that's the low spot, and the rivers normally follow after this. So what is the dam breach hypothesis? Well, there's several versions, 3 versions actually. I've heard a version where the lakes broke through right away, late in the flood or right after the flood. But no one, I think, defends that. I just heard it as a possibility, and so I include it. Another one is there's 2 or 3 ponded lakes from the flood, and another one says there's only 2 ponded lakes from the flood. They lasted 200 to 500 years. Now, I published a paper just recently in the Creation Research Society Quarterly, challenging the dam breach hypothesis as unlikely. And in this one, I used Austin's hypothesis, which I believe is more scientific than Walter Brown's hypothesis, which is a lot more elaborate and unscientific. He's believing that you have to erode all those 12,000 feet of sediments over the Grand Canyon area first during his dam breach, and then the canyon forms. That's way too much rock to erode. And there's other problems with his idea, but I'm going to go with Austin's, which I believe is more scientific. And they might not have lasted 200 to 500 years. A twist when I was doing this article is that the lakes could have filled up in maybe a dozen or a couple dozen years by exotic ideas like hypercanes, which are super hurricanes, of which they postulate the precipitation rate was maybe 20 inches a day, or even a lot more than that. But just hypercanes are in my field of atmospheric science, and they're problematic. To form a hypercane, you have to they're just like a hurricane. They got to sit on hot water, in this case over 40 degrees centigrade water after the flood, which there could be pools of this, but probably not. And also they got to stay generally stationary because they got to stay over that area. So the water currents can't move the hot pool away, and the atmosphere can't move the developing hypercane away. So you got to almost have still water and still atmosphere for this to happen. Very problematic. Moreover, if the tracks of hypercanes or anything like hurricanes today, they're further south than the Grand Canyon area. They would hit the east coast of the northern hemisphere continents at low and mid latitudes, just not in the right area. Moreover, when one of these hypercanes or even hurricanes moves inland, it loses its strength because it's the hot water that produces it. But it can rain a lot, of course, but it loses its strength. So there's a lot of aspects, aspects against hypercanes forming these lakes real fast. So they had to last somewhere around 200 to 500 years and gradually increase during the Ice Age. And that's reasonable because I believe the Ice Age, I did a rough calculations in 1993 in defense of the dam breach hypothesis. I used to believe it and found that probably had about 4 times the amount of precip in that area during the Ice Age in the Southwest United States. And so that would raise those lakes. But when I looked at it a little closer, I found quite a few problems, some fatal, with the idea. And I'm probably the only one that's really studied a real dam breach, the Lake Missoula flood. That was at the peak of the Ice Age, where a finger of the ice in northern Idaho blocked the Clark Fork River and formed a lake 2,000 feet deep in the valleys of western Montana. And that lake broke through that ice and carved up eastern Washington in a matter of a couple days, sending a huge surge of water 600 feet deep over Spokane, Washington, 1,000 feet deep through the Columbia Gorge between Washington and Oregon. And as it spread out in the Vancouver, Portland area, it was 400 feet deep, 500 cubic miles of water. And it's interesting that during that the Lake Missoula flood, it produced some water and wind gaps. A water gap, like the Grand Canyon, it formed in a flood, showing that super floods form water gaps and cut from the top down, just like I'm going to present for the origin of Grand Canyon. So here is a little more detail. This is a figure from the Answers in Genesis Museum. And here's the 3 lakes right here. Hopi Lake filling up the low little Colorado River Valley right in here. And then there's Canyonland lakes right up up in here, and then Lake Uinta. Now, Steve Austin now does not believe Lake Uinta is part of the dam breach hypothesis, which I think is getting closer to the truth. Because Lake Uinta, there was no such lake. That's based in the Green River Formation, which is a flood sedimentary rock, which I presented a month ago on this site. It's called, the northern lake's called Lake Uinta or Lake Vernal, and it's based on the Green River Formation and equivalent formations in that area. The Bridger Formation, Wasatch Formations, the Uinta Formation. There's a lot of other formations. Anyway, here's where the lake would be. This is the Green River Formation right in here, the Uinta Basin. However, like I said in the previous broadcast, these have thick sediments that are definitely from the flood. Why? Well, the Green River Formation is thousands of feet deep, over 40,000 square miles. That's huge. How can the post-flood lake produce that? There's up to 17,000 feet of erosion on the Book and Roan cliffs on the edge of the San Rafael swell. And in the Green River Formation, there's enough oil as a form of oil shale to supply the U.S. energy needs for 100 years. Now, how's that going to form in a post-flood lake? Also, there's tropical and subtropical fossils, crocodiles, palms, fossils. And then we're talking about lakes supposedly that were 6,000 to 9,000 feet near the present continental divide, well inland from the oceans. So it couldn't possibly be formed from a post-flood lake. And here's a San Rafael swell I promised you. This is a north-south cross section. Here, north is to the left, to the south. San Rafael swell this way. And on the north limb, the sediments dip about 8 degrees down to the north. And based on that dip and the distance from a pass in the Roan Cliffs, about 9,000 feet up here, the distance to your Price and the angle, and then you have to add the relief above that pass, about 600 feet, I estimated. And therefore, this is the erosion around Helper or Price, Utah, 4,200 to 5,100 meters of erosion in the whole San Rafael swell. And this goes along with the average erosion of the Colorado Plateau of 2,500 meters to 5,000 meters. By the secular scientists have calculated that by the same methods of these bowed-up swells being eroded in the center. Notice the top formation is the Green River Formation. So if that was from a post-flood lake, when it was all flat and the swell wasn't there, you have to deposit thousands of feet of this Green River Formation, and the swell has to bow up, and then you erode all this material, that San Rafael swell and the rest of the Colorado Plateau, including the Green River Formation, and you can't find it nearby on the edge of the Colorado Plateau. It's been totally swept off the continent and forms a continental shelf. This is a flood signature, a flood runoff. This is what we expect in massive erosion during flood runoff. Getting back to these two lakes, we can eliminate this lake, and Steve Austin eliminates it too. So I believe he's getting closer to the truth. But what do we need to prove that these lakes existed? Well, when I examined this whole issue, believing the dam breach hypothesis at one time, I discovered some really big problems. There's really no evidence for those two lakes. Why? Because there's no shorelines for the lakes. And also the erosion around those lakes, the eroded products would slough down and fill up the bottom of those lakes, like normal lakes do today. And so after the lakes drain, you should see huge, thick bottom sediments in the deepest parts where the lakes supposedly once existed. These are big problems. Also, you will notice that you would have noticed, well, I'll show this slide again. There are long tributary canyons that are carved all the way down to the level of the Grand Canyon, about 5,000 feet down. And they start about 60 miles to the north and 60 miles to the south. And to form tributary canyons that deep, you need a drainage 120 miles wide, where the main drainage forms and then the side drainages carved from into it. That's the way normal drainages with tributaries form. You got to have water the width of those tributaries, the beginning of the tributaries. I'll delve into this more. So lack of evidence for the lakes. First, no shorelines, but there are abundant shorelines with other ice age lakes. And no lake bottom sediments is typical of large ice age and present day lakes. For instance, Glacial Lake Missoula, which I briefly mentioned earlier, it was 2,000 feet deep at the ice dam and 1,000 feet deep over the city of Missoula, which is right here. The M stands for University of Montana at Missoula. And here are some of those shorelines. There's about 40 of them. And there's a question exactly how they formed. I have my ideas, but I talked to others that have other ideas, but I'm not going to get into that. That's kind of off the subject. But you see those shorelines, innumerable places. This is well north of Missoula in the Bitterroot Valley. And you see the shorelines. This is the Northern Bison Range. There's the shorelines. And then during the Ice Age, you had all these lakes in the Southwest United States. This one is especially impressive. Lake Bonneville is about 10 times the size of Great Salt Lake, which is 12 feet deep on the average. But Lake Bonneville was over 800 feet deep during the Ice Age. And by the way, those lakes that formed the Grand Canyon were out in this area, just on the other side of these mountains, right in here, and the plateaus, other side of the plateaus. So all these have shorelines. Here's even up into Oregon, right in here, and even Death Valley, which isn't shown there, has shorelines. So why aren't there shorelines with the lakes over here, just on the other side of the mountains and plateaus? Big problem. And here are some big shorelines associated with Lake Bonneville. It was, like I said, about 800 feet deeper than Great Salt Lake. And there's several shorelines. The Bonneville level is the top one, and then about 300 feet down is the Provo level, and several others. And here's a shoreline from a lake in the east of the Sierra Mountains. Here's by the way, it's associated with the Ice Age. Here's a moraine coming out of the eastern Sierra Mountains. And there's a shoreline cut right in that moraine, indicating that these shorelines from these lakes were cut during the Ice Age. Here's some low shorelines in southeast Oregon. So shorelines are abundant. They should exist for the two lakes, and they don't. There's no shorelines. I consider that a fatal problem. Now there's no lake bottom sediments, especially when you realize that the lake bottom sediments should be in the lowest areas. For instance, around Cameron, Arizona, before you enter the Little Colorado River Valley, this narrow slot canyon. Now, this canyon is where the dam breach of what's called Lake Hopi spread through. Lake Hopi, I think, if I remember right, is 30,000 square miles. It's a pretty good sized lake. And it broke through this canyon right here. And here it is right here. Look how narrow that is. It's about a half a mile deep. And then here it issues out onto the Colorado River. right in here, about a half a mile deep, narrow canyon. So if the dam breach broke through that, it couldn't get rid of the bottom sediments. It's too narrow. The currents would be going really fast through there, true, but it couldn't scour up in the bigger lake up further. You'd have really sluggish currents. You couldn't get rid of the lake bottom sediments. Now, Glacial Lake Missoula, when it formed, has plenty of lake bottom sediments. In fact, the lake bottom sediments north of Missoula, Montana, indicate that the lake only filled once. Only once. Only one Lake Missoula, giant Lake Missoula flood. There could have been smaller Lake Missoula floods. And so here's a schematic. Here's the Colorado River. Here's the little Colorado River through this wide valley. This Lake Hopi, they claim, and it breached through the little Colorado River Valley. But it's so narrow, as I showed you pictures, that it's going to really be booking through that canyon, but the currents are going to be very sluggish, so you couldn't get rid of the lake bottom sediments. Now, there's a claim of some lake bottom sediments up in the northeast part of the lake, right in here, the Bitahoche Formation, but those sediments are well above the lake. This lake was only supposed to be up to about 6,000 feet above sea level. And yet the Bitahoche Formation goes up to 7,500 feet above sea level. And most of it's outside where the lake occurred. They're not really lake bottom sediments. They're actually too high to be lake bottom sediments. They're interesting sediments. I would lean that they're formed by late flood deposition. So no evidence for the two southern lakes. Now let's talk about the long, deep tributary canyons that cannot be carved in a dam breach. Here are those canyons right here. Kanab Canyon starts up in Kanab, Utah, and Havasu Canyon. They're about 60 miles long. So to form these tributary canyons, cut all the way down to the Colorado River, you have to have water from Kanab way down in here into Arizona, about 120 miles wide. And you form the main canyon, the Grand Canyon, and the tributaries formed by water starting in the headwaters up in here and carving down all the way down to the depth of Grand Canyon. A lot of water ending up a mile deep as they enter the Grand Canyon. Here's the Kanab Canyon right here, very narrow, I might add. And then here's Havasu Canyon, narrow again. So the only way you can form these tributary canyons is if water was 120 miles wide, and no dam breach theory, except possibly Walter Brown's idea. And I don't think that doesn't work either. No dam breach theory postulates that it started off 120 miles wide and narrowed down into the Grand Canyon, the tributaries draining into there. So I said there was two creationist hypotheses, the post-flood dam breach hypothesis, which I believe has fatal problems. Another fatal problem I found was that at the entrance of the Grand Wash Cliff, the exit of the Grand Wash Cliff, you should have a massive delta there, huge boulders piled up in a massive delta, excavating 1,000 cubic miles of rock. You don't have such a delta. So I believe that's a fatal problem. I found about a dozen problems from my study of Glacial Lake Missoula with the post-flood dam breach hypothesis for the origin of Grand Canyon. So what about this late flood channelized erosion hypothesis? Well, I believe that is more correct. And where would we place it in the flood? Well, this is a diagram of the flood, 371 days, and you can divide it up into stages. Flooding stage, the water goes up. Retreating stage, the water goes down. Of course, it's more complicated than that. You can divide this into phases. And I'm not going to talk about the flooding stage is when the sediments deposited on the continents. And the continents rose up out of the floodwaters as the ocean basin sank. Lots of evidence for this, by the way. Lots of evidence along the continental margins. We have evidence that the continental margin dropped miles while the adjacent continent went up. And in that process, the runoff would be high speed, eroding huge amounts of sedimentary rock. So that's the big picture. So in stage 4, you have wide currents. I call it sheet flow. And that's the time when huge areas of the continents were eroded as big sheets of sedimentary rock. Then in stage 5, as more mountains and plateaus are exposed, the currents are forced to channelize around these obstacles. In the process of channelizing around, they have to speed up because you're essentially moving the same amount of water that used to flow across the area into more narrow areas. So you've cut canyons, valleys, water gaps rapidly in a matter of days because of rapid currents. The erosion rate is approximately the 4th power to the velocity. So you double the velocity, erosion goes up approximately 16 times. So you can really form these canyons, valleys, water gaps rapidly. Here's the big picture, wide currents starting. In this case, moving from west to east. We know this from paleocurrent directional indicators. And the sediments, the top sediments, Mesozoic sediments mainly, came from the west. And in the Grand Canyon area down here, we know that that sediment, that 12,000 feet of sediment that was eroded off, Dutton calls it the Great Denudation. 12,000 feet eroded off, and we know the currents are moving from west to east or southwest to northeast because it left some gravel. By gravel, I mean boulders, even cobbles, at the highest area around the Grand Canyon, the Mogollon Rim. And the paleocurrent direction indicators in that material indicates from west to east currents. So that was the big picture at the start of the Grand Canyon. Then, as the Rockies lifted, I think that's key. The Rockies lifted and caused a reverse flow that channelized. Here's the Rockies uplifting here. And here are Wasatch Plateau, and here's these other plateaus still underwater. And so you'd form more channelized currents. And as time goes on, you form a current down through here and through here, channelized. That would be the main areas of channelizing. So the Grand Canyon formed late in the flood by channelized erosion. And Grand Canyon is essentially a water gap, one of over 1,000 over the earth, and must have been carved when other water gaps formed. Water gaps. Well, there's a lot of water gaps. Here's one. There's probably well over 100 in the Rocky Mountains of the western United States. Here's the Shoshone Water Gap. These are the Rattlesnake Mountains. And the Shoshone River starts in Yellowstone Park, which you can't see to the west. I'm looking west. Cody, Wyoming's right in here. The Shoshone River starts in southeast Yellowstone Park, flows through a valley, and could have easily gone around this obstruction like this. It only has to go 2 miles further south and around and out. It didn't. It continued straight through that ridge. And that ridge is a granite cord uplift, and it's 2,500 feet high. And here it is right here. And it's so low where it could have gone around that when they put a dam through that water gap right in there in the Shoshone River, they had to put a dam to the south here so the water wouldn't go through. So when the sediments were higher, supposedly 100,000 years ago, when the water gap formed, it should have gone around easily, as you can see, looking southeast in this picture, but instead just continued through, forming a 2,500 foot deep water gap. Here's a water gap through the Alaska Range, where the Nenana River starts on the southern Alaska Range and goes straight north through the Alaska Range to empty out in the Tanana River area. There are, like I said, well over 1,000 water gaps, and they're easy to demonstrate during the flood. So the big picture during the flood is you had a ridge and you had water as a wide sheet moving perpendicular, and the waters were draining and the land was rising, and you'll have low spots on a ridge, and the water will take advantage of low spots and accelerate and erode it more, like right in here, like this. And this current, for some reason, gave up, and it all went through here, and this ended up not being eroded down low enough, like this one, and this ends up being a wind gap. There are thousands of wind gaps across mountains and plateaus also, I might add. And the water gaps carved all the way down. So this is a pretty easy model to understand. The water gap, as well as the wind gaps that weren't cut down far enough, only wind passes through, were carved during channelized flood erosion. And the Lake Missoula flood, as I pointed out earlier, formed several water and wind gaps of note in eastern Washington. Here's a picture. Here's the Cordilleran ice sheet, the northern edge of it. And the ice was dammed up right in here. Here's your lake, Glacial Lake Missoula, 2,000 feet deep right there, 1,000 feet deep over Missoula. Broke through and carved up eastern Washington in this green area right in here. As it moves into southern Washington, it was going perpendicular to a ridge right in here between Washtuckna Coulee and the Snake River, 500 feet high. And it carved a water gap right in here, but it was about 8 miles wide to start with, and it became a narrow slot canyon at the very end. And here's a water gap. I'm not going to talk, I mean a wind gap, Devil's Canyon, 500 feet deep. So the Palouse River used to flow from the Blue Mountains towards the Columbia River down Washtuckna Coulee before the Lake Missoula flood. After the flood, it takes a left-hand turn and goes through this canyon that was carved as a water gap during the Lake Missoula flood and enters the Snake River. And here's the narrow Palouse Canyon, where it really narrow, started 12 miles wide and narrowed. So this is very similar to the profile of the Grand Canyon, I might add. Started out wide and then narrowed, became very narrow. And of course, Palouse Falls is very famous, waterfall in the Palouse Canyon. So let's get to the nitty gritty of how the late flood channelized erosion can carve Grand Canyon. Okay, the flood currents would channelize, and this low area here, right, you'd have one channel, and it'd be moving down the valley, because remember the Pacific Ocean is sinking as the Colorado Plateau is rising. And this is exposed Southern Rockies. So you have all these channels coming in here, converging in this area of canyon lands. Now, there's a lot of obstructions in here to slow that one. So I believe that current was only a moderate speed, because there's obstructions that would have slowed it. But this one would have been going fast because there's nothing to stop it. And guess what? They converge right where Grand Canyon across the Kaibab Plateau. And I believe it's these two converging currents. And when they converge, they got to speed up. They sped up and carved a water gap across the Kaibab Plateau. Now, I blued this to kind of try to make this explain this as if it's under the water. So that's the same picture that I just showed you, but it's all underwater. So here's current number 1 moving northwest. Current number 2 coming from the northeast, converging on Grand Canyon, the Kaibab Plateau, speeding up and crossing it like this, converging. So it forms the canyon across the Kaibab Plateau from the top down. Then that's not the only problem. Remember, there's a number of problems in explaining the origin of the Grand Canyon. Why did the canyon not go down the topographic slope after this? Well, I believe that once this canyon was initiated, the high part of the Kaibab Plateau to the north here acted kind of like a boulder in a river right here. Notice that it's eroded where Grand Canyon formed in here, and then right in here too, you have some erosion. So I postulate that that a current that eroded these two areas was due to spiraling erosion around like a boulder in a river, like this. This is very typical to erode around it. But in this case, I believe the first current was stronger, and so the erosion ended up being more so on the southwest part of the Kaibab Plateau than on the south. Gotta get my directions right. Southeast part, like this. This one being the stronger current, its momentum would take it like this, parallel to the topographic slope of the Kaibab Plateau. This one went up here, eroded this area. Like here's the boulder in this river. And because this channelized current was slower, it didn't cut it far enough. This was the main current cutting through there and keeping the canyon the same altitude going along the southwest Kaibab Plateau. And then it continues, and then you got convergence, forming these tributary canyons, the Kanab Canyon, Havasu Creek Canyon. They converge, speed up, force the water to continue on west. And by the way, the Hurricane and Torwheat faults are in here, and the canyon paid no attention. Formation of the canyon paid no attention to the location of those faults. So it pushed the water down this way. And I think as the water continued, you had a faster current coming from the Uinkaret Plateau, between the Shivwits Plateau and the Kaibab Plateau, forcing the Grand Canyon to carve down this way. And then the Hualapai Plateau was uplifted and had converging currents moving down from these canyons. Now, see, the water could have continued on down here, but for some reason it didn't. This is Peach Springs. And I believe it's because these currents coming off these higher areas turned it 130 degrees and formed it right in the low areas between the Shivwits Plateau and the Hualapai Plateau, and exited the Grand Wash Cliffs in here. And like I said, you should have a monstrous delta in here, big boulders like you do with normal rivers. Or if the Lake Missoula flood, you had a number of big boulder bars, 300 feet tall, associated with outflow from canyons of the Lake Missoula flood. So you don't have that here. I believe that's a fatal problem. Now, advocates of the dam breach hypothesis don't see it that way, of course, but I believe they're fatal. And so, summary, uniformitarian hypothesis seem to have insurmountable problems explaining the origin of the Grand Canyon. The dam breach hypothesis has multiple problems two seemingly fatal. And those two fatal problems are the lack of shoreline, the non-existence of the lake, the lack of shorelines and the lack of bottom sediments. And number two, the tributary canyons that are carved down to the level of the Colorado River. The late flood channelized erosion hypothesis provides a reasonable explanation for all the data. And it occurred late in the flood, as you'd expect, with a flood post-flood boundary being in the late Cenozoic. If you want to know more about it, I've actually written a book. You can get it from the Creation Research Society, A Grand Origin for Grand Canyon. And for the flood itself, the last summary book, this is a summary of idea of the flood, starting from the early flood, actually before the flood. What was the pre-flood world like? Early flood going to late flood, then what happened after the flood caused by the flood, namely the Ice Age. So it's going through it chronologically, connecting the chronology of the flood to what we see in the real world. And that's all I have to say. And I'm open for questions and answers now.
Well, Mike, another fantastic presentation, incredibly thorough. I always appreciate the visuals, really, really helpful. And we've had lots of great feedback from the live audience as well. And a ton of great questions for you, with many questions just directly related to the topic of the Grand Canyon. Therefore, what I'll do, Mike, or I should say what we'll do, me and George, is we'll start with the most relevant questions to the specific topic, and then we'll get into more general questions pertaining to just the flood.
Okay, I should get off my share screen, right?
Yes. Yeah. I think at one point you might have, right. Okay. There we go. George, before we get into the first question, did you have anything to add? Anything that you wanted to provide in terms of feedback?
Yeah. Before we talked about the origin of the canyon, I believe, Mike, that there is something like 10,000 cubic miles of sand in those layers. A good question is where did it all come from? Probably a great distance to the north or whatever. So because there are no local sources. So I think uniformitarian geologists have proposed that the Coconino sandstone was moved by wind.
Oh yeah,
from the north.
Yeah, I understand what you mean. It's the wind origin of the Coconino sandstone. Not only the Coconino sandstone, but those a lot of other sandstones on in those areas. And yeah, paleo current directions are from the north. Yeah, there's it's because you have such large cross beds in the Coconino sandstone that they couldn't imagine them forming underwater. But John Whitmore and others have done a lot of research on sands and sandstones, and it's overwhelmingly shown that the Coconino, the Navajo, and all these were formed in water. First of all, the cross beds are at a low angle, not like you'd expect in a sand dune. The angle of repose is about 30 to 35 degrees, while the average in the Coconino sandstone is something like between 20 and 25 degrees. Also, you have minerals in the Coconino sandstone that are easily weathered and erodible, that wouldn't form in a desert. For instance, mica, feldspar, and I can't think of any others, but so based on that, they have overwhelming evidence that it's not a windblown sand. It's deposited in water. In fact, the Coconino sandstone can be traced about 1,000 miles to the east. And in New Mexico, it's called the Glorieta sandstone. They give them different names in different states. And the Glorieta sandstone is a marine sandstone. This is admitted. So this is a problem if it's a desert marine. I mean, you do have sand deserts near the ocean in places, but it's kind of anomalous when you have such big bodies of sand that are windblown in the west, like the Coconino, and then you just go a little further to the east and they're deposited in the ocean or marine waters. So yes, the Coconino sandstone forms the second to the top layer in Grand Canyon, about 300 feet thick. And like I said, you can trace it 1,000 miles to the east into western Kansas, Texas. So
yeah. The other evidence, Mike, I think I've seen photos where they show recumbent folds in the Coconino sandstone.
Yes.
Recumbent folds just cannot. It's impossible to form in an Aeolian type situation.
Yes, fold, bend over.
Exactly, and the other interesting fact is I was reading last night that the peat sandstone and the red wall limestone of the Grand Canyon apparently can be traced across the entire United States up into Canada and even across the Atlantic Ocean into England. So that's an amazing sort of observation.
I would question whether it can be traced to other continents, but we can certainly trace the peat sandstone over half of North America. It's below the ground in the Midwest. A lot of places it's been metamorphosed to quartzite. We can trace it up in through the Canadian Rockies up into northeast Canada. It's not on the Canadian Shield, obviously, because that's exposed Precambrian rocks. So it's about half of North America. And then the red wall, that is a limestone, and you can trace it up into up into my area of Montana, as well as Wyoming, as well as the Coconino equivalents are up here, but the Tapeats is called the Flathead sandstone up here. And the stratigraphic relations are the same in Montana and Wyoming at about 1,000 miles north of Grand Canyon, sitting on the basement rocks, the granites and the metamorphic rocks of the upper crust. About the same thickness too. And also you can trace up into this area 1,000 miles the next formation above the Tapeat sandstone called the Bright Angel Shale. It's green up in here too, like it is down in Grand Canyon. And it has those worm burrows too throughout it. So yeah, you can trace these sediments over much of the continent. It's huge. Now, this is not what you expect by uniformitarian and slow processes of erosion and deposition over millions of years, because you should have great horizontal changes in types of rock, horizontal and vertically, in quick succession. If you're talking about slow processes like river erosion and deposition, floodplains, things like this, you wouldn't expect what you see in the strata. This is typical, and this is one of the most powerful evidence for the Genesis flood. Is these strata you can trace over huge areas, and then you find more strata on top with little or no erosion, but within the strata and at the contacts. It has the appearance of being formed all in one uninterrupted sequence. As I got 3 geologists that studied the same sequence in Wyoming that admitted in a book on the geology of Jackson, Wyoming area, Jackson Hole and the Teton Range. So yes, powerful evidence for the flood in this area of Western United States.
Well, if you're looking for mega sequences, like how can you go past that evidence? But one of the interesting things I noticed about your presentation, Mike, is when you showed pictures of the Grand Canyon, there was a considerable amount of vegetation at the base. Now, considering the fact that the uniformitarian or the secular explanation is these layers were hundreds of millions of years old, you know, you have to wonder, why don't we find vegetation between those layers? Why isn't there evidence of some form of vegetation if they've lasted for so long?
Yeah, as far as I know, you don't really find much vegetation fossils in the Colorado Plateau or the Grand Canyon area. You find some marine fossils. You find some tracks of amphibians in the Coconino Sandstone. You find brachiopods and trilobite trails. I got pictures of all these, by the way, in the Grand Canyon. So yeah, you don't. Well, one reason they would say, and it's probably fairly logical, is that these were marine environments mostly, but not all. Like the Coconino Sandstone is supposed to be formed in a desert, so that's a terrestrial environment.
Yeah, well, the other interesting point was a couple of your photographs showed some sharp edges of some of the eroded layers, and if supposedly these are millions of years old, why haven't they rounded off? I mean, you look at things like Mount Everest, for example. There are sharp edges to a lot of those cliffs. You know, if you're talking, and this is secular rate stuff, 6 centimeters of erosion per 1,000 years.
Oh, that's generous.
Yeah, well, that's right. You would, that's an average. I believe that's mentioned in one of the papers. But those sharp edges should not exist. They should be rounded off.
Yep. And these sediments probably had to be lithified. So you had 12,000 feet of erosion all on top of it, and they had to be lithified. Otherwise, they would bow in, and all the edges would be smooth. And not only that, the rocks would fill up that canyon in 6 million years. The Western Grand Canyon is only supposed to be 6 million years old, but the talus should have filled it up. In fact, you have a lack of talus in the Western United States around mesas and in canyons for the claimed millions of years are supposed to have existed. So lots of problems for them.
Oh yeah. Now to get into the questions, Mike. There's quite a few of them. Redefined living brings up the point of your shorelines, specifically to do with the dam breach model. He's actually saying, why can't that evidence have been eroded?
Okay. Yeah, that's a legitimate question. But if you go to the lakes just to the west of where these two dam breach lakes occurred, those shorelines are they're in a lot of times in soft rocks, well formed, not eroded. The shorelines around Lake Missoula, they're both carved in hard belt sedimentary rocks and also soft rocks, the same. And they're not eroded yet. So the shorelines of Ice Age lakes don't show hardly any erosion. So why should they disappear for these two lakes that are supposed to carve Grand Canyon? Yes, good question. I probably should have mentioned that in my presentation.
That's fine. Donnie, do you want to ask one, or
sure? Yeah. We well, what's good? I mean, the first question that we had was, what are some of the best lines of evidence for a worldwide flood? And you you touched on that in great detail. I guess a question that I would have of my own then, based on what you were saying, and just so much good information that you're providing us, Mike. And you pointed out that all we have to do is look at the sedimentary layers that extend across entire continents, right? Demonstrating that the laying down of these layers had to have been global. What I've heard from the skeptics or those that deny a global flood, oftentimes they've admitted that that the entire planet has at one time been covered in water, but they'll just say it's been at different periods, different local floods, anything to reject a worldwide flood, right?
Oh,
What would be
right.
a good response to that?
Well, my response is just look at the big picture of the sediments. I mean, the Grand Canyon is not unusual, or the United States is not unusual to be able to trace these formations over long distance. This is a theme on all continents because of the global flood. And also, when you see a stack of sedimentary rocks, you know, and there's little or no erosion between the layers or within the layers, showing quick deposition all over the earth. And also fossils like closed-shelled mollusks. 95% of fossils, and there's billions, hundreds of billions of them, are marine creatures, many of which are mollusks, which are generally shelled creatures, brachiopods, clams, oysters, those sorts of things. And when you find them, you often find them closed-shelled, indicating that they were deposited rapidly. Globally, I have brachiopods from Sweden, brachiopods from Montana. They're like clams, but they're not bilaterally symmetric. The shells aren't. And the point of this is that the shells are held together by muscle attachments, or organic, and they would rot quick. Shell opens up in a matter of days to weeks. And therefore, you should have the fact that you have so many closed-shelled mollusks globally indicates rapid deposition, exactly what we expect in the flood.
Amen. Amen. Well said.
And you have nautiloids buried in the standing position.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't aware of that, but that wouldn't surprise me. We have a lot of polystrate fossils out there, mainly trees that are vertical in the sediments. I've seen a lot of these in a lot of places, from Alaska to here in the States. And when you can see the bottom of these vertical polystrate fossils, they go through many strata, is why they call them polystrate. And the secular scientists think, oh, it's a tree that grew there. But you look at the bottom, you find out there's a lot of times no roots and no soils for them to grow in. I've documented these in several places around, like in southwest North Dakota, Theodore Roosevelt National Park. In fact, there will be a paper on that very subject coming out, I believe, in the next Creation Research Society Quarterly, demonstrating this for the Badlands of southwest North Dakota. I've seen it in Alaska. Most times you can't see the bottom. I've seen lack of roots and soils at fluorescent so-called petrified forest in western Colorado at 8,200 feet in the Rockies. So several places I've seen these vertical trees with no roots and soils, indicating that we would explain them by the log mats, and a lot of trees falling vertically, like in Spirit Lake of Mount St. Helens.
Having spoken to John Mackay, Mike, he's done a lot of work on polystrate fossils.
Okay.
And some of them are so well preserved, they can actually determine what species of tree these polystrate fossils are. Yeah. And they say these species don't grow in swamp conditions.
That's another problem.
Yeah, it's another problem, because you've often hear this rescue device where, they're just trees that grew in that spot. You know, I mean, that's ridiculous. Mm-hmm. The species of the tree disproves that particular rescue device.
Yes, that's right. That is one of many problems with formation of coal from a peat swamp. Many problems, like marine fossils in those coals, for instance. Polystrate trees, like you mentioned, is one problem. And I got pictures of these, one in coal mine in Alaska with polystrate trees with no soil below the bottom of the trees and no roots. So, yes. Now, those scientists that believe in uniformitarianism that are listening, I just ask you to examine closely in detail various aspects of your paradigm, and you would see these features readily. They're not hidden. They're not hidden.
No.
And Mike, this next question, to be sort of, I guess, fair to Chris Peacock, maybe he came into the stream a bit late, but he says he asks a question here. He says, so the layers of Grand Canyon were put down by the flood and then cut through as flood drained.
Yes.
The layers would still have been mud. How do you get such high cliffs out of mud? I don't think Chris missed part of that explanation, actually. So he thinks that the Grand Canyon was cut just after it was laid.
Oh, no. Remember at the beginning, he might have missed the beginning.
Yeah.
There was about 12,000 feet of sedimentary rocks and possibly volcanic rocks at the top. On top of the whole Grand Canyon area, they were eroded as a big sheet from currents moving from west to east before Grand Canyon was formed. And the pressure of that 12,000 feet and also fluids running horizontally would rapidly lithify those sediments, and they wouldn't be mud. In fact, the mud, there's not very many mud layers in the Grand Canyon. The Hermit Shale is one of them. Most of them are limestone and sandstone. Not a lot of shale or mud. Shale would be compressed mud that forms plates that are parallel, I should say perpendicular to the vertical force. So they'd be lithified. And if they weren't lithified, Grand Canyon carved rapidly, the walls would bow in and slough in and maybe even just fill up the whole canyon. They weren't. So they have to be hardened for Grand Canyon to form.
Just what before you get in there, Donnie? Just one question from Jungle Jargon. I mean, as an engineer, I can answer this, but I'll leave it up to you. It says, why doesn't water ever cut straight channels?
Yeah, that's a common observation. I don't have the answer to that off the top of my head, but it's an observation that yeah, they snake around. You know, you see these features even on the bottom of the ocean. There are Monterey Submarine Canyon out from Monterey, Central California. It's a mile deep submarine canyon. And at the mouth of the canyon, it forms a huge fan, Monterey fan. And on that fan, you have it weaving back and forth. In fact, you have a horseshoe-shaped, can't think of the term, curve. It forms a whole horseshoe. It's called, it's even got a name. We've seen these off in flows on the bottom of the Atlantic between Labrador and Greenland. We see channels, and they weave around. So they form underwater as well as drainage on the surface. So it seems to be a universal phenomenon of the channelized flow of water.
Yeah, having done a lot of hydraulics at university level, Mike, we even did some flume experiments where we observed water flows and creating channels. Mm-hmm. And what we noticed was that water always takes the path of least resistance. Mm-hmm. But also you got to understand the structural integrity of the layer as well. It's not uniform in strength. There are weaknesses in it. So what the water does is obviously takes the least path of resistance, and the material that's weak will break up, and that's why you don't see straight channel flows formed.
Mm-hmm. That'll cause eddies and curves and all this sort of stuff.
Yeah. Okay, well, Donnie, up to you.
Yeah, some great responses there. George, I don't think we've gone over Jackson Rowe's question here, right? This is one of, I think, Okay. So his question, it comes in from Jackson Roy. I appreciate the question, Mike. So he says, how did multiple layers of sandstone form when hydrologic sorting should probably have made a single sandstone layer?
Well, because I don't think it was probably uniform deposition. You had currents that would speed up and slow down, and these would form graded beds or inverse grading. So you had a lot of features. This is an area of hydraulics, which sounds like it's kind of more in George's area. Maybe George can add to this.
Well, when you look at the cross section of the Grand Canyon, I mean, it's not as if you only have one material at one specific time. You look at it from, say, the Great Nonconformity. You've got Tapeats, then you got the Bright Angel
Shale.
Then you got the Muav
limestone.
Yeah, then you got the Temple Butte, then the Red Wall limestone, the Supai, the Hermit Shale. So it alternates. It alternates.
Well, yeah, and we know the currents came from the east, but yeah, it picks up different material just by a little shift of current. You lay down limestone versus, and by the way, there's evidence that limestone can be deposited rapidly. Mainly you have nautiloids and other fossils in the limestone that indicate rapid deposition. So yeah, it's not going to be one huge, big, massive mud. It's a lot of processes eroded from different areas and different materials deposited.
And the other thing they seem to neglect to mention is it didn't happen over one day. You know, the flood was a large event over 150 days, I think, and then then the waters began to recede.
Rain.
Yeah, so it's not as if it happened over one day, Jackson. Another question from our own Sam Jenkins from Creation Research. Says a question for you, Mike. We know that the Grand Canyon was formed during Noah's flood, but when did the Grand Canyon become hard rock? During or after Noah's flood?
Oh, during Noah's flood. And like I was saying, to harden rock, you have to have compaction. And for that, you have a lot of sediments above. And in the Grand Canyon case, you had 12,000 feet pressing it all down. And then you have to have cementing chemicals usually coming in horizontally or forming right in the sediments from the pressure. You can form them both ways. And they could cement rapidly in this scenario. So yeah, there should be no problem with compaction and heat. Heat would be part of this.
Yeah.
And the horizontal movement of cementing chemicals like silica and calcite, which are your two main cements for cementing sediments.
Yes.
Great responses, Mike and George. You guys make a good team. I'll say that. I typically say it's 2021 and it's a great time to be a young Earth creationist because it really is a lot of fun. Endless research projects. And we hear the critics all the time say, there's just no evidence for the worldwide flood, and I'm sitting here listening to you, Mike, and you as well, George. And it's like, are your eyes closed? Because the evidence it's overwhelming. It's everywhere, essentially.
I agree. Yeah.
Actually, Donnie, can I share my screen?
Sure. Yeah.
I'll just show you something. Mike, you need to take note of this.
Okay.
There you go.
Yeah. Unfortunately, well, 2 Peter, right, says in the last days there's going to be those who are willingly ignorant of the world that then was, being overflowed with water, perish. So here's a question that comes in from T-Rock. I appreciate the question, T-Rock. He says, Mike, Is a hybrid breached dam / receding flood scenario for the Grand Canyon plausible?
Yeah, I would consider that one of the three possibilities I mentioned, where the lakes backed up. But we're talking about flood erosion, and its floodwaters backed up, and then they broke over from the top right away with no time for lakes to rise because they were already high. And essentially, that's very similar to the late flood dam. The late flood channelized erosion one. But I don't know anyone who defends that idea. I just heard it and included it as a possibility. So it's a reasonable idea, and that's why I included it as one of the three. I didn't mention it because I only dealt with the more plausible one, which is Dr. Steve Austin's hypothesis.
Right. I appreciate that response, Mike. So this one comes in from Truth Defenders. I appreciate the question. He says, question for Mike. Would we have the same explanation for the huge canyons on other planets, such as the valleys, Marianeris
Marineris
on Mars?
Oh, yeah, Mars. I've been doing a big study of Mars, and I tell you, the more I get, there's probably must be 5,000 papers written on Mars. I think I'm finding, thanks to the secular research and some other, especially Michael Carr, I think I'm getting a good idea. I'm planning on writing I got 2 long articles already written, but I have to probably break them up on the channels of Mars. And there's still details I'm working out, but it's looking like the outflow channels, which can be 10 to 100 times the size of the channeled scablands in eastern Washington. I think they were formed by huge masses of erupting water from the Valles. These are Latin words. My wife was a Latin teacher, and I don't know how to pronounce them, but Valles Marineris, which is a deep canyon system, about 10 kilometers deep, several canyons. And I believe they were probably filled with water, and they flowed under the surface of Mars. There is some evidence of this where they broke the surface in place, and then they come up in what's called chaos areas, which are maybe 200 kilometers wide, 4 kilometers deep, and they're composed of the sediments, blocks of sediments that just collapsed because the water came up, just gushed up, much greater than the Lake Missoula flood, and formed these chaos regions. And that can't be from groundwater. The permeability would be way too low for that. So from a lake in Valles Marineris, probably where it occurs. And Michael Carr is the one who suggested this idea, and I'm writing it up right now. I tell you, there's a lot going on Mars. Excuse me. Did you know that there was glaciation on Mars in the mid latitudes? And Mars has ice sheets at the south and north poles 3 kilometers thick.
Yeah.
So a lot of water, but so I'm putting this all together. But the more I look, the more issues pop up. And
Mike, what I like is some of the papers that I've read. They refer to the Valles Marineris as a canyon of biblical proportions on a planet with very little liquid water, but there's no evidence on Earth for a global flood.
Oh yeah, yeah,
that's
right.
So funny.
Now the Valles Marineris is actually a faulted canyon. It's up to 10. It's a series of faulted canyons, but the outflow channels are generally away from this, yeah. And then it ended in the northern lowlands, and there might have been an ocean there. So, yeah, there's a little or no liquid water. There's a lot of frozen water. And they have a flood there, but they can't get one on the Earth with 70% oceans. Yeah. And by the way, they consider these floods, especially in what they call the Noachian period.
Yes, yeah.
And but the thing is, some more glitches in their system is that they date a surface by the number of craters of a certain size, crater dating, and they get all kinds of anomalous results. So some of these canyons formed in the Noachian about 3.8 billion years, and then some formed in what's called the Asperian, 3.7 to 3 billion years, and then some way out in what's called the Amazonian. The upshot is that they're formed over billions of years, they claim, by this crater dating. And so how does this happen? You got to have a warm, wet climate for all this, and there's also the valley networks, which I'm still working on. Those are just smaller canyons. Maybe they might be 2,000 kilometers long, 400 meters deep, and maybe 4 kilometers wide. They're formed in a different way than what's called the outflow channels. And of course, Valles Marineris is actually a series of fault canyons caused by the formation of what's called the Tharsis Bulge, 10 kilometers of horizontal lava plus some volcanic cones like Olympic Mons. When that formed, that's when the Valles Marineris formed as a series of faults. But these are deep and wide, up to 300 kilometers wide and 4,000 kilometers long. It's a monstrous canyon. It's really impressive. So I'm having fun researching Mars, but you might ask, what am I researching Mars for? Well, because I think there's a relation between the floods on Mars and the Genesis flood. I'm trying to connect them. How would I connect them? Well, I think the floods on Mars were caused by gigantic meteorite impacts and volcanism, adding a lot of water, carbon dioxide to the atmosphere, forming precipitation, finally glaciation at the end. And these were caused by impacts that probably caused the volcanism, and I believe I can time them to the Genesis flood for all this activity. So stay tuned. It's going to be a series of articles, and I hope to present it at the International Conference on Creationism too in August of 2023.
Just a little sidebar, Mike. The secular explanation for Earth's magnetic field is the dynamo model.
Yeah.
So what happened to Mars?
Okay, that is interesting you say that, because I believe I can time all this flooding because of the magnetic field. Dynamos is like a perpetual motion machine where features in the liquid core, turbulence, convection, keep generating a magnetic field for hundreds of millions of years. Well, that model has lots of problems, as Dr. Russell Humphreys has shown numerous times in his book on magnetism. You get from the Creation Research Society, I might add, and also several papers. But I asked him, if we assume it's an electromagnet, which seems like the magnetic field of the Earth is like that, where you have electrical electrons going around in the liquid core and forming a magnetic field, north-south magnetic field, it decays by friction. And so the half-life of the magnetic field on Earth is about, I think, 1,400 years. But on Mars, due to personal communication with Russell Humphreys, is about 308 years. Yeah,
Yeah.
308 years. Okay. And he was using a big, the most modern size of the core. So with a half-life like that, you look at where the magnetic field magnetizes the crust of Mars, you find out that the vast majority of the small to medium impact craters are magnetized. I mean, the magnetic field they formed when the magnetic field was strong, which I believe can be placed on day 4 of creation, according to Danny Faulkner's day 4 creation hypothesis. But the big impacts like Hellas, which is about 2,000 kilometers in diameter, and others that are 1,000 kilometers in diameter. And then you got the Utopia Planitia Basin, which is about 3,200 kilometers in diameter. They hit Mars when there was no magnetic field because those areas were not remagnetized. So with a half-life of 308 years, about the time of the flood, 1,600 years, the magnetism would be down about 1/20th. And so therefore it'd be too weak to remagnetize them. But if it occurred before, it could remagnetize these impact craters. So I'm timing it the time of the flood. So it's because of magnetism. I believe I can time it according to building on Danny Faulkner's day 4 cratering hypothesis, which I just believed it 2 months ago. I knew about it, but I thought there was another explanation. But the magnetism of Mars convinced me that that's how it had to be. The vast majority of impacts on other planetary bodies, not the Earth, because it was formed before day 4. Part of the formation of the planet was at the end moderate to small impact craters. And so the bigger ones, like that hit the near side of the moon, and also the big ones that hit Mars, formed during the flood from probably a focused impactors. And the Earth, I believe, got missed by the big ones, didn't hit Earth. I think the small to medium ones probably hit Earth. Maybe about 500 of them is what I'm estimating. So I'm working on that too, the impact hypothesis for the flood, which could either be a total model or a submodel of catastrophic plate tectonics. And people who believe catastrophic plate tectonics can have it either way, but these impacts got to be a part of the flood somehow. And so I've been working on that a lot in the last couple of years. And so more will be written on that in the future.
I'd be interested to read that. Donnie, you've got a question there on caves, I believe.
Yeah, well, I was going to say that's some amazing research there. Mike, a lot of what you just said there is novel to me. That is amazing. And you said you're hoping to present a lot of this at the next international conference on creation?
Yes, I am developing 3 papers with the help of Peter Kleberg and John Reed. 1 is going to be on the flood of Mars. 2 is going to be on impact hypothesis for either part of the flood or the whole flood. And the 3rd one is going to be on the location of the sediments. What do the sediments on the Earth tell us about the flood? So yes, now this last one is very interesting in that they now got a good estimate of the amount of sediments in the oceans. And practically all that sediment in the ocean was caused by the runoff of the floodwaters, because the vast majority of it is along the continental margins. And they got thicknesses. So I had to estimate what a good estimate of what was post-flood deposition of like marine microorganisms during the Ice Age and so forth. So I estimated that if we brought up those sediments from the ocean basins, put them back on the continent for day 150 at the peak of the flood, we would add 1,900 meters of sediment that got eroded off during the recessional stage of the flood. So 1,900 meters put back on what probably about 3,000 meters average. You have 5,000 meters of sediment at the peak of the flood. where this is bringing up from, where did that come from?
Yeah.
How was it transported? Yeah, so it's got some provocative questions that I'm just starting to explore. We've been working a lot on the amount of sediments, documenting that, and also that they came from the runoff. That's 2 papers that we hope to present to the Creation Research Society quarterly. But these other ones for early flood, that I hope to work on Thanksgiving weekend when Peter Kleber comes down here and we do 5 days of straight research.
Well, you are a busy man. You're doing some amazing research, Mike. You know, that's why we appreciate you so much. So that kind of brings, as we come up at the 2-hour mark, as always, time always flies by. I definitely want to get this question in because it is related to the research you're doing. And the question is, Mike, uniformitarian scientists have long considered caves to be a challenge to the short time scale of Scripture. You mentioned this in your Rapid Caves article series published on creation.com.
Yes.
Can you expand on how the young Earth creation model can explain caves?
Well, practically all caves are in limestone. And so the origin of caves is a 2-part problem. First of all, you got to excavate the cavern first. And after that gets excavated, then you add the calcium carbonate, speleothems, the decorations, and so forth that fills up part of the caves. So to excavate the caves, they always had the idea that carbonic acid formed in the soil above seeps down, and that acid eats out the cave. Unfortunately for them, and again, if you're a uniformitarian listening to this, please look into this more. The calcium carbonate coming down, or carbon dioxide dissolved in water is what it is. It neutralizes within about 10 meters. It can't get down there very far to excavate a cavern. And some of these caverns are 1,000 meters deep down below the surface of the earth. But just within the last 30 years, they've discovered that probably so far, more than 50% of these caves were excavated not by carbonic acid, but sulfuric acid. Sulfuric acid will eat out those caves really quick, combining hydrogen sulfate with water and oxygen. And so during the flood, you'd have a lot of decaying organic matter, and you'd have in those sediments like limestone. And by the way, limestone can have a lot of organic matter in it, like black limestone. That organic matter can form sulfuric acid and eat out the caves quickly. So you deposit the limestone, and then it uplifts. And as it uplifts, it starts cracking, it expands. And you have weak bedding planes, and you have joints. These are the vertical cracks. And sulfuric acid eats through these, and you form the caverns really quick while the continents are rising up out of the floodwaters. And some evidence of that is that in the Guadalupe Mountains of New Mexico, where Carlsbad Caverns is, you have about 300 caves down there. And they're excavated by sulfuric acid. And the top of the Guadalupe Mountains is a planation surface. And sometimes that planation surface, and then you carve incise that planation surface, forming valleys. And sometimes those canyons incised, which would be the late flood channelized erosion phase, cut through some of the caverns, meaning the caverns were carved while they were uplifting and during erosion, forming planation surfaces and dissecting the planation surfaces. So you can fit it in the formation of the openings, late flood, late in the late flood. then once you have the openings during the Ice Age, you have the conditions for a lot more precipitation. And first of all, that the rock would still be warm because you've eroded the top 1,900 meters off. Excuse me. It'd be warm, and the warmer the cave walls, the faster the formation of the dripstone. And then with higher precipitation during the Ice Age, much more vegetation, a lot more carbon dioxide in the soil that's absorbed in the water. So the drip water would be high in carbonic acid, and you could excavate this carbon dioxide rapidly during storms during the Ice Age. So you'd have the conditions to form those speleothems, maybe I estimated about 100 times faster, based on 6 processes that form them. You can read it. It's all online at creation.com, just put out in the last week or two, I believe. So you can read all about it. 3 papers in fair detail. I'm not done researching caves, but that's good enough for the time being. So
Amen. Amen. Fantastic answer. And yes, I will. I've got your information and links linked in the description box of this video. So I will link those articles as well. I've been reading through them myself. So I guess as we start to wind down, George, was there a last question or two that you wanted to quickly get out there before we kind of wrap it up here?
Not really, but I'll just say I've been in a few caves myself, and as part of a tourist tour. But one of the things that you should note when you're in there, when the tour guide turns the lights off, it is pitch black.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah,
pitch black. You can't see. You put your hand in front of your eyes, you can't see it.
yeah, it's scary.
It is scary.
Yeah, I would not be good in that environment or circumstance. That's for sure. George, did we get to this question from Ohe_Bacon? I don't think so.
No, we didn't.
Okay, so he asks, do you, and I hope I say this right, do you believe Baja California is what is left over of the Grand Canyon?
Baja California is part of the transverse range of granite uplifts. He's probably meaning the Gulf of California. I'm thinking the question is not relating to Baja itself, but the Gulf of California sediments. And I think, as the sediments that were eroded from Grand Canyon and lots of other areas in the Colorado Plateau, they exited down through the Imperial Valley, depositing, and then formed part of the continental shelf in the northern Gulf of California. I think that's what he's referring to, because Baja California is granite rock that's been uplifted.
Yeah. One question I had on my mind, Mike, that you mentioned the CPT model earlier, catastrophic plate tectonics.
Yes.
What are your thoughts? I'm curious if you have any thoughts pertaining to these huge slabs of cool rock that have been discovered at the base of the mantle. I believe it's Dr. John Baumgartner who's pointed out that the existence of these huge slabs at the base of the mantle, the fact that they have not yet either melted or warmed up to the surrounding material, is pretty strong evidence for the flood. Do you have any thoughts on that particular data?
Yeah, I think that's good evidence. As always, I think there's glitches in that. I'm not sure the seismic tomography is picking up really cold slabs down in the lower mantle. They're picking up hot rock, though. They call them large, low shear velocity provinces. and they're out in the middle of the Pacific Ocean and over Africa and the adjacent Eastern Atlantic Ocean. They're picking up that, and of course, when you get this hot rock there, along the edges, you're going to have cold rock by definition. So I'm not sure they connect well with the with subduction zones within the top 600 kilometers. I'm looking at that data. I'd say in general, the big picture is it's good data, which makes me believe catastrophic plate tectonics more than I did in the past. But there's glitches in it. And one of the big glitches is that, yeah, you see a subduction zone with cool temperatures, but that's an initial condition a lot of times in a tomography model. You take that out and things don't look so good anymore. I've documented this in several places, off the Washington coast and also Japan. So it still might be a good assumption to include these subduction zones as an initial condition, but I don't know. When you start doing that, you put a bias in it. And by the way, those hot areas in the lower mantle, and the lower mantle is defined as 660 kilometers down to about 2,900 kilometers deep. And in the lower mantle up to about 500 kilometers, you find these large areas of heat. But there's a problem. Secular scientists, based on other evidence, some of them think that it's just composition. It's not due to temperature. Others think it's all due to temperature. Others think it's a combination of temperatures and different types of rock. And there's ways to account for this from high pressure mineral physics. So, to summarize it, I mean, I've been looking into it because to summarize it, though, I think overall the big picture is that it is good evidence, but it has its own share of problems and variables that need to be worked out. Mm. John Baumgartner and others, I expect to go into this in a lot more detail than I've done already, and I'm only a little bit into it. I see a few problems. They might be able to be explained, but still, that data set of tomography, seismic tomography, needs to be analyzed in more depth than it has so far. There was an article actually it was in this issue of the Creation Research Society Quarterly where I published my latest on problems with the dam breach hypothesis. I think it was, here it is, right here. Mm. And so I think that article didn't go hardly deep enough. And if you went deep enough, you'd find problems for the CPT model. But still, I think it can be considered good evidence for the CPT model. So, anyway.
Mike, I've done a bit of work on that subduction plate issue.
That's right, you have.
Based on the satellite information we have about continental spread, if you look at the actual size of that subduction plate and how far it's actually penetrated down into the Earth, it equates to about approximately 10 million years. Now, irrespective of what that material is, various minerals, etc., you'd expect, though, over 10 million years, the secular 10 million years, all of that material would have reached equilibrium to the surrounding temperature material. So that's why I find it very powerful evidence that it supports young Earth creation rather than the old Earth scenario.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. I found another thing. I believe those temperatures of the subduction zone, which is about anywhere from 50 to 100 kilometers. Most of that's probably an assumption of cool temperatures. And I believe they leave it cool for more than 10 million years, but I think that's probably a dodge on their part. So yeah, if it was over 10 million, it should be in equilibrium, be hot. It'd be as hot as the rest of the mantle, you'd think. But the fact that it could be cool if the seismic tomography is accurate. See, that's the point. It's got to be accurate probe. But I've only begun to get into it in my spare time, which isn't much, and I'm finding problems with it, but several problems. But anyway, I'm still working on it.
Oh, good on you.
Well, I appreciate, how deep you go into all of these various models and data, Mike. And it really is always a privilege discussing these important topics with you. God bless you for all the work that you're doing.
Oh, you're welcome. Lord leads.
Amen. Amen. You've got our full support on all these research projects, that you have in the works. I know there's just not enough time in the day. So I do want to respect your time. Again, we're over 2 hours and time flies by with you. We've had a great audience the entire time with some really great questions. So I do want to thank everybody in the audience for your questions. It looks like we got through them all. So that's awesome. Okay. We made it. You've earned yourself a night off, Mike.
Okay.
I do want to hand it to George and Mike for some final words, final thoughts before we completely shut it down for the night.
I was just going to give you a lesson for life that I was taught during my second month of doing my engineering degree. Our professor gave us a pop quiz. Now, I'm sort of patting myself on the back here. I was a conscientious student and breezed through the questions until I read the last one. It actually said, "What is the first name of the woman who cleans the school?" Surely this was some kind of a joke, I thought. I had seen the cleaning woman several times. She was tall, dark-haired, in her 50s, but how would I know her name? I handed my paper, leaving the last question blank. Before class ended, one student asked if the last question would count towards our quiz grade. "Absolutely," said the professor. "In your careers, you will meet many people. All are significant. They deserve your attention and care, even if all you do is smile and say hello." Now, in my work experience, I met plenty of people at the coalface, so to speak, digging the drains and constructing buildings. It's always nice to say, "Good morning. How was your weekend? What did you do?" Stuff like that. Just, it's nice. People think that they're important, You don't just ignore them.
Oh yeah. That brings up another thought, which final thought is that in God's kingdom, there's no little people.
Yeah,
we're all important. For me to do creation research, I have a great wife that allows the time and has dinner ready for me downstairs. I mean, if it wasn't for her, I can only get down 5% of what I do. And then there's people that publish it. And for me, my stuff is heavily edited. I'm not a good writer. My wife is almost got a degree in English literature, and so she's my first editor. So I need editors that put it together, people that put these journal articles. I mean, it's a team effort.
Amen. Amen.
So yeah, there are no little people in these ministries.
And Mike, I'm going to give you some advice, but I don't want you to take it. Okay. See, if you stop doing these Standing for Truth streams, you'd have more time to research. but
oh boy, yeah, but
But then you wouldn't have the time to share. The whole thing is about sharing your knowledge, and that's the best part.
High priority.
Yeah.
And besides that, about 4 p.m. Mountain Time, I'm usually about done with research. My mind is generally had it. So but I can talk. So it's a good time for me.
Well, we appreciate it, and it's always a privilege because you have so much good information to share, Mike. And I love that final point that there's no little ones, there's no little people in God's kingdom, and you're certainly doing the work for God's kingdom.
Right.
Andrew Kaufman here says, thank you for your time, Michael Oard.
You're
God
welcome.
bless Team Standing for Truth. God bless you as well, guys.
Yep.
I want to thank you again for all the questions. I want to thank you for being here for this important show. So, Mike, God bless you. George, God bless you as well. And Standing for Truth is out. Thanks for tuning in.
I hope you enjoyed this video. Please make sure to hit that like button. It really does help. And subscribe if you enjoy the content and want to see more, and find more of us on our main channel on Team Standing for Truth. This is Matt Man. Until next time.